Harper Audio presents HMS Ulysses by Alistair MacLean. Read by Jonathan Oliver. Come, my friends. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. From Ulysses, by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Chapter 1. Prelude. Sunday afternoon. Slowly, deliberately, Star crushed out the butt of his cigarette. The gesture, Captain Valery thought, held a curious air of decision and finality. He knew what was coming next, and just for a moment, the sharp bitterness of defeat cut through that dull ache that never left his forehead nowadays. But it was only for a moment. He was too tired, really, far too tired to care. "I'm sorry, gentlemen. Genuinely sorry." Star smiled thinly. "Not for the orders, I assure you. The Admiralty decision, I am personally convinced, is the only correct and justifiable one in the circumstances. But I do regret your, inability to see our point of view." He paused, proffered his platinum cigarette case to the four men sitting with him round the table in the rear admiral's day cabin. At the four mute headshakes, the smile flickered again. He selected a cigarette, slid the case back into the breast pocket of his double-breasted grey suit. Then he sat back in his chair, the smile quite gone. It was not difficult to visualize, beneath that pinstripe sleeve, the more accustomed broad band and golden stripes of Vice Admiral Vincent Star, Assistant Director of Naval Operations. "When I flew north from London this morning," he continued evenly, "I was annoyed. I was very annoyed. I am a fairly busy man. The First Sea Lord, I thought, was wasting my time as well as his own. When I return, I must apologize. Sir Humphrey was right. He usually is." His voice trailed off to a murmur, and the flint wheel of his lighter rasped through the strained silence. He leaned forward on the table and went on softly. "Let us be perfectly frank, gentlemen. I surely had a right to expect, every support and full cooperation from you in settling this unpleasant business with all speed." "Unpleasant business?" He smiled wryly. "Mincing words won't help." "Mutiny, gentlemen, is the generally accepted term for it. A capital offence. I need hardly remind you. And yet what do I find?" His glance travelled slowly round the table. "Commissioned officers in His Majesty's Navy, including a flag officer, sympathising with, if not actually condoning, a lower-deck mutiny." "He's overstating it," Valery thought dully. "He's provoking us." The words, the tone, were a question, a challenge inviting reply. There was no reply. The four men seemed apathetic, indifferent. Four men, each an individual, each secure in his own personality, yet at that moment so strangely alike, their faces heavy and still and deeply lined, their eyes so quiet, so tired, so very old. "You are not convinced, gentlemen," he went on softly. "You find my choice of words a trifle, disagreeable?" He leaned back. Mutiny." He savoured the word slowly, compressed his lips, looked round the table again. No, it doesn't sound too good, does it, gentlemen? You would call it something else again, perhaps? He shook his head, bent forward, smoothed out a signal sheet below his fingers. "Returned from strike on Lofotens," he read out. 15:45, boom, passed. 16:10, finished with engines. 16:30, provisions. Stores lighters alongside, mixed seaman stoker party, detailed unload lubricating drums. 16:50, reported to captain stokers refused to obey CPO Hartley. Then, successively, Chief Stoker Hendry, Lieutenant E. Grierson, and Commander E. Ringleaders apparently Stokers Riley and Peterson. 17:05, refused to obey captain. 17:15, master-at-arms and regulating PO assaulted in performance of duties. He looked up. What duties? Trying to arrest the ringleaders? Valerie nodded silently. 17:15, Seaman Branch stopped work, apparently in sympathy. No violence offered. 17:25, broadcast by captain. Warned of consequences. Ordered to return to work. Order disobeyed. 17:30, signal to C&C Duke of Cumberland for assistance. Star lifted his head again, looked coldly across at Valerie. Why, incidentally, the signal to the Admiral? Surely your own Marines— My orders, Tyndall interrupted bluntly. Turn our own Marines against men they've sailed with for 2.5 years? Out of the question. There's no Matelot bootneck antipathy on this ship, Admiral Star. They've been through far too much together. Anyway, he added dryly, it's wholly possible that the Marines would have refused. And don't forget that if we'd used our own men and they'd quelled this, mutiny, the Ulysses would have been finished as a fighting ship. Star looked at him steadily, dropped his eyes to the signal again. 18:30, Marine boarding party from Cumberland. No resistance offered to boarding. Attempted to arrest 8 suspected ringleaders. Strong resistance by stokers and seamen. Heavy fighting poop deck. Stokers mess deck and engineers flat till 1900. No firearms used, but 2 dead, 6 seriously injured, 35 to 40 minor casualties. Star finished reading, crumpled the paper in an almost savage gesture. You know, gentlemen, I believe you have a point after all. The voice was heavy with irony. Mutiny is hardly the term. 50 dead and injured. Pitched battle will be much nearer the mark. The words, the tone, the lashing bite of the voice provoked no reaction whatsoever. The 4 men still sat motionless, expressionless, unheeding in a vast indifference. Admiral Star's face hardened. I'm afraid you have things just a little out of focus, gentlemen. You've been up here a long time, and isolation distorts perspective. Must I remind senior officers that in wartime, individual feelings, trials, and sufferings are of no moment at all? The Navy, the country, they come first, last, and all the time. He pounded the table softly, the gesture insistent in its restrained urgency. Good God, gentlemen, he ground out. The future of the world is at stake, and you, with your selfish, your inexcusable absorption in your own petty affairs, have the colossal effrontery to endanger it. Commander Turner smiled sardonically to himself. A pretty speech, Vincent, boy, very pretty indeed. Although perhaps a touch reminiscent of Victorian melodrama. The clenched teeth act was definitely overdone. Pity he didn't stand for Parliament. He'd be a terrific asset to any government front bench. Suppose the old boy's really too honest for that, he thought in vague surprise. The ringleaders will be caught and punished, heavily punished." The voice was harsh now, with a biting edge to it. "Meantime, the 14th Aircraft Carrier Squadron will rendezvous at Denmark Strait as arranged, at 10:30 Wednesday instead of Tuesday. We radioed Halifax and held up the sailing. You will proceed to sea at 0600 tomorrow." He looked across at Rear Admiral Tyndall. "You will please advise all ships under your command at once, Admiral." Tyndall, universally known throughout the fleet as Farmer Giles, said nothing. His ruddy features, usually so cheerful and crinkling, were set and grim. His gaze, heavy-lidded and troubled, rested on Captain Valery, and he wondered just what kind of private hell that kindly and sensitive man was suffering right then. But Valery's face, haggard with fatigue, told him nothing. That lean and withdrawn asceticism was the complete foil. Tyndall swore bitterly to himself. "I don't really think there's more to say, gentlemen," Star went on smoothly. "I won't pretend you're in for an easy trip. You know yourselves what happened to the last 3 major convoys, PQ-17, FR-71 and 74. I'm afraid we haven't yet found the answer to acoustic torpedoes and glider bombs. Further, our intelligence in Bremen and Kiel, and this is substantiated by recent experience in the Atlantic, report that the latest U-boat policy is to get the escorts first. Maybe the weather will save you." "You vindictive old devil," Tyndall thought dispassionately. "Go on, damn you. Enjoy yourself." "At the risk of seeming rather Victorian and melodramatic," impatiently Star waited for Turner to stifle his sudden fit of coughing, "we may say that the Ulysses is being given the opportunity of, redeeming herself." He pushed back his chair. "After that, gentlemen, the Med. But first, FR-77 to Murmansk, come hell or high water!" His voice broke on the last word and lifted into stridency, the anger burring through the thin veneer of suavity. "The Ulysses must be made to realize that the Navy will never tolerate disobedience of orders, dereliction of duty, organized revolt, and sedition." "Rubbish!" Star jerked back in his chair, knuckles whitening on the armrest. His glance whipped round and settled on Surgeon Commander Brooks, on the unusually vivid blue eyes so strangely hostile now under that magnificent silver mane. Tyndall, too, saw the angry eyes. He saw also the deepening colour in Brooks' face and moaned softly to himself. He knew the signs too well. Old Socrates was about to blow his Irish top. Tyndall made to speak, then slumped back at a sharp gesture from Star. "What did you say, Commander?" The Admiral's voice was very soft and quite toneless. "Rubbish," repeated Brooks distinctly. "Rubbish. That's what I said. Let's be perfectly frank, you said. Well, sir, I'm being frank. Dereliction of duty, organised revolt and sedition, my foot. But I suppose you have to call it something. Preferably something well within your own field of experience. But God only knows by what strange association and sleight-of-hand mental transfer you equate yesterday's trouble aboard the Ulysses with the only clear-cut code of behaviour thoroughly familiar to yourself." Brooks paused for a second. In the silence they heard the thin, high wail of a boatswain's pipe, a passing ship perhaps. "Tell me, Admiral Star," he went on quietly, "are we to drive out the devils of madness by whipping? A quaint old medieval custom, or maybe, sir, by drowning. Remember the Gadarene swine. Or perhaps a month or 2 in cells, you think, is the best cure for tuberculosis." "What in heaven's name are you talking about, Brooks?" Star demanded angrily. "Gadarene swine? Tuberculosis? What are you getting at, man? Go on. Explain." He drummed his fingers impatiently on the table, eyebrows arched high into his furrowed brow. "I hope, Brooks," he went on silkily, that you can justify this, insolence of yours? I'm quite sure that Commander Brooks intended no insolence, sir. It was Captain Valery speaking for the first time. He's only expressing— Please, Captain Valery, Star interrupted. I am quite capable of judging these things for myself, I think. His smile was very tight. Well, go on, Brooks. Commander Brooks looked at him soberly, speculatively. Justify myself? He smiled wearily. No, sir, I don't think I can. The slight inflection of tone, the implications, were not lost on Star, and he flushed slightly. But I'll try to explain, continued Brooks. It may do some good. He sat in silence for a few seconds, elbow on the table, his hand running through the heavy silver hair, a favourite mannerism of his. Then he looked up abruptly. When were you last at sea, Admiral Star? He inquired. Last at sea? Star frowned heavily. What the devil has that got to do with you, Brooks? Or with the subject under discussion? He asked harshly. A very great deal, Brooks retorted. Would you please answer my question, Admiral? I think you know quite well, Brooks, Star replied evenly, that I've been at Naval Operations HQ in London since the outbreak of war. What are you implying, sir? Nothing. Your personal integrity and courage are not open to question. We all know that. I was merely establishing a fact. Brooks hitched himself forward in his chair. I'm a naval doctor, Admiral Star. I've been a doctor for over 30 years now. He smiled faintly. Maybe I'm not a very good doctor. Perhaps I don't keep quite so abreast of the latest medical developments as I might. But I believe I can claim to know a great deal about human nature. This is no time for modesty. About how the mind works. About the wonderfully intricate interaction of mind and body. Isolation distorts perspective. These were your words, Admiral Star. Isolation implies a cutting off, a detachment from the world, and your implication was partly true, but, and this, sir, is the point, there are more worlds than one. The northern seas, the Arctic, the blackout route to Russia, these are another world, a world utterly distinct from yours. It is a world, sir, of which you cannot possibly have any conception. In effect, you are completely isolated from our world. Star grunted, whether in anger or derision it was difficult to say, and cleared his throat to speak, but Brooks went on swiftly. Conditions obtained there, without either precedent or parallel in the history of war. The Russian convoys, sir, are something entirely new and quite unique in the experience of mankind. He broke off suddenly and gazed out through the thick glass of the scuttle at the sleet slanting heavily across the grey waters and dun hills of the Scapa anchorage. No one spoke. The surgeon commander was not finished yet. A tired man takes time to marshal his thoughts. Mankind, of course, can and does adapt itself to new conditions. Brooks spoke quietly, almost to himself. Biologically and physically, they've had to do so down the ages in order to survive. But it takes time, gentlemen. A great deal of time. You can't compress the natural changes of 20 centuries into a couple of years. Neither mind nor body can stand it. You can try, of course, and such is the fantastic resilience and toughness of man that he can tolerate it for extremely short periods. But the limit, the saturation capacity for adaptation, is soon reached. Push men beyond that limit, and anything can happen. I say anything advisedly, because we don't yet know the precise form the crack-up will take. But crack-up there always is. It may be physical, mental, spiritual, I don't know. But this I do know, Admiral Star. The crew of the Ulysses has been pushed to the limit and clear beyond. Very interesting, Commander. Star's voice was dry, sceptical. Very interesting indeed, and most instructive. Unfortunately, your theory, and it's only that, of course, is quite untenable. Brooks eyed him steadily. That, sir, is not even a matter of opinion. Nonsense, man! Nonsense! Star's face was hard in anger. It's a matter of fact. Your premises are completely false. Star leaned forward, his forefinger punctuating every word. This vast gulf you claim to lie between the convoys to Russia and normal operational work at sea, it just doesn't exist. Can you point out any one factor or condition present in these northern waters which is not to be found somewhere else in the world? Can you, Commander Brooks? No, sir. Brooks was quite unruffled. But I can point out a frequently overlooked fact, that differences of degree and association can be much greater and have far more far-reaching effects than differences in kind. Let me explain what I mean. Fear can destroy a man. Let's admit it. Fear is a natural thing. You get it in every theatre of war, but nowhere, I suggest, so intense, so continual as in the Arctic convoys. Suspense, tension can break a man, any man. I've seen it happen too often, far, far too often. And when you're keyed up to snapping point, sometimes for 17 days on end, when you have constant daily reminders of what may happen to you in the shape of broken, sinking ships and broken, drowning bodies, well, we're men, not machines. Something has to go, and does. The Admiral will not be unaware that after the last 2 trips we shipped 19 officers and men to sanatoria. Mental sanatoria. Brooks was on his feet now, his broad, strong fingers splayed over the polished table surface, his eyes boring into stars. Hunger burns out a man's vitality, Admiral Star. It saps his strength, slows his reactions, destroys the will to fight, even the will to survive. You're surprised, Admiral Star. Hunger, you think? Surely that's impossible in the well-provided ships of today. But it's not impossible, Admiral Star. It's inevitable. You keep on sending us out when the Russian season's over, when the nights are barely longer than the days, when 20 hours out of the 24 are spent on watch or at action stations, and you expect us to feed well. He smashed the flat of his hand on the table. How the hell can we, when the cooks spend nearly all their time in the magazines, serving the turrets, or in damage control parties? Only the baker and butcher are excused, and so we live on corned beef sandwiches. For weeks on end, corned beef sandwiches. Surgeon Commander Brooks almost spat in disgust. Good old Socrates, thought Turner happily. Give him hell. Tyndall, too, was nodding his ponderous approval. Only Valerie was uncomfortable. Not because of what Brooks was saying, but because Brooks was saying it. He, Valerie, was the captain. The coals of fire were being heaped on the wrong head. Fear, suspense, hunger. Brooks' voice was very low now. These are the things that break a man, that destroy him as surely as fire or steel or pestilence could. These are the killers. But they are nothing, Admiral Star, just nothing at all. They're only the henchmen, the outriders, you might call them, of the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse. Cold, lack of sleep, exhaustion. Do you know what it's like up there, between Jan Mayen and Bear Island on a February night, Admiral Star? Of course you don't. Do you know what it's like when there's 60 degrees of frost in the Arctic and it still doesn't freeze? Do you know what it's like when the wind, 20 degrees below zero, comes screaming off the polar and Greenland ice caps and slices through the thickest clothing like a scalpel? When there's 500 tons of ice on the deck, where 5 minutes direct exposure means frostbite, where the bows crash down into a trough and the spray hits you as solid ice, where even a torch battery dies out in the intense cold. Do you, Admiral Star? Do you? Brooks flung the words at him, hammered them at him. And do you know what it's like to go for days on end without sleep? For weeks, with only 2 or 3 hours out of the 24. Do you know the sensation, Admiral Star? That fine-drawn feeling with every nerve in your body and cell in your brain stretched taut to breaking point, pushing you over the screaming edge of madness. Do you know it, Admiral Star? It's the most exquisite agony in the world, and you'd sell your friends, your family, your hopes of immortality for the blessed privilege of closing your eyes and just letting go. And then there's the tiredness, Admiral Star, the desperate weariness that never leaves you. Partly it's the debilitating effect of the cold, partly lack of sleep, partly the result of incessantly bad weather. You know yourself how exhausting it can be to brace yourself even for a few hours on a rolling pitching deck. Our boys have been doing it for months. Gales are routine on the Arctic run. I can show you 2 dozen old men, not one of them a day over 20. Brooks pushed back his chair and paced restlessly across the cabin. Tyndall and Turner glanced at each other, then over at Valerie, who sat with head and shoulders bowed, eyes resting vacantly on his clasped hands on the table. For the moment, Star might not have existed. It's a vicious, murderous circle, Brooks went on quickly. He was leaning against the bulkhead now, hands deep in his pockets, gazing out sightlessly through the misted scuttle. The less sleep you have, the tireder you are. The more tired you become, the more you feel cold, and so it goes on. And then all the time there's the hunger and the terrific tension. Everything interacts with everything else. Each single factor conspires with the others to crush a man, break him physically and mentally, and lay him wide open to disease. Yes, Admiral, disease. He smiled into Star's face, and there was no laughter in his smile. Pack men together like herring in a barrel. Deprive them of every last ounce of resistance. Batten them below decks for days at a time, and what you get? TB. It's inevitable. He shrugged. Sure, I've only isolated a few cases so far, but I know that active pulmonary TB is rife in the lower deck. I saw the break-up coming months ago. He lifted his shoulders wearily. I warned the fleet surgeon several times. I wrote the Admiralty twice. They were sympathetic, and that's all. Shortage of ships. Shortage of men. The last 100 days did it, sir, on top of the previous months. 100 days of pure bloody hell, and not a single hour's shore leave. In port only twice, for ammunitioning. All oil and provisions from the carriers at sea. And every day an eternity of cold and hunger and danger and suffering. In the name of God, Brooks cried, we're not machines. He levered himself off the wall and walked over to Star, hands still thrust deep in his pockets. I hate to say this in front of the captain, but every officer in the ship, except Captain Valerie, knows that the men would have mutinied, as you call it, long ago, but for one thing. Captain Valerie. The intense personal loyalty of the crew to the captain, the devotion almost to the other side of idolatry, is something quite unique in my experience, Admiral Star. Tyndall and Turner both murmured approval. Valerie still sat motionless. But there was a limit even to that. It had to come. And now you talk of punishing, imprisoning these men. Good God above! You might as well hang a man for having leprosy, or send him to penal servitude for developing ulcers. Brooks shook his head in despair. Our crew are equally guiltless. They just couldn't help it. They can't see right from wrong any more. They can't think straight. They just want a rest. They just want peace, a few days' blessed quiet. They'll give anything in the world for these things, and they can't see beyond them. Can't you see that, Admiral Star? Can't you? Can't you?" For perhaps 30 seconds there was silence. Complete, utter silence in the Admiral's cabin. The high, thin whine of the wind, the swish of the hail seemed unnaturally loud. Then Star was on his feet, his hands stretching out for his gloves. Valerie looked up, for the first time, and he knew that Brooks had failed. "Have my barge alongside, Captain Valerie. At once, please." Star was detached, quite emotionless. "Complete oiling, provisioning, and ammunitioning as soon as possible. Admiral Tyndall, I wish you and your squadron a successful voyage. As for you, Commander Brooks, I quite see the point of your argument, at least as far as you are concerned." His lips parted in a bleak, wintry smile. "You are quite obviously overwrought, badly in need of some leave. Your relief will be aboard before midnight. If you will come with me, Captain." He turned to the door, and had taken only 2 steps, when Valerie's voice stopped him dead, poised on one foot. "One moment, sir, if you please." Star swung round. Captain Valerie had made no move to rise. He sat still, smiling. It was a smile compounded of deference, of understanding, and of a curious inflexibility. It made Star feel vaguely uncomfortable. "Surgeon Commander Brooks," Valerie said precisely, "is a quite exceptional officer. He is invaluable, virtually irreplaceable, and the Ulysses needs him badly. I wish to retain his services." "I've made my decision, Captain," Star snapped, "and it's final. You know, I think, the powers invested in me by the Admiralty for this investigation." "Quite, sir." Valerie was quiet, unmoved. "I repeat, however, that we cannot afford to lose an officer of Brooks' calibre." The words, the tone, were polite, respectful, but their significance was unmistakable. Brooks stepped forward, distress in his face, but before he could speak, Turner cut in smoothly, urbanely. "I assume I wasn't invited to this conference for purely decorative purposes." He tilted back in his chair, his eyes fixed dreamily on the deckhead. "I feel it's time I said something. I unreservedly endorse old Brooks' remarks. Every word of them." Star, white-mouthed and motionless, looked at Tyndall. "And you, Admiral?" Tyndall looked up quizzically, all the tenseness and worry gone from his face. He looked more like a West Country Farmer Giles than ever. He supposed, wryly, that his career was at stake. Funny, he thought, how suddenly unimportant a career could become. "As officer commanding, maximum squadron efficiency is my sole concern. Some people are irreplaceable. Captain Valerie suggests Brooks is one of these. I agree." "I see, gentlemen. I see," Star said heavily. 2 spots of colour burned high upon his cheekbones. "The convoy has sailed from Halifax, and my hands are tied. But you make a great mistake, gentlemen. A great mistake in pointing pistols at the head of the Admiralty. We have long memories in Whitehall. We shall, discuss the matter at length on your return. Good day, gentlemen. Good day." Shivering in the sudden chill, Brooks clumped down the ladder to the upper deck and turned forward past the galley into the sick bay. Johnson, the leading sick bay attendant, looked out from the dispensary. "How are our sick and suffering, Johnson?" Brooks inquired. "Bearing up manfully." Johnson surveyed the 8 beds and their occupants morosely. Just a lot of bloody chances, sir. Half of them are a damn sight fitter than I am. Look at Stoker Riley there. Him with a broken finger and whacking great pile of Reader's Digests. Going through all the medical articles he is, and roaring out for sulph, penicillin and all the latest antibiotics. Can't pronounce half of them. Thinks he's dying. A grievous loss, the surgeon commander murmured. He shook his head. What Commander Dodson sees in him I don't know. What's the latest from hospital? The expression drained out of Johnson's face. They're just off the blowers, sir, he said woodenly. 5 minutes ago, Ordinary Seaman Ralston died at 3 o'clock. Brooks nodded heavily. Sending that broken boy to hospital had only been a gesture anyway. Just for a moment he felt tired, beaten. Old Socrates, they called him, and he was beginning to feel his age these days, and a bit more besides. Maybe a good night's sleep would help, but he doubted it. He sighed. Don't feel too good about all this, Johnson, do you? 18, sir. Exactly 18. Johnson's voice was low, bitter. I've just been talking to Burgess, that's him in the next bed. Says Ralston steps out across the bathroom combing, a towel over his arm. A mob rushes past. Then this bloody grey ape of a bootneck comes tearing up and bashes him over the skull with his rifle. Never knew what hit him, sir, and he never knew why. Brooks smiled faintly. That's what they call our seditious talk, Johnson, he said mildly. Sorry, sir, suppose I shouldn't. It's just that I— Never mind, Johnson. I asked for it. Can't stop anyone from thinking, only don't think out loud. It's prejudicial to naval discipline. I think your friend Riley wants you. Better get him a dictionary. He turned and pushed his way through the surgery curtains. A dark head, all that could be seen behind the dentist's chair, twisted around. Johnny Nichols, acting surgeon lieutenant, rose quickly to his feet, a pile of report cards dangling from his left hand. Hello, sir. Have a pew. Brooks grinned. An excellent thing, Lieutenant Nichols. Truly gratifying to meet these days a junior officer who knows his place. Thank you. Thank you. He climbed into the chair and sank back with a groan, fiddling with the neck rest. If you'll just adjust the footrest, my boy, so— thank you. He leaned back luxuriously, eyes closed, head far back on the rest, and groaned again. I'm an old man, Johnny, my boy. Just an ancient has-been. Nonsense, sir, Nichols said briskly. Just a slight malaise. Now, if you'll let me prescribe a suitable tonic. He turned to a cupboard, fished out 2 toothglasses and a dark green ribbed bottle marked poison. He filled the glasses and handed one to Brooks. My personal recommendation. Good health, sir. Brooks looked at the amber liquid, then at Nichols. Heathenish practice they taught you at these Scottish universities, my boy. Admirable fellows, some of these old heathens. What is it this time, Johnny? First-class stuff. Nichols grinned. Produce of the island of Coll. The old surgeon looked at him suspiciously. Didn't know they had any distilleries up there. They haven't. I only said it was made in Coll. How did things go up top, sir? Bloody awful. His nibs threatened to string us all from the yardarm. Took a special dislike to me. Said I was to be booted off the ship instanter. Meant it, too. You? Nichols' brown eyes, deep sunk just now and red-rimmed from sleeplessness, opened wide. You're joking, sir, of course. I'm not. But it's all right, I'm not going. Old Giles, the skipper and Turner, the crazy idiots, virtually told Star that if I went, he'd better start looking around for another admiral, captain and commander as well. They shouldn't have done it, of course, but it shook old Vincent to the core. Departed in high dudgeon, muttering veiled threats. Not so veiled either, come to think of it. Damned old fool, said Nichols feelingly. He's not really, Johnny. Actually, he's a brilliant bloke. You don't become a DNO for nothing. Master strategist and tactician, Giles tells me, and he's not really as bad as we're apt to paint him. To a certain extent, we can't blame old Vincent for sending us out again. Bloke's up against an insoluble problem. Limited resources at his disposal. Terrific demands for ships and men in half a dozen other theatres. Impossible to meet half the claims made on him. Half the time, he's operating on little better than a shoestring. But he's still an inhuman, impersonal sort of cuss. Doesn't understand men. And the upshot of it all? Murmansk again. Sailing at 0600 tomorrow. What? Again? This bunch of walking zombies? Nichols was openly incredulous. Why, they can't do that, sir. They just can't. They're doing it anyway, my boy. The Ulysses must redeem itself. Brooks opened his eyes. Gad, the very thought appalls me. If there's any of that poison left, my boy. Nichols shoved the depleted bottle back into the cupboard and jerked a resentful thumb in the direction of the massive battleship, clearly visible through the porthole, swinging round her anchor 3 or 4 cable lengths away. Why always us, sir? It's always us. Why don't they send that useless floating barracks out once in a while? Swinging around that bloody great anchor, month in, month out. Just the point, Brooks interrupted solemnly. According to the Kapok Kid, the tremendous weight of empty condensed milk cans and herring and tomato sauce tins accumulated on the ocean bed over the past 12 months completely defeats all attempts to weigh anchor. Nichols didn't seem to hear him. Week in, week out, months and months on end, they send the Ulysses out. They change the carriers, they rest the screen destroyers, but never the Ulysses. There's no let-up. Never, not once. But the Duke of Cumberland, all it's fit for is sending hulking great brutes of Marines on board here to massacre sick men, crippled men, men who've done more in a week than— Easy, boy, easy, the commander chided. You can't call 3 dead men and the bunch of wounded heroes lying outside there a massacre. The Marines were only doing their job. As for the Cumberland, well, you gotta face it. We're the only ship in the home fleet equipped for carrier command. Nichols drained his glass and regarded his superior officer moodily. There are times, sir, when I positively love the Germans. You and Johnson should get together sometime, Brooks advised. Old Star would have you both clapped in irons for spreading alarm and— Hello? Hello? He straightened up in his chair and leaned forward. Observe the old Duke there, Johnny. Yards of washing going up from the flag deck, and the matelots running, actually running up to the forecastle head. Unmistakable signs of activity. By gad, this is uncommon surprising. What do you make of it, boy? Probably learned that they're going on leave, Nichols growled. Nothing else could possibly make that bunch move so fast. And who are we to grudge them the just reward for their labours, after so long, so arduous, so dangerous a spell of duty in northern waters? The first shrill blast of a bugle killed the rest of the sentence. Instinctively, their eyes swung round on the crackling, humming loudspeaker, then on each other in sheer, shocked disbelief. And then they were on their feet, tense, expectant. The heart-stopping urgency of the bugle call to action stations never grows dim. "Oh, my God, no," Brooks moaned. "Oh, no, not again. Not in Scapa Flow." "Oh, God, no. Not again. Not in Scapa Flow. These were the words in the mouths, the minds, the hearts of 727 exhausted, sleep-haunted, bitter men that bleak winter evening in Scapa Flow. That they thought of, and that only could they think of, as the scream of the bugle stopped dead all work on decks and below decks, in engine rooms and boiler rooms, on ammunition lighters and fuel tenders, in the galleys and in the offices. And that only could the watch below think of, and that with an even more poignant despair, as the strident blare seared through the bliss of oblivion and brought them back, sick at heart, dazed in mind and stumbling on their feet, to the iron harshness of reality. It was, in a strangely indefinite way, a moment of decision. It was the moment that could have broken the Ulysses as a fighting ship forever. It was the moment that bitter, exhausted men, relaxed in the comparative safety of a landlocked anchorage, could have chosen to make the inevitable stand against authority, against that wordless, mindless compulsion and merciless insistence which was surely destroying them. If ever there was such a moment, this was it. The moment came and passed. It was no more than a fleeting shadow, a shadow that flitted lightly across men's minds, and was gone, lost in the rush of feet pounding to action stations. Perhaps self-preservation was the reason, but that was unlikely. The Ulysses had long since ceased to care. Perhaps it was just naval discipline, or loyalty to the captain, or what the psychologists call conditioned reflex. You hear the scream of brakes and you immediately jump for your life. Or perhaps it was something else again. Whatever it was, the ship, all except the port watch anchor party, was closed up in 2 minutes. Unanimous in their disbelief that this could be happening to them in Scapa Flow, men went to their stations silently or vociferously, according to their nature. They went reluctantly, sullenly, resentfully, despairingly, but they went. Rear Admiral Tyndall went also. He was not one of those who went silently. He climbed blasphemously up to the bridge, pushed his way through the port gate, and clambered into his high-legged armchair in the forward port corner of the compass platform. He looked at Valerie. "What's the flap in heaven's name, Captain?" he demanded testily. "Everything seems singularly peaceful to me." "Don't know yet, sir." Valerie swept worried eyes over the anchorage. "Alarm signal from CNC, with orders to get under way immediately." "Get under way? But why, man? Why?" Valerie shook his head. Tyndall groaned. "It's all a conspiracy, designed to rob old men like myself of their afternoon sleep," he declared. "More likely a brainwave of stars to shake us up a bit," Turner grunted. "No," Tyndall was decisive. "He wouldn't try that. Wouldn't dare. Besides, by his lights, he's not a vindictive man." Silence fell, a silence broken only by the patter of sleet and hail and the weird, haunting pinging of the Aztec. Valerie suddenly lifted his binoculars. "Good Lord, sir, look at that. The Duke slipped her anchor." There was no doubt about it. The shackle pin had been knocked out, and the bows of the great ship were swinging slowly round as it got under way. "What in the world?" Tyndall broke off and scanned the sky. "Not a plane? Not a paratrooper in sight? No radar reports? No Aztec contacts? No sign of the German Grand Fleet steaming through the boom?" "She's signalling us, sir." It was Bentley speaking. Bentley, the chief yeoman of signals. He paused and went on slowly. "Proceed to our anchorage at once. Make fast to North Buoy." "Ask them to confirm," Valerie snapped. He took the forecastle phone from the communication rating. "Captain here. Number 1, how is she? Up and down? Good." He turned to the officer of the watch. "Slow ahead both, starboard 10. He looked over at Tyndall's corner, brows wrinkled in question. "Search me," Tyndall growled. "Could be the latest in parlour games, a sort of nautical musical chairs, you know. Wait a minute, though. Look. The Cumberland. All her 5.25s are at maximum depression." Valerie's eyes met his. "No, it can't be. Good God, do you think—" The blare of the Aztec loudspeaker from the cabinet immediately abaft of the bridge gave him his answer. The voice of leading Aztec Operation Chrysler was clear, unhurried. "Aztec, bridge. Aztec, bridge. Echo, red 30. Repeat, red 30. Strengthening. Closing." The captain's incredulity leapt and died in the same second. "Alert director control, red 30. All AA guns, maximum depression. Underwater target. Torps," this to Lieutenant Marshall, the Canadian torpedo officer. "Depth charge stations." He turned back to Tyndall. "It can't be, sir, just can't. A U-boat, I presume it is. In Scapa flow. Impossible." "Prian didn't think so," Tyndall grunted. "Prian?" "Capitan Lieutenant Prian, gent who scuppered the Royal Oak." "Well, it couldn't happen again. The new boom defences—" "Would keep out any normal submarines," Tyndall finished. His voice dropped to a murmur. "Remember what we were told last month about our midget two-man subs, the Chariots? The ones to be taken over to Norway by Norwegian fishing boats operating from the Shetlands. Could be that the Germans have hit on the same idea." "Could be," Valerie agreed. He nodded sardonically. "Just look at the Cumberland go. Straight for the boom." He paused for a few seconds. His eyes speculative, then looked back at Tyndall. "How do you like it, sir?" "Like what, Captain?" "Playing Aunt Sally at the fair." Valerie grinned crookedly. "Can't afford to lose umpteen £1,000,000 worth of capital ship, so the old Duke hares out to sea in safety, while we moor near her anchor berth. You can bet German naval intelligence has the bearing of her anchorage down to a couple of inches. These midget subs carry detachable warheads, and if there's going to be any fitted, they're going to be fitted to us." Tyndall looked at him. His face was expressionless. Aztec reports were continuous, reporting steady bearing to port and closing distances. Of course, the Admiral murmured. "We're the whipping boy. God, it makes me feel bad." His mouth twisted, and he laughed mirthlessly. "Me? This is the final straw for the crew. That hellish last trip, the mutiny, the marine boarding party from the Cumberland, action stations in harbour, and now this, risking our necks for that... He broke off spluttering, swore in anger, then resumed quietly. "What are you going to tell the men, Captain? Oh, good God, it's fantastic. I feel like mutiny myself." He stopped short, looked inquiringly past Valerie's shoulder. The captain turned round. "Yes, Marshal." "Excuse me, sir, this, Echo." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "A sub, sir. Possibly a pretty small one." The transatlantic accent was very heavy. "Likely enough, Marshal. Why?" "Just how Ralston and I figured it, sir." He grinned. "We have an idea for dealing with it." Valerie looked out through the driving sleet, gave helm and engine orders, then turned back to the torpedo officer. He was coughing heavily, painfully, as he pointed to the glassed-in anchorage chart. "If you're thinking of depth-charging our stern off in these shallow waters—" "No, sir. Doubt whether we could get a shallow enough setting anyway. My idea, Ralston's to be correct, is that we take out the motorboat and a few 25-pound scuttling charges, 18-second fuses and chemical igniters. Not much of a kick from these, I know, but a miniature sub ain't likely to have a hell of a, very thick hulls. And if the crews are sitting on top of the ruddy things instead of inside 'em, well, it's curtains for sure. It'll kipper 'em." Valerie smiled. Not bad at all, Marshal. I think you've got the answer there. What do you think, sir?
Worth trying anyway, Tyndall agreed. Better than waiting around like a sitting duck.
Go ahead then, Torps. Valerie looked at him quizzically. Who are your explosives experts?
I figured on taking Ralston.
Just what I thought. You're taking nobody, laddie, said Valerie firmly.
Can't afford to lose my torpedo officer.
Marshal looked pained, then shrugged resignedly.
The chief TGM and Ralston. He's the senior LTO. Good men both. Right, Bentley. Detail a man to accompany them in the boat. We'll signal Aztec bearings from here. Have him take a portable Aldis with him.
He dropped his voice. Marshal.
Sir.
Ralston's young brother died in hospital this afternoon. He looked across at the leading torpedo operator, a tall, blonde, unsmiling figure dressed in faded blue overalls beneath his duffel. Does he know yet? The torpedo officer stared at Valerie, then looked round slowly at the LTO. He swore softly, bitterly, fluently.
Marshal?
Valerie's voice was sharp, imperative, but Marshal ignored him, his face a mask, oblivious alike to the reprimand in the captain's voice and the lashing bite of the sleet.
No, sir, he stated at length. He doesn't know. But he did receive some news this morning. Croydon was pasted last week. His mother and 3 sisters lived there. It was a landmine, sir. There was nothing left.
He turned abruptly and left the bridge. 15 minutes later, it was all over. The starboard whaler and the motorboat on the port side hit the water with the Ulysses still moving up to the mooring. The whaler, buoy jumper aboard, made for the buoy, while the motorboat slid off at a tangent. 400 yards away from the ship, in obedience to the flickering instructions from the bridge, Ralston fished out a pair of pliers from his overalls and crimped the chemical fuse. The gunner's mate stared fixedly at his stopwatch. On the count of 12, the scuttling charge went over the side. 3 more at different settings followed it in close succession, while the motorboat cruised in a tight circle. The first 3 explosions lifted the stern and jarred the entire length of the boat, viciously, and that was all. But with the 4th, a great gout of air came gushing to the surface, followed by a long stream of viscous bubbles. As the turbulence subsided, a thin slick of oil spread over 100 square yards of sea. Men, fallen out from action stations, watched with expressionless faces as the motorboat made it back to the Ulysses and hooked onto the falls just in time. The Hotchkiss steering gear was badly twisted, and she was taking in water fast under the counter. The Duke of Cumberland was a smudge of smoke over a far headland. Cap in hand, Ralston sat down opposite the captain. Valerie looked at him for a long time in silence. He wondered what to say, how best to say it. He hated to have to do this. Richard Valerie also hated war. He always had hated it, and he cursed the day it had dragged him out of his comfortable retirement. At least, dragged was how he put it. Only Tyndall knew that he had volunteered his services to the Admiralty on the 1st of September 1939, and had had them gladly accepted. But he hated war. Not because it interfered with his lifelong passion for music and literature, on both of which he was a considerable authority. Not even because it was a perpetual affront to his aestheticism, to his sense of rightness and fitness. He hated it because he was a deeply religious man, because it grieved him to see in mankind the wild beasts of the primeval jungle, because he thought the cross of life was already burden enough, without the gratuitous infliction of the mental and physical agony of war. And above all, because he saw war all too clearly as the wild and insensate folly it was, as a madness of the mind that settled nothing, proved nothing, except the old, old truth that God was on the side of the big battalions. But some things he had to do, and Valerie had clearly seen that this war had to be his also. And so he had come back to the service, and had grown older as the bitter years passed, older and frailer, and more kindly and tolerant and understanding. Among naval captains, indeed among men, he was unique. In his charity, in his humility, Captain Richard Valerie walked alone. It was a measure of the man's greatness that this thought never occurred to him. He sighed. All that troubled him just now was what he ought to say to Ralston. But it was Ralston who spoke first. "It's all right, sir." The voice was a level monotone, the face very still. "I know. The torpedo officer told me." Valerie cleared his throat. "Words are useless, Ralston. Quite useless. Your young brother and your family at home, all gone. I'm sorry, my boy, terribly sorry about it all." He looked up into the expressionless face and smiled wryly. "Or maybe you think that these are all words, something formal, just a meaningless formula." Suddenly, surprisingly, Ralston smiled briefly. "No, sir, I don't. I can appreciate how you feel, sir. You see, my father, well, he's a captain too. He tells me he feels the same way." Valerie looked at him in astonishment. "Your father, Ralston? Did you say—" "Yes, sir." Valerie could have sworn to a flicker of amusement in the blue eyes, so quiet, so self-possessed across the table. "In the merchant navy, sir. A tanker captain, 16,000 tons. Valerie said nothing. Ralston went on quietly. "And about Billy, sir, my young brother. It's just one of these things. It's nobody's fault but mine. I asked to have him aboard here. I'm to blame, sir. Only me." His lean brown hands were round the brim of his hat, twisting it, crushing it. How much worse will it be when the shattering impact of the double blow wears off, Valerie wondered, when the poor kid begins to think straight again. "Look, my boy, I think you need a few days' rest. Time to think things over." God, Valerie thought, what an inadequate, what a futile thing to say. "PRO is making out your travelling warrant just now. You will start 14 days' leave as from tonight." "Where is the warrant made out for, sir?" The hat was crushed now, crumpled between the hands. "Croydon?" "Well, of course. Where else—" Valerie stopped dead. The enormity of the blunder had just hit him. "Oh, forgive me, my boy. What a damnably stupid thing to say." "Don't send me away, sir," Ralston pleaded quietly. "I know it sounds corny, self-pitying, but the truth is I've nowhere to go. I belong here on the Ulysses. I can do things all the time. I'm busy, working, sleeping. I don't have to talk about things. I can do things." The self-possession was only the thinnest veneer, taut and frangible, with a quiet desperation immediately below. "I can get a chance to help pay 'em back," Ralston hurried on. "Like crimping these fuses today. It was a privilege. It was more than that. It was... Oh, I don't know. I can't find the words, sir." Valerie knew. He felt sad, tired, defenceless. What could he offer this boy in place of this hate, this very human, consuming flame of revenge? Nothing, he knew, nothing that Ralston wouldn't despise, wouldn't laugh at. This was not the time for pious platitudes. He sighed again, more heavily this time.
Of course, you shall remain, Ralston. Go down to the police office and tell them to tear up your warrant. If I can be of any help to you at any time. I understand, sir. Thank you very much. Good night, sir. Good night, my boy. The door closed softly behind him. Chapter 2. Monday morning. Close all watertight doors and scuttles. Hands to stations for leaving harbour. Impersonally, inexorably, the metallic voice of the broadcast system reached into every farthest corner of the ship. And from every corner of the ship, men came in answer to the call. They were cold men, shivering involuntarily in the icy north wind, sweating pungently as the heavy falling snow drifted under collars and cuffs, as numbed hands stuck to frozen ropes and metal. They were tired men, for fueling, provisioning, and ammunitioning had gone on far into the middle watch. Few had had more than 3 hours' sleep. And they were still angry, hostile men. Orders were obeyed, to be sure, with the mechanical efficiency of a highly trained ship's company. But obedience was surly, acquiescence resentful, and insolence lay ever close beneath the surface. But divisional officers and NCOs handled the men with velvet gloves. Valerie had been emphatic about that. Illogically enough, the highest pitch of resentment had not been caused by the Cumberland's prudent withdrawal. It had been produced the previous evening by the routine broadcast, "Mail will close at 2000 tonight." Mail. Those who weren't working non-stop round the clock were sleeping like the dead, with neither the heart nor the will even to think of writing. Leading Seaman Doyle, the doyen of B mess deck and a venerable 3 Badger, 13 years undiscovered crime, as he modestly explained his good conduct stripes, had summed up the matter succinctly. "If my old missus was Helena Troy and Jane Russell rolled into one, and all you blokes what have seen the old dear's photo know that the very idea's a shocking libel on either of them ladies, I still wouldn't send her even a bleeding postcard. You got to draw a line somewhere. Me for my scratcher." Whereupon he had dragged his hammock from the rack, slung it with millimetric accuracy beneath the hot air Louvre — seniority carries its privileges — and was asleep in 2 minutes. To a man, the port watch did likewise. The mailbag had gone ashore almost empty. At 0600, exactly to the minute, the Ulysses slipped her moorings and steamed slowly towards the boom. In the grey half-light, under leaden, lowering clouds, she slid across the anchorage like an insubstantial ghost, more often than not half hidden from view under sudden heavy flurries of snow. Even in the relatively clear spells, she was difficult to locate. She lacked solidity, substance, definition of outline. She had a curious air of impermanence, of volatility. An illusion, of course, but an illusion that accorded well with a legend. For a legend the Ulysses had become in her own brief lifetime. She was known and cherished by merchant seamen, by the men who sailed the bitter seas of the north, from St. John's to Archangel, from the Shetlands to Jan Mayen, from Greenland to far reaches of Spitzbergen, remote on the edge of the world. Where there was danger, where there was death, there you might look to find the Ulysses, materializing wraith-like from a fog-bank, or just miraculously being there when the bleak twilight of an Arctic dawn brought with it only the threat, at times almost the certainty, of never seeing the next. A ghost ship, almost. A legend. The Ulysses was also a young ship, but she had grown old in the Russian convoys and on the Arctic patrols. She had been there from the beginning, and had known no other life. At first she had operated alone, escorting single ships or groups of 2 or 3. Later she had operated without her squadron, the 14th Escort Carrier Group. But the Ulysses had never really sailed alone. Death had been, still was, her constant companion. He laid his finger on a tanker, and there was the erupting hell of a high-octane detonation. On a cargo liner, and she went to the bottom with her load of war supplies, her back broken by a German torpedo. On a destroyer, and she knifed her way into the grey-black depths of the Barents Sea, her still-racing engines her own executioners. On a U-boat, and she surfaced violently to be destroyed by gunfire, or slid down gently to the bottom of the sea, the dazed, shocked crew hoping for a cracked pressure hull and merciful instant extinction, dreading the endless gasping agony of suffocation in their iron tomb on the ocean floor. Where the Ulysses went, there also went death. But death never touched her. She was a lucky ship and a ghost ship, and the Arctic was her home. Illusion, of course, this ghostliness, but a calculated illusion. The Ulysses was designed specifically for one task, for one ocean, and the camouflage experts had done a marvellous job. The special Arctic camouflage, the broken slanting diagonals of grey and white and washed-out blues, merged beautifully, imperceptibly, into the infinite shades of grey and white, the cold, bleak grimness of the barren northern seas. And the camouflage was only the outward, the superficial indication of her fitness for the north. Technically, the Ulysses was a light cruiser. She was the only one of her kind, a 5,500-ton modification of the famous Dido type, a forerunner of the Black Prince class. 510 feet long, narrow in her 50-foot beam with a raked stem, square cruiser stern and long forecastle deck extending well abaft the bridge. A distance of over 200 feet, she looked and was a lean, fast and compact warship, dangerous and durable. Locate, engage, destroy. These are the classic requirements of a naval ship in wartime, and to do each, and to do it with maximum speed and efficiency, the Ulysses was superbly equipped. Location, for instance. The human element, of course, was indispensable, and Valerie was far too experienced and battle-wise a captain to underestimate the value of the unceasing vigil of lookouts and signalmen. The human eye was not subject to blackouts, technical hitches or mechanical breakdowns. Radio reports, too, had their place, and ASDIC, of course, was the only defence against submarines. But the Ulysses' greatest strength in location lay elsewhere. She was the first completely equipped radar ship in the world. Night and day, the radar scanners atop the fore and main tripod masts swept ceaselessly in a 360-degree arc, combing the far horizons, searching. Below in the radar rooms, 8 in all, and in the fighter direction rooms, trained eyes, alive to the slightest abnormality, never left the glowing screens. The radar's efficiency and range were alike fantastic. The makers, optimistically as they had thought, had claimed a 40 to 45-mile operating range for their equipment. On the Ulysses' first trials, after her refit for its installation, the radar had located a Condor, subsequently destroyed by a Blenheim, at a range of 85 miles. Engage. That was the next step. Sometimes the enemy came to you. More often you had to go after him. And then one thing alone mattered: speed. The Ulysses was tremendously fast. Quadruple screws powered by 4 great Parsons single-reduction geared turbines, 2 in the forward, 2 in the after engine room, developed an unbelievable horsepower that many a battleship, by no means obsolete, could not match. Officially, she was rated at 33.5 knots. Off Arran, in her full-power trials, bows lifting out of the water, stern dug in like a hydroplane, vibrating in every Clyde-built rivet, and with the tortured, seething water boiling whitely 10 feet above the level of the poop deck. She had covered the measured mile at an incredible 39.2 knots, the nautical equivalent of 45 miles per hour. And the dude, Engineer Commander Dobson, had smiled knowingly, said he wasn't half trying, and just wait till the Abdiel or the Manxman came along, and he'd show them something. But as these famous mine-laying cruisers were widely believed to be capable of 44 knots, the wardroom had merely sniffed. Professional jealousy, and ignored him. Secretly, they were as proud of the great engines as Dobson himself. Locate, engage, and destroy. Destruction, that was the be-all, the end-all. Lay the enemy along the sights and destroy him. The Ulysses was well equipped for that also. She had 4 twin gun turrets, 2 forward, 2 aft, 5.25 quick-firing and dual-purpose, equally effective against surface targets and aircraft. These were controlled from the director towers, the main one forward, just above and abaft of the bridge, the auxiliary aft. From these towers, all essential data about bearing, wind speed, drift, range, own speed, enemy speed, respective angles, of course, were fed to the giant electronic computing tables in the transmitting station, the fighting heart of the ship, situated, curiously enough, in the very bowels of the Ulysses, deep below the waterline, and thence automatically to the turrets as 2 simple factors, elevation and training. The turrets, of course, could also fight independently. These were the main armament. The remaining guns were purely AA. The batteries of multiple pom-poms, firing 2-pounders in rapid succession, not particularly accurate, but producing a blanket curtain sufficient to daunt any enemy pilot. And isolated clusters of twin Oerlikons, high-precision, high-velocity weapons, vicious and deadly in trained hands. Finally, the Ulysses carried her depth charges and torpedoes. 36 charges only, a negligible number compared to that carried by many corvettes and destroyers, and the maximum number that could be dropped in one pattern was 6. But one depth charge carries 450 lethal pounds of amatol, and the Ulysses had destroyed 2 U-boats during the preceding winter. The 21-inch torpedoes, each with its 750-pound warhead of TNT, lay sleek and menacing in the triple tubes on the main deck, one set on either side of the after funnel. These had not yet been blooded. This, then, was the Ulysses, the complete, the perfect fighting machine, man's ultimate, so far, in his attempt to weld science and savagery into an instrument of destruction. The perfect fighting machine, but only so long as it was manned and serviced by a perfectly integrating, smoothly functioning team. A ship, any ship, can never be better than its crew. And the crew of the Ulysses was disintegrating, breaking up. The lid was clamped on the volcano, but the rumblings never ceased. The first signs of further trouble came within 3 hours of clearing harbour. As always, minesweepers swept the channel ahead of them, but, as always, Valerie left nothing to chance. It was one of the reasons why he and the Ulysses had survived thus far. At 0620, he streamed paravanes, the slender torpedo-shaped bodies which angled out from the bows, one on either side, on special paravane wire. In theory, the wires connecting mines to their moorings on the floor of the sea were deflected away from the ship, guided out to the paravanes themselves, and severed by cutters. The mines would then float to the top, to be exploded or sunk by small arms. At 0900, Valerie ordered the paravanes to be recovered. The Ulysses slowed down. The first lieutenant, Lieutenant Commander Carrington, went to the forecastle to supervise operations. Seamen, winch drivers, and the subs in charge of either side closed up to their respective stations. Quickly, the recovery booms were freed from their angled crutches just abaft the port and starboard lights, swung out and rigged with recovery wires. Immediately, the 3-ton winches on B gun deck took the strain, smoothly, powerfully. The paravanes cleared the water. Then it happened. It was A.B. Ferry's fault that it happened, and it was just ill luck that the port winch was suspect, operating on a power circuit with a defective breaker. Just ill luck that Ralston was the winch driver, a taciturn, bitter-mouthed Ralston, to whom just then nothing mattered a damn, least of all what he said and did. But it was Karslake's responsibility that the affair developed into what it did. Sub-Lieutenant Karslake's presence there, on top of the Carley floats, directing the handling of the port wire, represented the culmination of a series of mistakes. A mistake on the part of his father, Rear Admiral, retired, who had seen in his son a man of his own calibre, had dragged him out of Cambridge in 1939 at the advanced age of 26, and practically forced him into the Navy. A weakness on the part of his first CO, a corvette captain who had known his father and recommended him as a candidate for a commission. A rare error of judgment on the part of the selection board of the King Alfred, who had granted him his commission. And a temporary lapse on the part of the commander, who had assigned him to this duty in spite of Karslake's known incompetence and inability to handle men. He had the face of an overbred racehorse, long, lean and narrow, with prominent pale blue eyes and protruding upper teeth. Below his scanty fair hair, his eyebrows were arched in a perpetual question mark. Beneath the long pointed nose, the supercilious curl of the upper lip formed the perfect complement to the eyebrows. His speech was a shocking caricature of the King's English. His short vowels were long, his long ones interminable. His grammar was frequently execrable. He resented the Navy. He resented his long overdue promotion to lieutenant. He resented the way the men resented him. In brief, Sub-Lieutenant Karslake was the quintessence of the worst byproduct of the English public school system. Vain, superior, uncouth, and ill-educated, he was a complete ass. He was making an ass of himself now. Striving to maintain balance on the rafts, feet dramatically braced at a wide angle, he shouted unceasing, unnecessary commands at his men. CPO Hartley groaned aloud, but kept otherwise silent in the interests of discipline. But A.B. Ferry felt himself under no such restraints. "Hark at his lordship," he murmured to Ralston, "all for the skipper's benefit." He nodded at where Valerie was leaning over the bridge, 20 feet above Karslake's head. "Impresses him no end, so his nibs reckons." "Just you forget about Karslake and keep your eyes on that wire," Ralston advised. "And take these damn great gloves off. One of these days—" Yeah, I know," Ferry jeered. "The wire's going to snag him and wrap me round the drum." He fed in the hawser expertly. "Don't you worry, chum, it's never going to happen to me." But it did. It happened just then. Ralston, watching the swinging paravane closely, flicked a glance inboard. He saw the broken strand inches from Ferry, saw it hook viciously into the gloved hand and drag him towards the spinning drum before Ferry had a chance to cry out. Ralston's reaction was immediate. The footbrake was only 6 inches away, but that was too far. Savagely, he spun the control wheel, full ahead to full reverse in a split second. Simultaneously with Ferry's cry of pain, as his forearm crushed against the lip of the drum, came a muffled explosion, and clouds of acrid smoke from the winch as 500 pounds worth of electric motor burned out in a searing flash. Immediately the wire began to run out again, accelerating momentarily under the dead weight of the lunging paravane. Ferry went with it. 20 feet from the winch, the wire passed through a snatch block on the deck. If Ferry was lucky, he might lose only his hand. He was less than 4 feet away when Ralston's foot stamped viciously on the brake. The racing drum screamed to a shuddering stop. The paravane crashed down into the sea, and the wire, weightless now, swung idly to the rolling of the ship. Karslake scrambled down off the Carly, his sallow face suffused with anger. He strode up to Ralston. "You bloody fool!" he mouthed furiously. "You've lost us that paravane, by God, LTO! You'd better explain yourself. Who the hell gave you orders to do anything?" Ralston's mouth tightened, but he spoke civilly enough. "Sorry, sir, couldn't help it. It had to be done." Ferry's arm. "To hell with Ferry's arm!" Karslake was almost screaming with rage. "I'm in charge here, and I give the orders. Look! Look!" He pointed to the swinging wire. "Your work, Ralston, you blundering idiot! It's gone. Gone. Do you understand? Gone." Ralston looked over the side with an air of large surprise. "Well, now, so it is." The eyes were bleak, the tone provocative, as he looked back at Karslake and patted the winch. "And don't forget this. It's gone too, and it costs a ruddy sight more than any paravane." "I don't want any of your damned impertinence!" Karslake shouted. His mouth was working, his voice shaking with passion. "What you need is to have some discipline knocked into you, and by God, I'm going to see you get it, you insolent young bastard!" Ralston flushed darkly. He took one quick step forward, his fist balled, then relaxed heavily, as the powerful hands of C.P.O. Hartley caught his swinging arm. But the damage was done now. There was nothing for it but the bridge. Valerie listened calmly, patiently, as Karslake made his outraged report. He felt far from patient. God only knew, he thought wearily, he had more than enough to cope with already. But the unruffled professional mask of detachment gave no hint of his feelings. "Is this true, Ralston?" he asked quietly, as Karslake finished his tirade. "You disobeyed orders, swore at the lieutenant, and insulted him?" "No, sir." Ralston sounded as weary as the captain felt. "It's not true." He looked at Karslake, his face expressionless, then turned back to the captain. "I didn't disobey orders. There were none. Chief Petty Officer Hartley knows that." He nodded at the burly, impassive figure who had accompanied them to the bridge. "I didn't swear at him. I hate to sound like a sea lawyer, sir, but there are plenty of witnesses that Sub-Lieutenant Karslake swore at me several times. And if I insulted him," he smiled faintly, "it was pure self-defence." "This is no place for levity, Ralston." Valerie's voice was cold. He was puzzled. The boy baffled him. The bitterness, the brittle composure, he could understand these, but not the flickering humour. "As it happens, I saw the entire incident. Your promptness, your resource, saved the rating's arm, possibly even his life, and against that a lost paravane and wrecked winch are nothing." Karslake whitened at the implied rebuke. "I'm grateful for that. Thank you. As for the rest, command us defaulters tomorrow morning. Carry on, Ralston." Ralston compressed his lips, looked at Valerie for a long moment, then saluted abruptly and left the bridge. Karslake turned round appealingly. "Captain, sir—" He stopped at the sight of Valerie's upraised hand. "Not now, Karslake. We'll discuss it later." He made no attempt to conceal the dislike in his voice. "You may carry on, Lieutenant. Hartley, a word with you." Hartley stepped forward. 44 years old, C.P.O. Hartley was the Royal Navy at its best. Very tough, very kindly, and very competent. He enjoyed the admiration of all, ranging from the vast awe of the youngest ordinary seaman to the warm respect of the captain himself. They had been together from the beginning. Well, Chief, let's have it. Between ourselves. Nothing to it really, sir. Hartley shrugged. Ralston did a fine job. Sub-Lieutenant Carslake lost his head. Maybe Ralston was a bit sassy, but he was provoked. He's only a kid, but he's a professional, and he doesn't like being pushed around by amateurs. Hartley paused and looked up at the sky. Especially bungling amateurs. Valerie smothered a smile. Could that be interpreted as, a criticism, Chief? I suppose so, sir. He nodded forward. A few ruffled feathers down there, sir. Men are pretty sore about this. Shall I? Thanks, Chief. Play it down as much as possible. When Hartley had gone, Valerie turned to Tyndall. Well, you heard it, sir. Another straw in the wind? A straw? Tyndall was acid. Hundreds of straws, more like a bloody great corn stack. Find out who was outside my door last night. During the middle watch, Tyndall had heard an unusual scraping noise outside the wardroom entry to his day cabin. Had gone to investigate himself. In his hurry to reach the door, he'd knocked a chair over, and seconds later he had heard a clatter and the patter of running feet in the passage outside. But when he had thrown the door open, the passage had been empty. Nothing there. Nothing at all, except a file on the deck, below the case of Navy Colt .445s. The chain on the trigger guards was almost through. Valerie shook his head. No idea at all, sir. His face was heavy with worry. Bad. Really bad. Tyndall shivered in an ice flurry. He grinned crookedly. Real Captain Teach stuff, eh? Pistols and cutlasses and black eye patches? Storming the bridge? Valerie shook his head impatiently. No, not that. You know it, sir. Defiance, maybe, but, well, no more. The point is, a Marine is on guard at the keyboard, just round the corner of that passage, night and day. Bound to have seen him. He denies. The rot's gone that far. Tyndall whistled softly. A black day, Captain. What does our fire-eating young captain of Marines say to that? Foster pooh-poohs the very idea, and just about twists the ends of his moustache off. Worry to hell. So's Evans, his colour sergeant. So am I, said Tyndall feelingly. He glared into space. The officer of the watch, who happened to be in his direct line of vision, shifted uncomfortably. Wonder what old Socrates thinks of it all now. Maybe only a pill-roller, but the wisest head we've got. Well, speak of the devil. The gate had just swung open, and a burly, unhappy-looking figure, duffel-coated, oil-skinned and wearing a Russian beaver-skin helmet — the total effect was of an elderly grizzly bear caught in a thunderstorm — shuffled across the duckboards of the bridge. He brought up facing the Kent screen, an inset circular sheet of glass which revolved at high speed and offered a clear view in all weather conditions — rain, hail, snow. For half a minute he peered miserably through this and obviously didn't like what he saw. He sniffed loudly and turned away, beating his arms against the cold. Ha! A deck officer on the bridge of HM cruisers. The romance! The glamour! Ha! He hunched his oilskinned shoulders and looked more miserable than ever. No place this for a civilised man like myself. But you know how it is, gentlemen. The clarion call of duty. Tyndall chuckled. Give him plenty of time, Captain. Slow starters, these medics, you know, but... Brooks cut in, voice and face suddenly serious. Some more trouble, Captain. Couldn't tell it over the phone. Don't know how much it's worth. Trouble? Valerie broke off, coughed harshly into his handkerchief. Sorry, he apologised. Trouble. There's nothing else, old chap. Just had some ourselves. That bumptious young fool Carslake. Oh, I know all right. My spies are everywhere. Bloke's a bloody menace. However, my story. Young Nichols was doing some pathwork late last night in the dispensary on TB specimens. 2-3 hours in there. Lights out in the bay, and the patients either didn't know or had forgotten he was there. Heard Stoker Riley. A real troublemaker, that Riley. And the others planning a locked-door sit-down strike in the boiler room when they returned to duty. A sit-down strike in a boiler room. Good Lord, it's fantastic. Anyway, Nichols let it slide. Pretended he hadn't heard. What? Valerie's voice was sharp, edged with anger. And Nichols ignored it. Didn't report it to me. Happened last night, you say. Why wasn't I told immediately? Get Nichols up here now. No, never mind. He reached out to pick up the bridge phone. I'll get him myself. Brooks laid a gauntleted hand on Valerie's arm. I wouldn't do that, sir. Nichols is a smart boy. Very smart indeed. He knew that if he let the men know they'd been overheard, they would know that he must report it to you. And then you'd have been bound to take action. An open provocation of trouble is the last thing you want. You said so yourself in the wardroom last night. Valerie hesitated. Yes. Well, yes, of course I said that, but... Well, Doc, this is different. It could be a focal point for spreading the idea to... I told you, sir, Brooks interrupted softly. Johnny Nichols is a very smart boy. He's got a big notice in huge red letters outside the sick bay door. Keep clear. Suspected scarlet fever infection. Kills me to watch him. Everybody avoids the place like the plague. Not a hope of communicating with their pals in the stoker's mess. Tyndall guffawed at him, and even Valerie smiled slightly. Sounds fine, Doc. Still, I should have been told last night. Why should you be woken up and told every little thing in the middle of the night? Brooks' voice was brusque. Sheer selfishness on my part, but what of it? When things get bad, you damn well carry this ship on your back. And when we've all got to depend on you, we can't afford to have you anything less than as fit as possible. Agreed, Admiral? Tyndall nodded solemnly. Agreed, O Socrates. A very complicated way of saying that you wish the captain to have a good night's sleep. But agreed. Brooks grinned amiably. Well, that's all, gentlemen. See you all at the court-martial, I hope. He cocked a jaundiced eye over a shoulder into the thickening snow. Won't the med be wonderful, gentlemen? He sighed and slid effortlessly into his native Galway brogue. Malta in the spring, the beach at Sliema with the white houses behind, where we picnicked 100 years ago. The soft winds, me darling boys, the warm winds, the blue skies, and Chianti under a striped umbrella. Off, Tyndall roared. Get off this bridge, Brooks, or I'm gone already, said Brooks. A sit-down strike in the boiler room. Ha! First thing you know, there'll be a rash of male suffragettes chaining themselves to the guardrails. The gate clanged shut behind him. Valerie turned to the Admiral, his face grave. Looks as if you were right about that cornstack, sir. Tyndall grunted noncommittally. Maybe. Trouble is, the men have nothing to do right now except brood and curse and feel bitter about everything. Later on it'll be all right, perhaps. When we get, busier, you mean? When you're fighting for your life, to keep the ship afloat, well, you haven't much time for plots and pondering over the injustices of fate. Self-preservation is still the first law of nature. Speaking to the men tonight, Captain? Usual routine broadcast, yes. In the first dog, when we're all closed up to dusk action stations. Valerie smiled briefly. Make sure that they're all awake. Good. Lay it on thick and heavy. Give 'em plenty to think about, and if I'm any judge of Vincent Starr's hints, we're going to have plenty to think about this trip. It'll keep 'em occupied. Valerie laughed. The laugh transformed his thin, sensitive face. He seemed genuinely amused. Tyndall lifted an interrogatory eyebrow. Valerie smiled back at him. "Just passing thought, sir. As Spencer Faggott would have said, things have come to a pretty pass. Things are bad indeed, when only the enemy can save us." Chapter 3. Monday afternoon. All day long the wind blew steadily out of the nor'-nor'west. A strong wind, and blowing stronger. A cold wind, a sharp wind full of little knives. It carried with it snow and ice, and the strange dead smell born of the forgotten ice caps that lie beyond the barrier. It wasn't a gusty, blowy wind. It was a settled, steady kind of wind, and it stayed fine on the starboard bow from dawn to dusk. Slowly, stealthily, it was lifting a swell. Men like Carrington, who knew every sea and port in the world, like Valerie and Hartley, looked at it and were troubled, and said nothing. The mercury crept down, and the snow lay where it fell. The tripods and yardarms were great glistening Xmas trees, festooned with woolly stays and halyards. On the mainmast, a brown smear appeared now and then, daubed on by a wisp of smoke from the after funnel. Felt rather than seen. In a moment it would vanish. The snow lay on the deck and drifted. It softened the anchor cables on the forecastle deck into great fluffy ropes of cotton wool, and drifted high against the breakwater before a turret. It piled up against the turrets and superstructure, swished silently into the bridge, and lay there slushily underfoot. It blocked the great eyes of the director's rangefinder. It crept unseen along passages. It sifted soundlessly down hatches. It sought out the tiniest unprotected chink in metal and wood, and made the mess decks dank and clammy and uncomfortable. It defied gravity, and slid effortlessly up trouser legs, up under the skirts of coats and oilskins, up under duffel hoods, and made men thoroughly miserable. A miserable world, a wet world, but always and predominantly a white world of softness and beauty and strangely muffled sound. All day long it fell, this snow, fell steadily and persistently, and the Ulysses slid on silently through the swell, a ghost ship in a ghost world. But not alone in her world. She never was these days. She had companionship, a welcome, reassuring companionship. The company of the 14th Aircraft Squadron, a tough, experienced and battle-hardened escort group, almost as legendary now as that fabulous Force 8, which had lately moved south to take over that other suicide run, the Malta convoys. Like the Ulysses, the squadron steamed north-northwest all day long. There were no doglegs, no standard course alterations. Tyndall abhorred the zigzag, and except on actual convoy, and then only in known U-boat waters, rarely used it. He believed, as many captains did, that the zigzag was a greater potential source of danger than the enemy. He had seen the Curaçao, 4,200 tons of cockle-shell cruiser, swinging on a routine zigzag, being trampled into the grey depths of the Atlantic under the mighty forefoot of the Queen Mary. He never spoke of it, but the memory stayed with him. The Ulysses was in her usual position, the position dictated by her role of squadron flagship, as nearly as possible in the centre of the 13 warships. Dead ahead steamed the cruiser Sterling. An old Cardiff-class cruiser, she was a solid, reliable ship, many years older and many knots slower than the Ulysses, adequately armed with 5 single 6-inch guns, but hardly built to hammer her way through the Arctic gales. In heavy seas, her wetness was proverbial. Her primary role was squadron defence. Her secondary, to take over the squadron if the flagship were crippled or sunk. The carriers, Defender, Invader, Wrestler, and Blue Ranger, were in position to port and starboard. The Defender and Wrestler slightly ahead of the Ulysses, the others slightly astern. It seemed de rigueur for these escort carriers to have names ending in ER, and the fact that the Navy already had a wrestler, a Force 8 destroyer, and a defender, which had been sunk some time previously off Tobruk, was blithely ignored. These were not the 35,000-ton giants of the regular fleet, ships like the Indefatigable and the Illustrious, but 15 to 20,000-ton auxiliary carriers, irreverently known as banana boats. They were converted merchantmen, American-built. These had been fitted out at Pascagoula, Mississippi, and sailed across the Atlantic by mixed British-American crews. They were capable of 18 knots, a relatively high speed for a single-screw ship. The Wrestler had 2 screws, but some of them had as many as 4 Bush Sulzer diesels geared to the one shaft. Their painfully rectangular flight decks, 450 feet in length, were built up above the open forecastle. One could see right under the flight deck forward of the bridge, and flew off about 30 fighters, Grummons, Seafires, or most often Corsairs, or 20 light bombers. They were odd craft, awkward, ungainly, and singularly unwarlike, but over the months they had done a magnificent job of providing umbrella cover against air attack, of locating and destroying enemy ships and submarines. Their record of kills above, on, and below the water was impressive, and frequently disbelieved by the Admiralty. Nor was the destroyer screen calculated to inspire confidence among the naval strategists at Whitehall. It was a weird hodgepodge, and the term destroyer was a purely courtesy one. One, the Nairn, was a river-class frigate of 1,500 tons. Another, the Eager, was a fleet minesweeper, and a third, the Gannet, better known as Huntley and Palmer, was a rather elderly and very tired Kingfisher corvette, supposedly restricted to coastal duties only. There was no esoteric mystery as to the origin of her nickname. A glance at her silhouette against the sunset was enough. Doubtless her designer had worked within Admiralty specifications. Even so, he must have had an off day. The Vectra and the Viking were twin-screwed modified V and W destroyers. In the superannuated class now, lacking in speed and firepower, but tough and durable. The Balliol was a diminutive Hunt-class destroyer, which had no business in the great waters of the north. The Port Patrick, a skeleton-lean 4-stacker, was one of the 50 Lend-Lease World War I destroyers from the United States. No one even dared guess at her age. An intriguing ship at any time, she became the focus of all eyes in the fleet and a source of intense interest whenever the weather broke down. Rumour had it that 2 of her sister ships had overturned in the Atlantic during a gale. Human nature being what it was, everyone wanted a grandstand view whenever weather conditions deteriorated to an extent likely to afford early confirmation of these rumours. What the crew of the Port Patrick thought about it was difficult to say. These 7 escorts, blurred and softened by the snow, kept their screening stations all day. The frigate and minesweeper ahead, the destroyers at the sides, and the corvette astern. The 8th escort, a fast, modern S-class destroyer, under the command of the captain, (destroyers), Commander Orr, prowled restlessly around the fleet. Every ship commander in the squadron envied Orr his roving commission, a duty which Tyndall had assigned him in self-defence against Orr's continual pestering. But no one objected. No one grudged him his privilege. The Cirrus had an uncanny nose for trouble, an almost magnetic affinity for U-boats lying in ambush. From the warmth of the Ulysses wardroom, long, incongruously comfortable, running 50 feet along the starboard side of the forecastle deck, Johnny Nichols gazed out through the troubled grey and white of the sky. Even the kindly snow, he reflected, blanketing 1,000 sins, could do little for these queer craft, so angular, so graceless, so obviously outdated. He supposed he ought to feel bitter at my lords of the Admiralty, with their limousines and armchairs and elevences, with their big wall maps and pretty little flags, sending out this raggle-taggle of squadron to cope with the pick of the U-boat packs, while they sat comfortably, luxuriously at home. But the thought died at birth. It was, he knew, grotesquely unjust. The Admiralty would have given them a dozen brand-new destroyers, if they had them. Things, he knew, were pretty bad, and the demands of the Atlantic and the Mediterranean had first priority. He supposed, too, he ought to feel cynical, ironic, at the sight of these old and worn-out ships. Strangely, he couldn't. He knew what they could do, what they had done. If he felt anything at all towards them, it was something uncommonly close to admiration, perhaps even pride. Nichols stirred uncomfortably and turned away from the porthole. His gaze fell on the somnolent form of the Kapok Kid, flat on his back in an armchair, an enormous pair of fur-lined flying boots perched above the electric fire. The Kapok Kid, Lieutenant the Honourable Andrew Carpenter, R.N., navigator of the Ulysses, and his best friend. He was the one to feel proud, Nichols thought wryly. The most glorious extrovert Nichols had ever known, the Kapok Kid was equally at home anywhere. On a dance floor, or in the cockpit of a racing yacht at Cowes, at a garden party, on a tennis court, or at the wheel of his big crimson Bugatti, windscreen down and the loose ends of a 7-foot scarf streaming out behind him. But appearances were never more deceptive. For the Kapok Kid, the Royal Navy was his whole life, and he lived for that alone. Behind that slightly inane facade lay, besides a first-class brain, a deeply romantic streak, an almost Elizabethan love for sea and ships, which he sought, successfully he imagined, to conceal from all his fellow officers. It was so patently obvious that no one ever thought it worth the mentioning. Theirs was a curious friendship, Nichols mused, an attraction of opposites if ever there was one. For Carpenter's hail fellow ebullience, his natural reserve and reticence were the perfect foil. Over against his friend's near idolatry of all things naval stood his own thoroughgoing detestation of all that the Kapok Kid so warmly admired. Perhaps because of that overdeveloped sense of individuality and independence, that bane of so many Highland Scots, Nichols objected strongly to the 1,001 pinpricks of discipline, authority, and bureaucratic naval stupidity, which were a constant affront to his intelligence and self-respect. Even 3 years ago, when the war had snatched him from the wards of a great Glasgow hospital, his first year's internship barely completed, he had had his dark suspicions that the degree of compatibility between himself and the senior service would prove to be singularly low, and so it had proved. But in spite of this antipathy, or perhaps because of it and the curse of a Calvinistic conscience, Nichols had become a first-class officer. But it still disturbed him vaguely to discover in himself something akin to pride in the ships of his squadron. He sighed. The loudspeaker in the corner of the wardroom had just crackled into life. From bitter experience, he knew that broadcast announcements seldom presaged anything good. "Do you hear there? Do you hear there?" The voice was metallic, impersonal. The Kapok Kid slept on in magnificent oblivion. "The captain will broadcast to the ship's company at 17:30 tonight. Repeat, the captain will broadcast to the ship's company at 17:30 tonight. That is all." Nichols prodded the Kapok Kid with a heavy toe. "On your feet, Vasco. Now's the time if you want a cup of cha before getting up there and navigating." Carpenter stirred, opened a red-rimmed eye. Nichols smiled down encouragingly. "Besides, it's lovely up top now. Sea rising, temperature falling, and a young blizzard blowing. Just what you were born for, Andy boy." The Kapok Kid groaned his way back to consciousness, struggled to a sitting position, and remained hunched forward, his straight flaxen hair falling over his hands. "What's the matter now?" His voice was querulous, still slurred with sleep. Then he grinned faintly. "Know where I was, Johnny?" he asked reminiscently. back on the Thames at the Grey Goose just up from Henley. It was summer, Johnny. Late in summer, warm and very still. Dressed all in green, she was. Indigestion, Nichols cut in briskly. Too much easy living. It's 4:30, and the old man's speaking in an hour's time. Dusk stations at any time. We'd better eat. Carpenter shook his head mournfully. The man has no soul, no finer feelings. He stood up and stretched himself. As always, he was dressed from head to foot in a one-piece overall of heavy quilted kapok. The silk fibres encasing the seeds of the Japanese and Malayan silk cotton tree. There was a great golden J embroidered on the right breast pocket. What it stood for was anyone's guess. He glanced out through the porthole and shuddered. Wonder what the topic for tonight is, Johnny? No idea. I'm curious to see what his attitude, his tone's going to be, how he's going to handle it. The situation, to say the least, is somewhat, delicate. Nichols grinned, but the smile didn't touch his eyes. Not to mention the fact that the crew don't know that they're off to Murmansk again, although they must have a pretty good idea. The kapok kid nodded absently. Don't suppose the old man will try to play it down? The hazards of the trip, I mean. Or to excuse himself. You know, put the blame where it belongs. Never. Nichols shook his head decisively. Not the skipper. Just not in his nature. Never excuses himself and never spares himself. He stared into the fire for a long time, then looked up quietly at the kapok kid. The skipper's a very sick man, Andy. Very sick indeed. What? The kapok kid was genuinely startled. A very sick... Good Lord, you're joking? You must be. Why... I'm not. Nichols interrupted flatly, his voice very low. Winthrop, the padre, an intense, enthusiastic, very young man with an immense zest for life and granitic convictions on every subject under the sun, was in the far corner of the wardroom. The zest was temporarily in abeyance. He was sunk in exhausted slumber. Nichols liked him, but preferred that he should not hear. The padre would talk. Winthrop, Nichols had often thought, would never have made a successful priest. Confessional reticence would have been impossible for him. Old Socrates says he's pretty far through, and he knows, Nichols continued. Old man phoned him to come to his cabin last night. The place was covered in blood, and he was coughing his lungs up. Acute attack of hemoptysis. Brooks has suspected it for a long time, but the captain would never let him examine him. Brooks says a few more days of this will kill him. He broke off, glanced briefly at Winthrop. I talk too much, he said abruptly. Getting as bad as the old padre there. Shouldn't have told you, I suppose. Violation of professional confidence and all that. All this under your hat, Andy. Of course. Of course. There was a long pause. What you mean is, Johnny, he's dying. Just that. Come on, Andy. Cha. 20 minutes later, Nichols made his way down to the sick bay. The light was beginning to fail, and the Ulysses was pitching heavily. Brooks was in the surgery. Evening, sir. Dusk stations any minute now. Mind if I stay in the bay tonight? Brooks eyed him speculatively. Regulations, he intoned, say that the action station's position of the junior medical officer is aft in the engineer's flat. Far be it from me... Please? Why? Lonely? Lazy? Or just plain tired? The quirk of the eyebrows robbed the words of all offence. No, curious. I want to observe the reactions of Stoker Riley and his, confederates to the skipper's speech. Might be most instructive. Sherlock Nichols, eh? Right, old Johnny. Phone the damage control officer aft. Tell him you're tied up. Major operations, anything you like. Our gullible public, and how easily fooled. Shame. Nichols grinned and reached for the phone. When the bugle blared for dusk action stations, Nichols was sitting in the dispensary. The lights were out, the curtains almost drawn. He could see into every corner of the brightly lit sick bay. 5 of the men were asleep. 2 of the others, Peterson, the giant slow-spoken stoker, half Norwegian, half Scots, and Burgess, the dark little cockney, were sitting up in bed, talking softly, their eyes turned towards the swarthy, heavily built patient lying between them. Stoker Riley was holding court. Alfred O'Hara Riley had, at a very early age indeed, decided upon a career of crime, and beset though he subsequently was by innumerable vicissitudes, he had clung to this resolve with an unswerving determination. Directed towards almost any other sphere of activity, his resolution would have been praiseworthy, possibly even profitable. But praise and profit had passed Riley by. Every man is what environment and heredity make him. Riley was no exception, and Nichols, who knew something of his upbringing, appreciated that life had never really given the big stoker a chance. Born of a drunken, illiterate mother in a filthy, overcrowded and fever-ridden Liverpool slum, he was an outcast from the beginning. Allied to that, his hairy, ape-like figure, the heavy prognathous jaw, the twisted mouth, the wide, flaring nose, the cunning black eyes squinting out beneath the negligible clearance between hairline and eyebrows that so accurately reflected the mental capacity within, were all admirably adapted to what was to become his chosen vocation. Nichols looked at him and disapproved without condemning. For a moment he had an inkling of the tragedy of the inevitable. Riley was never at any time a very successful criminal. His intelligence barely cleared the moron level. He dimly appreciated his limitations and had left the higher, more subtle forms of crime severely alone. Robbery, preferably robbery with violence, was his métier. He had been in prison 6 times, the last time for 2 years. His induction into the Navy was a mystery which baffled both Riley and the authorities responsible for his being there. But Riley had accepted this latest misfortune with equanimity, and gone through the bomb-shattered G and H blocks in the Royal Naval Barracks, Portsmouth, like a high wind through a field of corn, leaving behind him a trail of slashed suitcases and empty wallets. He'd been apprehended without much difficulty, done 60 days' cells, then been drafted to the Ulysses as a stoker. His career of crime aboard the Ulysses had been brief and painful. His first attempt at robbery had been his last, a clumsy and incredibly foolish rifling of a locker in the Marine Sergeant's mess. He had been caught red-handed by Colour Sergeant Evans and Sergeant Mackintosh. They had preferred no charges against him, and Riley had spent the next 3 days in the sick bay. He claimed to have tripped on the rung of a ladder and fallen 20 feet to the boiler room floor. But the actual facts of the case were common knowledge, and Turner had recommended his discharge. To everyone's astonishment, not least that of Stoker Riley, Dodson, the engineer commander, had insisted he be given a last chance, and Riley had been reprieved. Since that date, 4 months previously, he had confined his activities to stirring up trouble. Illogically, but understandably, his brief encounter with the Marines had swept away his apathetic tolerance of the Navy. A smouldering hatred took its place. As an agitator, he had achieved a degree of success denied him as a criminal. Admittedly, he had a fertile field for operations, but credit, if that is the word, was due also to his shrewdness, his animal craft and cunning, his hold over his crewmates. The husky, intense voice, his earnestness, his deep-set eyes, lent Riley a strangely elemental power, a power he had used to its maximum effect a few days previously, when he had precipitated the mutiny which had led to the death of Ralston, the stoker, and the marine, mysteriously dead from a broken neck. Beyond any possible doubt, their deaths lay at Riley's door. Equally beyond doubt, that could never be proved. Nichols wondered what new devilment was hatching behind these lowering, corrugated brows, wondered how on earth it was that the same Riley was continually in trouble for bringing aboard the Ulysses and devotedly tending every stray kitten, every broken-winged bird he found. The loudspeaker crackled, cutting through his thoughts, stilling the low voices in the sick-bay. And not only there, but throughout the ship, in turrets and magazines, in engine rooms and boiler rooms, above and below deck everywhere, all conversation ceased. Then there was only the wind, the regular smash of the bows into the deepening troughs, the muffled roar of the great boiler room intake fans, and the hum of 100 electric motors. Tension lay heavy over the ship, over 730 officers and men, tangible almost in its oppression.
"This is the captain speaking. Good evening."
The voice was calm, well modulated, without a sign of strain or exhaustion. "As you all know, it is my custom at the beginning of every voyage to inform you as soon as possible of what lies in store for you. I feel that you have a right to know, and that it is my duty. It's not always a pleasant duty. It never has been during recent months. This time, however, I'm almost glad." He paused, and the words came, slow and measured. "This is our last operation as a unit of the Home Fleet. In a month's time, God willing, we will be in the Med."
"Good for you," thought Nichols. "Sweeten the pill, lay it on thick and heavy."
But the captain had other ideas. "But first, gentlemen, the job on hand. It's the mixture as before, Murmansk again. We rendezvous at 10:30 Wednesday, north of Iceland, with a convoy from Halifax. There are 18 ships in this convoy, big and fast, all 15 knots and above. Our third fast Russian convoy, gentlemen, FR-77, in case you want to tell your grandchildren about it," he added dryly. "These ships are carrying tanks, planes, aviation spirit, and oil. Nothing else. I will not attempt to minimize the dangers. You know how desperate is the state of Russia today, how terribly badly she needs these weapons and fuel. You can also be sure that the Germans know too, and that her intelligence agents will already have reported the nature of this convoy and the date of sailing." He broke off short, and the sound of his harsh, muffled coughing into a handkerchief echoed weirdly through the silent ship. He went on slowly. "There are enough fighter planes and petrol in this convoy to alter the whole character of the Russian war. The Nazis will stop at nothing, I repeat, nothing, to stop this convoy from going through to Russia. I have never tried to mislead or deceive you. I will not now. The signs are not good. In our favour we have, firstly, our speed, and secondly, I hope, the element of surprise. We shall try to break through direct for the North Cape. There are 4 major factors against us. You will all have noticed the steady worsening of the weather. We are, I'm afraid, running into abnormal weather conditions, abnormal even for the Arctic. It may, I repeat, may, prevent U-boat attacks. On the other hand, it may mean losing some of the smaller units of our screen. We have no time to heave to or run before bad weather. FR-77 is going straight through, and it almost certainly means that the carriers will be unable to fly off fighter cover." "Good God, has the skipper lost his senses?" Nichols wondered. "He'll wreck any morale that's left." "Not that there is any left. What in the world—" "Secondly," the voice went on, calm, inexorable, "we are taking no rescue ships on this convoy. There will be no time to stop. Besides, you all know what happened to the Stockport and the Zafaran. You're safer where you are. Thirdly, 2, possibly 3 U-boat packs are known to be strung out along latitude 70 degrees, and our northern Norway agents report a heavy mustering of German bombers of all types in their area. Finally, we have reason to believe that the Tirpitz is preparing to move out. Again he paused. For an interminable time, it seemed. It was as if he knew the tremendous shock carried in these few words, and wanted to give it time to register. I need not tell you what that means. The Germans may risk her to stop the convoy. The Admiralty hope they will. During the latter part of the voyage, capital units of the home fleet, including possibly the aircraft carriers Victorious and Furious, and 3 cruisers, will parallel our course at 12 hours steaming distance. They have been waiting a long time, and we are the bait to spring the trap. It is possible that things may go wrong, the best-laid plans, or the trap may be late in springing shut. This convoy must still get through. If the carriers cannot fly off cover, the Ulysses must cover the withdrawal of FR 77. You will know what that means. I hope this is all perfectly clear. There was another long bout of coughing, another long pause, and when he spoke again the tone had completely changed. He was very quiet. I know what I am asking of you. I know how tired, how hopeless, how sick at heart you all feel. I know, no one knows better, what you have been through, how much you need, how much you deserve a rest. Rest you shall have. The entire ship's company goes on 10 days' leave from Portsmouth on the 18th, then for refit in Alexandria. The words were casual, as if they carried no significance for him. But before that, well, I know it seems cruel, inhuman. It must seem so to you to ask you to go through it all again. Perhaps worse than you've ever gone through before. But I can't help it. No one can help it. Every sentence now was punctuated by long silences. It was difficult to catch his words, so low and far away. No one has any right to ask you to do it. I least of all. Least of all. I know you will do it. I know you will not let me down. I know you will take the Ulysses through. Good luck. Good luck, and God bless you. Good night. The loudspeakers clicked off, but the silence lingered on. Nobody spoke, and nobody moved. Not even the eyes moved. Those who had been looking at the speakers still gazed on unseeingly, or stared down at their hands, or down into the glowing butts of forbidden cigarettes, oblivious to the acrid smoke that laced exhausted eyes. It was strangely as if each man wanted to be alone, to look into his own mind, follow his thoughts out for himself, and knew that if his eyes caught another's, he would no longer be alone. A strange hush, a supernatural silence, the wordless understanding that so rarely touches mankind. The veil lifts and drops again, and a man can never remember what he has seen, but knows that he has seen something, and that nothing will ever be quite the same again. Seldom, all too seldom it comes, a sunset of surpassing loveliness, a fragment from some great symphony. The terrible stillness which falls over the huge rings of Madrid and Barcelona as the sword of the greatest of the matadors sinks inevitably home. And the Spaniards have the word for it, the moment of truth. The sick-bay clock, unnaturally loud, ticked away 1 minute, maybe 2. With a heavy sigh, It seemed ages since he had breathed last. Nichols softly pulled to the sliding door behind the curtains and switched on the light. He looked round at Brooks, looked away again. "Well, Johnny." The voice was soft, almost bantering. "I just don't know, sir. I don't know at all." Nichols shook his head. "At first I thought he was going to, well, make a hash of it. Scare the lights out of him, and good God," he went on wonderingly, "that's exactly what he did do. Piled it on, gales, turpits, hordes of subs, and yet—" His voice trailed off. "And yet?" Brooks echoed mockingly. "That's just it. Too much intelligence, that's the trouble with the young doctors today. I saw you, sitting there like a bogus psychiatrist, analysing away for all you were worth at the probable effect of the speech on the minds of the wounded warriors without, and never giving it a chance to let it register on yourself." He paused, and went on quietly. "It was beautifully done, Johnny. No, that's the wrong word. There was nothing premeditated about it. But don't you see? As black a picture as man could paint. Points out that this is just a complicated way of committing suicide. No silver lining, no promises. Even Alex thrown in as a casual afterthought. Builds them up, then lets them down. No inducements, no hope, no appeal. And yet the appeal was tremendous. What was it, Johnny? I don't know." Nichols was troubled. He lifted his head abruptly, then smiled faintly. "Maybe there was no appeal. Listen." Noiselessly, he slid the door back, flicked off the lights. The rumble of Riley's harsh voice, low and intense, was unmistakable. "Just a lot of bloody claptrap. Alex! The med! Not on your life, mate. You'll never see it. You'll never even see Scapa again. Captain Richard Valery, DSO. Know what the old bastard wants, boys? Another bar to his DSO, maybe even a VC. Well, by Christ, he's not going to have it. Not at my expense. Not if I can help it. I know you won't let me down," he mimicked, his voice high-pitched. "Whiny old bastard." He paused a moment, then rushed on. "The turpits! Christ almighty, the turpits! We're going to stop it. Us. This bloody toy ship. Bait, he says. Bait!" His voice rose. "I tell you, mates, nobody gives a damn about us. Direct for the North Cape. They're throwing us to the bloody wolves. And that old bastard up to—" "Shut up." It was Peterson who spoke, his voice a whisper, low and fierce. His hands stretched out, and Brooks and Nichols in the surgery winced as they heard Riley's wrist bones crack under the tremendous pressure of the giant's hand. "Often I wonder about you, Riley," Peterson went on slowly, "but not now. Not any more. You make me sick." He flung Riley's hand down and turned away. Riley rubbed his wrist in agony and turned to Burgess. "For God's sake, what's the matter with him? What the hell—" He broke off abruptly. Burgess was looking at him steadily, kept looking for a long time. Slowly, deliberately, he eased himself down in bed, pulled the blankets up to his neck, and turned his back on Riley. Brooks rose quickly to his feet, closed the door, and pressed the light switch. "Act 1, Scene 1, cut. Lights," he murmured. "See what I mean, Johnny?" "Yes, sir." Nichols nodded slowly. "At least I think so." "Mind you, my boy, it won't last. At least not at that intensity." He grinned. "But maybe it'll take us to length of Murmansk. You never know.
I hope so, sir. Thanks for the show.
Nichols reached up for his duffel coat.
Well, I suppose I'd better make my way aft.
Off you go, then. And oh, Johnny.
Sir.
That scarlet fever notice board of yours. On your way aft, you might consign it to the deep.
I don't think we'll be needing it any more.
Nichols grinned and closed the door softly behind him. Chapter 4. Monday night. Dusk Action Stations dragged out its interminable hour and was gone. That night, as on 100 other nights, it was just another nagging irritation, a pointless precaution that did not even justify its existence, far less its meticulous thoroughness. Or so it seemed. For although at dawn enemy attacks were routine, at sunset they were all but unknown. It was not always so with other ships. Indeed, it was rarely so, but then the Ulysses was a lucky ship. Everyone knew that. Even Valerie knew it. But he also knew why. Vigilance was the first article of his sailor's creed. Soon after the captain's broadcast, radar had reported a contact, closing. That it was an enemy plane was certain. Commander Westcliff, senior air arm officer, had before him in the fighter direction room a wall map showing the operational routes of all coastal and ferry command planes, and this was a clear area. But no one paid the slightest attention to the report, other than Tyndall's order for a 45-degree course alteration. This was as routine as Dusk Action Stations themselves. It was their old friend Charlie coming to pay his respects again. Charlie, usually a 4-engine Fokker-Wulf Condor, was an institution on the Russian convoys. He had become to the seamen on the Murmansk run very much what the Albatross had been the previous century to sailing men, far south in the roaring 40s. A bird of ill omen, half feared but almost amicably accepted, and immune from destruction, though with Charlie for a different reason. In the early days, before the advent of cam ships and escort carriers, Charlie frequently spent the entire day, from first light to last, circling a convoy and radioing to base pinpoint reports of its position. Exchanges of signals between British ships and German reconnaissance planes were not unknown, and apocryphal stories were legion. An exchange of pleasantries about the weather was almost commonplace. On several occasions, Charlie had plaintively asked for his position, and been given highly detailed latitude and longitude bearings, which usually placed him somewhere in the South Pacific. And, of course, a dozen ships claimed the authorship of the story, wherein the convoy commodore sent the signal, "Please fly the other way round, you're making us dizzy." And Charlie had courteously acknowledged and turned in his tracks. Latterly, however, amiability had been markedly absent, and Charlie, grown circumspect with the passing of the months and the appearance of ship-borne fighters, rarely appeared except at dusk. His usual practice was to make a single circle of the convoy at a prudent distance, and then disappear into the darkness. That night was no exception. Men caught only fleeting glimpses of the Condor in the driving snow, then quickly lost it in the gathering gloom. Charlie would report the strength, nature, and course of the squadron, although Tyndall had little hope that the German intelligence would be deceived as to their course. A naval squadron, near the 62nd degree of latitude, just east of the Faroes, and heading north-northeast, wouldn't make sense to them, especially as they almost certainly knew of the departure of the convoy from Halifax. 2 and 2, far too obviously tottered up to 4. No attempt was made to fly off Seafires, the only plane with a chance to overhaul the Condor before it disappeared into the night. To locate the carrier again in almost total darkness, even on a radio beam, was difficult. To land at night, extremely dangerous, and to land by guess and by God in the snow and blackness on a pitching, heaving deck, a suicidal impossibility. The least miscalculation, the slightest error of judgment, and you had not only a lost plane, but a drowned pilot. A ditched Seafire, with its slender torpedo-shaped fuselage and the tremendous weight of the great Rolls-Royce Merlin in its nose, was a literal death trap, when it went down into the sea, it just kept on going. Back onto course again, the Ulysses pushed blindly into the gathering storm. Hands fell out from action stations and resumed normal defence stations. Watch and watch, 4 on, 4 off. Not a killing routine, one would think. 12 hours on, 12 hours off a day. A man could stand that. And so he could, were that all. But the crew also spent 3 hours a day at routine action stations, every second morning. The forenoon watch. At work, this when they were off watch, and God only knew how many hours at action stations. Beyond this, all meals, when there were meals, were eaten in their off-duty time. A total of 3 to 4 hours sleep a day was reckoned unusual. 48 hours without sleep hardly called for comment. Step by step, fraction by menacing fraction, Mercury and barograph crept down in a deadly dualism. The waves were higher now, their troughs deeper, their shoulders steeper, and the bone-chilling wind lashed the snow into a blinding curtain. A bad night, a sleepless night, both above deck and below, on watch and off. On the bridge, the first lieutenant, the Kapok Kid, signalmen, the searchlight LTO, lookouts and messengers peered out miserably into the white night and wondered what it would be like to be warm again. Jerseys, coats, overcoats, duffels, oilskins, scarves, balaclavas, helmets. They wore them all, completely muffled except for a narrow eye slit in the woolen cocoon, and still they shivered. They wrapped arms and forearms round and rested their feet on the steam pipes which circled the bridge, and froze. Pom-pom crews huddled miserably in the shelter of their multiple guns, stamped their feet, swung their arms, and swore incessantly. And the lonely Oerlikon gunners, each jammed in his lonely cockpit, leaned against the built-in black heaters, and fought off the Oerlikon gunners' most insidious enemy, sleep. The starboard watch in the mess decks below were little happier. There were no bunks for the crew of the Ulysses, only hammocks, and these were never slung except in harbour. There were good and sufficient reasons for this. Standards of hygiene on a naval warship are high, compared even to the average civilian home. The average matelot would never consider climbing into his hammock fully dressed, and no one in his senses would have dreamed of undressing on the Russian convoys. Again, to an exhausted man, the prospect and the actual labour of slinging and then lashing a hammock were alike appalling. And the extra seconds it took to climb out of a hammock in an emergency could represent the margin between life and death, while the very existence of a slung hammock was a danger to all, in that it impeded quick movement. And finally, as on that night of a heavy head sea, there could be no more uncomfortable place than a hammock slung fore and aft. And so the crew slept where it could, fully clothed even to duffel coats and gloves, on tables and under tables, on narrow 9-inch stools, on the floor, in hammock racks, anywhere. The most popular place on the ship was on the warm steel deck plates in the alleyway outside the galley. At night time, a weird and spectral tunnel, lit only by a garish red light. A popular sleeping billet, made doubly so by the fact that only a screen separated it from the upper deck, a scant 10 feet away. The fear of being trapped below decks in a sinking ship was always there, always in the back of men's minds. Even below decks it was bitterly cold. The hot air systems operated efficiently only on B and C mess decks, and even there the temperature barely cleared freezing point. Deck heads dripped constantly, and the condensation on the bulkheads sent 1,000 little rivulets to pool on the corticine floor. The atmosphere was dank and airless and terribly chill, the ideal breeding ground for the TB so feared by Surgeon Commander Brooks. Such conditions, allied with the constant pitching of the ship and the sudden jarring vibrations which were beginning to develop every time the bows crashed down, made sleep almost impossible. At best, a fitful, restless unease. Almost to a man, the crew slept, or tried to sleep, with heads pillowed on inflated lifebelts. Blown up, bent double, then tied with tape, these lifebelts made very tolerable pillows. For this purpose, and for this alone, were these lifebelts employed, although standing orders stated explicitly that lifebelts were to be worn at all times during action and in known enemy waters. These orders were completely ignored, not least of all by those divisional officers whose duty it was to enforce them. There was enough air trapped in the voluminous and bulky garments worn in these latitudes to keep a man afloat for at least 3 minutes. If he wasn't picked up in that time, he was dead anyway. It was shock that killed. The tremendous shock of a body at 96 degrees Fahrenheit being suddenly plunged into a liquid temperature some 70 degrees lower. For in the Arctic waters, the sea temperature often falls below normal freezing point. Worse still, the sub-zero wind lanced like 1,000 stilettos through the saturated clothing of a man who had been submerged in the sea. And the heart, faced with an almost instantaneous 100-degree change in body temperature, just stopped beating. But it was a quick death, men said, quick and kind and merciful. At 10 minutes to midnight, the commander and marshal made their way to the bridge. Even at this late hour and in the wicked weather, the commander was his usual self, imperturbable and cheerful, lean and piratical, a throwback to the Elizabethan buccaneers if ever there was one. He had an unflagging zest for life. The duffel hood, as always, lay over his shoulders. The braided peak of his cap was tilted at a magnificent angle. He groped for the handle of the bridge gate, passed through, stood for a minute accustoming his eyes to the dark, located the first lieutenant, and thumped him resoundingly on the back. "Well, watchman, and what of the night?" he boomed cheerfully. "Bracing, yes? Decidedly so. Situation completely out of control as usual, I suppose. Where are all our chickens this lovely evening?" He peered out into the snow, scanned the horizon briefly, then gave up. "All gone to hell and beyond, I suppose." "Not too bad," Carrington grinned. An R.N.R. officer and an ex-merchant navy captain in whom Valerie reposed complete confidence. Lieutenant Commander Carrington was normally a taciturn man, grave and unsmiling. But a particular bond lay between him and Turner, the professional bond of respect which 2 exceptional seamen have for each other. "We can see the carriers now and then. Anyway, Bowden and his backroom boys have 'em all pinned to an inch. At least, that's what they say." "Better not let old Bowden hear you say that," Marshall advised. "Thinks radar is the only step forward the human race has taken since the first man came down from the trees." He shivered uncontrollably and turned his back on the driving wind. "Anyway, I wish to God I had his job," he added feelingly. "This is worse than winter in Alberta." "Nonsense, my boy, stuff and nonsense," the commander roared. "Decadent, that's the trouble with you youngsters nowadays. This is the only life for a self-respecting human being." He sniffed the icy air appreciatively and turned to Carrington. "Who's on with you tonight, number 1? A dark figure detached itself from the binnacle and approached him. "Ah, there you are. Well, 'pon my soul, if it isn't our navigating officer, the Honourable Carpenter, lost, as usual, and dressed to kill in his natty gent's suiting. Do you know, pilot, in that outfit you look like a cross between a deep-sea diver and that advert for Michelin tyres?" "Ha!" said the Kapok kid aggrievedly. "Sniff and scoff while you may, sir." He patted his quilted chest affectionately. "Just wait till we're all down there in the drink together, everybody else dragged down or frozen to death, me drifting by, warm and dry and comfortable, maybe smoking the odd cigarette." "Enough. Be off. Course number 1? 320, sir, 15 knots. And the captain?" "In the shelter." Carrington jerked his head towards the reinforced steel circular casing at the after end of the bridge. This supported the director tower, the control circuits to which ran through a central shaft in the casing. A sea bunk, a Spartan bare settee, was kept there for the captain's use. "Sleeping, I hope," he added, "but I very much doubt it. Gave orders to be called at midnight." "Why?" Turner demanded. "Oh, I don't know. Routine, I suppose. Wants to see how things are." "Cancel the order," Turner said briefly. "Captain's got to learn to obey orders like anybody else, especially doctor's orders. I'll take full responsibility. Good night, number one." The gate clanged shut, and Marshall turned uncertainly towards the commander. "The captain, sir. Oh, I know it's none of my business, but—" He hesitated. "Well, is he all right?" Turner looked quickly around him. His voice was unusually quiet. "If Brooks had his way, the old man would be in hospital." He was silent for a moment, then added soberly, "Even then, it might be too late." Marshall said nothing. He moved restlessly around, then went aft to the port searchlight control position. For 5 minutes, an intermittent rumble of voices drifted up to the commander. He glanced up curiously on Marshall's return. "That's Ralston, sir," the torpedo officer explained. "If he talked to anybody, I think he talked to me." "And does he?" "Sure, but only what he wants to talk about. As for the rest, no dice. You can almost see the big notice around his neck, 'Private, keep off.' Very civil, very courteous, and completely unapproachable. I don't know what the hell to do about him." "Leave him be," Turner advised. "There's nothing anyone can do." He shook his head. "My God, what a lousy break life's given that boy." Silence fell again. The snow was lifting now, but the wind still strengthening. It howled eerily through masts and rigging, blending with a wild and eldritch harmony into the haunting pinging of the Aztec. Weird sounds both, weird and elemental and foreboding, that rasped across the nerves and stirred up nameless, atavistic dreads of 1,000 ages past, long buried under the press of civilization. An unholy orchestra, and over years men grew to hate it with a deadly hatred. 12:30 came. 1 o'clock, then 1:30. Turner's thought turned fondly towards coffee and cocoa. Coffee or cocoa? Cocoa, he decided. A steaming, potent brew, thick with melted chocolate and sugar. He turned to Chrysler, the bridge messenger, young brother of the leading Aztec operator. "WT, bridge. WT, bridge." The loudspeaker above the Aztec cabinet crackled urgently. The voice hurried, insistent. Turner jumped for the hand transmitter, barked an acknowledgement. "Signal from Cirrus. Echoes, port bow. 300, strong, closing. Repeat, echoes, port bow, strong, closing." "Echoes, WT? Did you say echoes?" "Echoes, sir. I repeat, echoes." Even as he spoke, Turner's hand cut down on the gleaming phosphorescence of the emergency action station switch. Of all sounds in this earth, there is none so likely to stay with a man to the end of his days as the EAS. There is no other sound even remotely like it. There is nothing noble or martial or blood-stirring about it. It is simply a whistle, pitched near the upper limit of audio frequency, alternating, piercing, atonic, alive with a desperate urgency and sense of danger. Knife-like, it sears through the most sleep-drugged brain and has a man, no matter how exhausted, how weak, how deeply sunk in oblivion, on his feet in seconds, the pulse rate already accelerating to meet the latest unknown, the adrenaline already pumping into his bloodstream. Inside 2 minutes, the Ulysses was closed up to action stations. The commander had moved aft to the after-director tower. Valerie and Tyndall were on the bridge. The Cirrus, 2 miles away to port, remained in contact for half an hour. The Viking was detached to help her, and below deck in the Ulysses, the peculiar tinny clanging of depth charging was clearly heard at irregular intervals. Finally, the Cirrus reported, "No success. Contact lost. Trust you have not been disturbed." Tyndall ordered the recall of the 2 destroyers, and the bugle blew the stand down. Back on the bridge again, the commander sent for his long-overdue cocoa. Chrysler departed to the seaman's forward galley. The commander would have no truck with the wishy-washy liquid concocted for the officers' mess, and returned with a steaming jug and a string of heavy mugs, their handles threaded on a bent wire. Turner watched with approval the reluctance with which the heavy, viscous liquid poured glutinously over the lip of the jug, and nodded in satisfaction after a preliminary taste. He smacked his lips and sighed contentedly. "Excellent, young Chrysler, excellent. You have the gift. Torps, an eye on the ship, if you please. Must see where we are." He retired to the chart room on the port side, just after the compass platform, and closed the blackout door. Relaxed in his chair, he put his mug on the chart table and his feet beside it, drew the first deep inhalation of cigarette smoke into his lungs. Then he was on his feet, cursing. The crackle of the WT loudspeaker was unmistakable. This time it was the Port Patrick. For one reason and another, her reports were generally treated with a good deal of reserve, but this time she was particularly emphatic. Commander Turner had no option. Again he reached for the EAS switch. 20 minutes later, the stand-down sounded again. But the commander was to have no cocoa that night. 3 times more during the hours of darkness, all hands closed up to action stations. And only minutes, it seemed, after the last stand-down, the bugle went for dawn stations. There was no dawn as we know it. There was a vague, imperceptible lightening in the sky, a bleak, chill greyness, as the men dragged themselves wearily back to their action stations. This, then, was war in the northern seas. No death and glory heroics, no roaring guns and spitting oerlikons, no exaltation of the spirit, no glorious defiance of the enemy. Just worn-out, sleepless men, numbed with cold and sodden duffels, grey and drawn and stumbling on their feet with weakness and hunger and lack of rest, carrying with them the memories, the tensions, the cumulative physical exhaustion of 100 such endless nights. Valerie, as always, was on the bridge. Courteous, kind and considerate as ever, he looked ghastly. His face was haggard, the colour of putty. His bloodshot eyes deep sunk in hollowed sockets, his lips bloodless. The severe hemorrhage of the previous night, and the sleepless night just gone, had taken terrible toll of his slender strength. In the half-light, the squadron came gradually into view. Miraculously, most of them were still in position. The frigate and minesweeper were together and far ahead of the fleet. During the night they had been understandably reluctant to have their tails tramped on by a heavy cruiser, or a carrier. Tyndall appreciated this and said nothing. The Invader had lost position during the night and lay outside the screen on the port quarter. She received a very testy signal indeed, and came steaming up to resume station, corkscrewing violently in the heavy cross seas. Stand-down came at 0800. At 0810 the port watch was below making tea, washing, queuing up at the galley for breakfast trays, when a muffled explosion shook the Ulysses. Towels, soap, cups, plates and trays went flying, or were left where they were. Blasphemous and bitter, the men were on their way before Valerie's hand closed on the emergency switch. Less than half a mile away, the Invader was slewing round in a violent half-circle, her flight deck tilted over at a crazy angle. It was snowing heavily again now, but not heavily enough to obscure the great gouts of black oily smoke belching up forward of the Invader's bridge. Even as the crew of the Ulysses watched, she came to rest, wallowing dangerously in the troughs between the great waves. "The fools! The crazy fools!" Tyndall was terribly bitter, unreasonably so. Even to Valerie he would not admit how much he was now feeling the burden, the strain of command that sparked off his now almost chronic irritability. This is what happens, Captain, when a ship loses station. And it's as much my fault as theirs. Should have sent a destroyer to escort her back." He peered through his binoculars, turned to Valerie. "Make a signal, please. Estimate of danger, please inform. That damned U-boat must have trailed her from first light, waiting for a line-up." Valerie said nothing. He knew how Tyndall must feel to see one of his ships heavily damaged, maybe sinking. The invader was still lying over at the same unnatural angle, the smoke rising in a steady column now. There was no sign of flames. "Going to investigate, sir?" Valerie inquired. Tyndall bit his lip thoughtfully and hesitated. "Yes, I think we'd better do it ourselves. Order squadron to proceed, same speed, same course. Signal the Balliol and the Nairn to stand by the invader." Valerie, watching the flags fluttering to the yardarm, was aware of someone at his elbow. He half-turned. "That was no U-boat, sir." The Kapok kid was very sure of himself. "She can't have been torpedoed." Tyndall overheard him. He swung around in his chair, glared at the unfortunate navigator. "What the devil do you know about it, sir?" he growled. When the Admiral addressed his subordinates as "Sir," it was time to take to the boats. The Kapok kid flushed to the roots of his blonde hair, but he stood his ground. "Well, sir, in the first place, the Cirrus is covering the invader's port side, though well ahead ever since your recall signal. She's been quartering that area for some time. I'm sure Commander Orr would have picked her up. Also, it's far too rough for any sub to maintain periscope depth, far less line up a firing track. And if the U-boat did fire, it wouldn't only fire one, 6 more likely, and from that firing angle, the rest of the squadron must have been almost a solid wall behind the invader. But no one else has been hit. I did 3 years in the trade, sir." "I did 10, Tyndall growled. "Guesswork, pilot. Just guesswork." "No, sir," Carpenter persisted, "it's not. I can't swear to it." He had his binoculars to his eyes. "But I'm almost sure the invader is going astern. Could only be because her bows, below the waterline, that is, have been damaged or blown off. Must have been a mine, sir. Probably acoustic." Of course. Tyndall was very acid. "Moored in 6,000 feet of water, no doubt." "A drifting mine, sir," the Kapok kid said patiently. "Or an old acoustic torpedo. Spent German torpedoes don't always sink. Probably a mine, though." "Suppose you'll be telling me next what mark it is and when it was laid," Tyndall growled. But he was impressed in spite of himself. And the invader was going astern, although slowly, without enough speed to give a steerage way. She still wallowed helplessly in the great troughs. And Aldous clacked acknowledgment to the winking light on the invader. Bentley tore a sheet off a signal pad, handed it to Valerie. "Invader to Admiral," the captain read. "Am badly holed. Starboard side forward very deep. Suspect drifting mine. Am investigating extent of damage. Will report soon." Tyndall took the signal from him and read it slowly. Then he looked over his shoulder and smiled faintly. "You were dead right, my boy, it seems. Please accept an old curmudgeon's apologies." Carpenter murmured something and turned away, brick red again with embarrassment. Tyndall grinned faintly at the captain, then became thoughtful. "I think we'd better talk to him personally, Captain. Barlow, isn't it? Make a signal." They climbed down 2 decks to the fighter direction room. Westcliff vacated his chair for the Admiral. "Captain Barlow!" Tyndall spoke into the handpiece. "Speaking." The sound came from the loudspeaker above his head. "Admiral here, Captain. How are things?" "We'll manage, sir. Lost most of our bows, I'm afraid. Several casualties. Oil fires, but under control. WT doors all holding, and engineers and damage control parties are shorting up the cross bulkheads." "Can you go ahead at all, Captain?" Could do, sir, but risky, in this anyway.
Think you could make it back to base?
With this wind and sea behind us, yes. Still take 3-4 days.
Right-ho, then. Tyndall's voice was gruff. Off you go. You're no good to us without bows. Damned hard luck, Captain Barlow, my commiserations. And, I'm giving you the Balliol and Nairn as escorts, and radioing for an ocean-going tug to come out to meet you, just in case.
Thank you, sir, we appreciate that. One last thing. Permission to empty starboard squadron fuel tanks. We've taken a lot of water, can't get rid of it all. Only way to recover our trim.
Tyndall sighed. Yes, I was expecting that. Can't be helped, and we can't take it off you in this weather. Good luck, Captain. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, sir. Goodbye.
20 minutes later, the Ulysses was back on station in the squadron. Shortly afterwards, they saw the invader, not listing quite so heavily now, head slowly round to the southeast. The little Hunt-class destroyer and the frigate, one on either side, rolling wickedly as they came round with her. In another 10 minutes, watchers on the Ulysses had lost sight of them, buried in a flurrying snow squall. 3 gone, and 11 left behind. But it was the 11 who now felt so strangely alone. Chapter 5. Tuesday. The invader and her troubles were soon forgotten. All too soon the 14th Aircraft Carrier Squadron had enough, and more than enough, to worry about on their own account. They had their own troubles to overcome, their own enemy to face, an enemy far more elemental and far more deadly than any mine or U-boat. Tyndall braced himself more firmly against the pitching, rolling deck and looked over at Valerie. Valerie, he thought for the 10th time that morning, looked desperately ill. "What do you make of it, Captain? Prospects aren't altogether healthy, are they?"
"We're for it, sir.
It's really piling up against us. Carrington has spent 6 years in the West Indies, has gone through a dozen hurricanes, admits he's seen a barometer lower, but never one so low with the pressure still falling so fast. Not in these latitudes. This is only a curtain-raiser." "Well, this'll do me nicely meantime, thank you," Tyndall said dryly. "For a curtain-raiser, it's doing not so badly." It was a masterly understatement. For a curtain-raiser, it was a magnificent performance. The wind was fairly steady, about force 9 on the Beaufort scale, and the snow had stopped. A temporary cessation only, they all knew. Far ahead to the northwest, the sky was a peculiarly livid colour. It was a dull, glaring purple, neither increasing nor fading, faintly luminous and vaguely menacing in its uniformity and permanence. Even to men who had seen everything the Arctic skies had to offer, from pitchy darkness on a summer's noon, right through the magnificent displays of northern lights, to that wonderfully washed-out blue that so often smiles down on the stupendous calms of the milk-white seas that lap the edge of the barrier, this was something quite unknown. But the Admiral's reference had been to the sea. It had been building up, steadily, inexorably, all during the morning. Now, at noon, it looked uncommonly like an 18th century print of a bark in a storm. Serried waves of greenish-grey, straight, regular, and marching uniformly along, each decoratively topped with frothing caps of white. Only here there were 500 feet between crest and crest, and the squadron, heading almost directly into it, was taking hearty punishment. For the little ships, already burying their bows every 15 seconds in a creaming smother of cascading white, this was bad enough. But another, a more dangerous and insidious enemy was at work. The cold. The temperature had long sunk below freezing point, and the mercury was still shrinking down, close towards the 0 mark. The cold was now intense. Ice formed in cabins and mess decks. Freshwater systems froze solid. Metal contracted. Hatch covers jammed. Door hinges locked in frozen immobility.
The oil in the searchlight controls gummed up and made them useless. To keep a watch, especially a watch on the bridge, was torture. The first shock of that bitter wind seared the lungs, left a man fighting for breath. If he had forgotten to don gloves, first the silk gloves, then the woolen mittens, then the sheepskin gauntlets, and touched a handrail, the palms of the hands seared off, the skin burnt as by white-hot metal. On the bridge, if he forgot to duck when the bows smashed down into a trough, the flying spray, solidified in a second into hurtling slivers of ice, lanced cheek and forehead open to the bone. Hands froze. The very marrow of the bones numbed. The deadly chill crept upwards from feet to calves to thighs. Nose and chin turned white with frostbite and demanded immediate attention. And then, by far the worst of all, the end of the watch, the return below deck, the writhing, excruciating agony of returning circulation. But for all this, words are useless things, pale shadows of reality. Some things lie beyond the knowledge and the experience of the majority of mankind, and here imagination finds itself in a world unknown. But all these things were relatively trifles, personal inconveniences to be shrugged aside. The real danger lay elsewhere. It lay in the fact of ice. There were over 300 tons of it already on the decks of the Ulysses, and more forming every minute. It lay in a thick, even coat over the main deck, the forecastle, the gun decks, and the bridges. It hung in long, jagged icicles from coamings and turrets and rails. It trebled the diameter of every wire, stay and halyard, and turned slender masts into monstrous trees, ungainly and improbable. It lay everywhere, a deadly menace, and much of the danger lay in the slippery surface it presented, a problem much more easily overcome on a coal-fired merchant ship with clinker and ashes from its boilers than in the modern oil-fired warships. On the Ulysses, they spread salt and sand and hoped for the best. But the real danger of the ice lay in its weight. A ship, to use technical terms, can be either stiff or tender. If she's stiff, she has a low centre of gravity, rolls easily but whips back quickly and is extremely stable and safe. If she's tender, with a high centre of gravity, she rolls reluctantly but comes back even more reluctantly, is unstable and unsafe. And if a ship were tender and hundreds of tons of ice piled high on its decks, the centre of gravity rose to a dangerous height. It could rise to a fatal height. The escort carriers and the destroyers, especially the Port Patrick, were vulnerable, terribly so. The carriers, already unstable with the great height and weight of their reinforced flight decks, provided a huge, smooth, flat surface to the falling snow, ideal conditions for the formation of ice. Earlier on, it had been possible to keep the flight decks relatively clear. Working parties had toiled incessantly with brooms and sledges, salt and steam hoses. But the weather had deteriorated so badly now that to send out a man on that wildly pitching, staggering flight deck, glassy and infinitely treacherous, would be to send him to his death. The Wrestler and Blue Ranger had modified heating systems under the flight decks. Modified because, unlike the British ships, these Mississippi carriers had planked flight decks. In such extreme conditions, they were hopelessly inefficient. Conditions aboard the destroyers were even worse. They had to contend not only with the ice from the packed snow, but with ice from the sea itself. As regularly as clockwork, huge clouds of spray broke over the destroyers' forecastles, as the bows crashed solidly, shockingly, into the trough and rising shoulder of the next wave. The spray froze even as it touched the deck, even before it touched the deck, piling up the solid ice, in places over a foot thick, from the stem aft beyond the breakwater. The tremendous weight of the ice was pushing the little ships down by their heads. Deeper, with each successive plunge ever deeper, they buried their noses in the sea. and each time, more and more sluggishly, more and more reluctantly, they staggered laboriously up from the depths. Like the carrier captains, the destroyer skippers could only look down from their bridges, helpless, hoping. 2 hours passed. 2 hours in which the temperature fell to 0, hesitated, then shrank steadily beyond it. 2 hours in which the barometer tumbled crazily after it. Curiously, strangely, the snow still held off. The livid sky to the northwest was as far away as ever, and the sky to the south and east had cleared completely. The squadron presented a fantastic picture now, little toy boats of sugar icing, dazzling white, gleaming and sparkling in the pale winter sunshine, pitching crazily through the ever-lengthening, ever-deepening valleys of grey and green of the cold Norwegian Sea, pushing on towards that far horizon, far and weird and purply glowing, the horizon of another world. It was an incredibly lovely spectacle. Rear Admiral Tyndall saw nothing beautiful about it. A man who was wont to claim that he was never worried, he was seriously troubled now. He was gruff to those on the bridge, gruff to the point of discourtesy, and the old geniality of the Farmer Giles of even 2 months ago was all but gone. Ceaselessly his gaze circled the fleet. Constantly, uncomfortably, he twisted in his chair. Finally he climbed down, passed through the gate, and went into the captain's shelter. Valerie had no light on, and the shelter was in semi-darkness. He lay there on his settee, a couple of blankets thrown over him. In the half-light, his face looked ghastly, corpse-like. His right hand clutched a bald handkerchief, spotted and stained. He made no attempt to hide it. With a painful effort, and before Tyndall could stop him, he had swung his legs over the edge of the settee and pulled forward a chair. Tyndall choked off his protest, sank gracefully into the seat. "I think your curtain's just about to go up, Dick. What on earth ever induced me to become a squadron commander?" Valerie grinned sympathetically. "I don't particularly envy you, sir. What are you going to do now?" "What would you do?" Tyndall countered dolefully. Valerie laughed. For a moment his face was transformed, boyish almost. Then the laugh broke down into a bout of harsh, dry coughing. The stain spread over his handkerchief. Then he looked up and smiled. "The penalty for laughing at a superior officer. What would I do? Heave to, sir. Better still, tuck my tail between my legs and run for it." Tyndall shook his head. "You never were a very convincing liar, Dick." Both men sat in silence for a moment. Then Valerie looked up. "How far to go, exactly, sir?" "Young carpenter makes it 170 miles, more or less." 170. Valerie looked at his watch. 20 hours to go in this weather. We must make it. Tyndall nodded heavily. 18 ships sitting out there. 19, counting the sweeper from Hvalfjord. Not to mention old Star's blood pressure. He broke off as a hand rapped on the door and a head looked in. 2 signals, Captain, sir." "Just read them out, Bentley, will you?" "First is from the Port Patrick. Sprung bow plates, making water fast, pumps coming. Fear further damage, please advise." Tyndall swore. Valerie said calmly, "And the other?" "From the Gannet, sir. Breaking up." Yes, and the rest of the message?" "Oh, just that, sir. Breaking up." "Ha! One of these taciturn characters," Tyndall growled. "Wait a minute, Chief, will you?" He sank back in his chair, hand rasping his chin, gazing at his feet, forcing his tired mind to think. Valerie murmured something in a low voice, and Tyndall looked up, his eyebrows arched. "Troubled waters, sir? Perhaps the carriers?" Tyndall slapped his knee. "Two minds with but a single thought. Bentley, Make 2 signals. One to all screen vessels, tell them to take position, astern, close astern of the carriers. Other to the carriers, oil hose, 1 each through port and starboard loading ports, about, how much would you say, Captain?
20 gallons a minute, sir.
20 gallons it is. Understand, Chief? Right-o, get him off at once. And, Chief, tell the navigator to bring his chart here. Bentley left, and he turned to Valerie. We've got a few later on, and we can't do it here. Looks as if this might be the last chance of shelter this side of Murmansk, and if the next 24 hours are going to be as bad as Carrington forecasts, I doubt whether some of the little ships could live through it anyway. Here you are, pilot. Let's see where we are. How's the wind, by the way?
Force 10, sir.
Bracing himself against the wild lurching of the Ulysses, the Kapok Kid smoothed out the chart on the captain's bunk. Backing slightly. Northwest, would you say, pilot? Tyndall rubbed his hands. Excellent. Now, my boy, our position.
12:40 west, 66:15 north, said the Kapok Kid precisely.
He didn't even trouble to consult the chart. Tyndall lifted his eyebrows but made no comment. Course?
310, sir.
Now, if it were necessary for us to seek shelter for fueling...
Course exactly 290, sir. I've pencilled it in there. 4.5 hours steaming, approximately.
How the devil... Tyndall exploded. Who told you to...
He spluttered into a wrathful silence. I worked it out 5 minutes ago, sir. It, seemed inevitable. 290 would take us a few miles inside the Langanes Peninsula. There should be plenty shelter there.
Carpenter was grave, unsmiling. Seemed inevitable? Tyndall roared. Would you listen to him, Captain Valerie? Inevitable. And it's only just occurred to me. Of all the... Oh, get out. Take yourself and that damned comic opera fancy dress elsewhere.
The Kapok Kid said nothing. With an air of injured innocence, he gathered up his charts and left.
Tyndall's voice halted him at the door. Pilot!
Sir?
The Kapok Kid's eyes were fixed on a point above Tyndall's head. As soon as the screen vessels have taken up position, tell Bentley to send them the new course.
Yes, sir, certainly.
He hesitated, and Tyndall chuckled. All right, he said resignedly. I'll say it again. I'm just a crusty old curmudgeon. And shut that damn door, we're freezing in here.
The wind was rising more quickly now, and log ribbons of white were beginning to streak the water. Wave troughs were deepening rapidly, their sides steepening, their tops blown off and flattened by the wind. Gradually, but perceptibly to the ear now, the thin, lonely whining in the rigging was climbing steadily up the register. From time to time, large chunks of ice, shaken loose by the increasing vibration, broke off from the masts and stays and spattered on the deck below. The effect of the long oil slicks trailing behind the carriers was almost miraculous. The destroyers, curiously mottled with oil now, were still plunging astern, but the surface tension of the fuel held the water and spray from breaking aboard. Tyndall, justifiably, was feeling more than pleased with himself. Towards 4:30 in the afternoon, with shelter still a good 15 miles away, the elation had completely worn off. There was a whole gale blowing now, and Tyndall had been compelled to signal for a reduction in speed. From deck level, the seas now were more than impressive. They were gigantic, frightening. Nichols stood with the Kapok Kid, off watch now, on the main deck, under the port whaler, sheltering in the lee of the forecastle deck. Nichols, clinging to a davit to steady himself, and leaping back now and then to avoid a deluge of spray, looked over to where the Defender, the Vulture and Viking, tailing behind, were pitching madly, grotesquely, under that serene blue sky. The blue sky above, the tremendous seas below. There was something almost evil, something literally spine-chilling in that macabre contrast. "They never told me anything about this in the medical school," Nichols observed at last. "My God, Andy," he added in awe, "have you ever seen anything like this?"
Once, just once, we were caught in a typhoon off the Nicobars. I don't think it was as bad as this. And number one says this is damn all compared to what's coming tonight. And he knows. God, I wish I was back in Henley. Nichols looked at him curiously. Can't say I know the first lieutenant well. Not a very, approachable customer, is he? But everyone, old Giles, the skipper, the commander, yourself, they all talk about him with bated breath. What's so extra special about him? I respect him, mind you, everyone seems to, but damn it to hell, he's no Superman. Sea's beginning to break up, the Kapok kid murmured absently. Notice how every now and again we're beginning to get a wave half as big again as the others? Every seventh wave, the old sailors say. No, Johnny, he's not a Superman. Just the greatest seaman you'll ever see. Holds 2 master's tickets, square-rigged and steam. He was going round the Horn in Finnish barks when we were still in our prams. Commander could tell you enough stories about him to fill a book. He paused, then went on quietly. He really is one of the few great seamen of today. Old Blackbeard Turner's no slouch himself, but he'll tell anyone that he can't hold a candle to Jimmy. I'm no hero worshipper, Johnny, you know that. But you can say about Carrington what they used to say about Shackleton. When there's nothing left and all hope is gone, get down on your knees and pray for him. Believe me, Johnny, I'm damn glad he's here. Nichols said nothing. Surprise held him silent. For the Kapok kid, flippancy was a creed. Derogation second nature. Seriousness was a crime, and anything that smacked of adulation bordered on blasphemy. Nichols wondered what manner of man Carrington must be. The cold was vicious. The wind was tearing great gouts of water off the wave-tops, driving the atomized spray at bullet speed against forecastle and sides. It was impossible to breathe without turning one's back, without wrapping layers of wool around mouth and nose. Faces, blue and white, shaking violently with the cold, neither suggested, neither even thought of going below. Men hypnotized, men fascinated by the tremendous seas, the towering waves, 1,000, 2,000 feet in length. Long, sloping on the lee side, steep-walled and terrifying on the other, pushed up by a 60-knot wind and by some mighty force lying far to the northwest. In these gigantic troughs, a church steeple would be lost forever. Both men turned around as they heard the screen door crashing behind them. A duffel-coated figure, cursing fluently, fought to shut the heavy door against the pitching of the Ulysses, finally succeeding in heaving the clips home. It was leading seaman Doyle, and even though his beard hid 3/4 of what could be seen of his face, he still looked thoroughly disgusted with life. Carpenter grinned at him. He and Doyle had served a commission together on the China station. Doyle was a very privileged person. "Well, well, the ancient mariner himself. How are things down below, Doyle?" "Bloody desperate, sir." His voice was as lugubrious as his face. "Cold as charity, sir, and everything all over the bloody place. Cups, saucers, plates in smithereens. Half the crew—" He broke off suddenly, eyes slowly widening in blank disbelief. He was staring out to sea between Nichols and Carpenter. "Well, what about half the crew? What's the matter, Doyle?" "Christ almighty." Doyle's voice was slow, stunned. It was almost a prayer. "Oh, Christ almighty!" The voice rose sharply on the last 2 syllables. The 2 officers twisted quickly round. The Defender was climbing. All 500 feet of her was literally climbing, up the lee side of a wave that staggered the imagination, whose immensity completely defied immediate comprehension. Even as they watched, before shocked minds could grasp the significance of it all, the Defender reached the crest, hesitated, crazily tilted up her stern till screw and rudder were entirely clear of the water, then crashed down, down, down. Even at 2 cables' lengths distance in that high wind, The explosive smash of the plummeting bows came like a thunderclap. An eon ticked by, and still the defender seemed to keep on going under, completely buried now, right back to the bridge island in a sea of foaming white. How long she remained like that, arrowed down into the depths of the Arctic, no one could afterwards say. Then, slowly, agonizingly, incredibly, great rivers of water cascaded off her bows. She broke surface again. Broke surface, to present to frankly disbelieving eyes a spectacle entirely without precedent anywhere, at any time. The tremendous, instantaneous, upthrusting pressure of unknown thousands of tons of water had torn the flight deck completely off its mountings and bent it backwards, in a great sweeping U, almost as far as the bridge. It was a sight to make men doubt their sanity, to leave them stupefied, to leave them speechless. All, that is, except the Kapok Kid. He rose magnificently to the occasion. "My word," he murmured thoughtfully, "that is unusual." Another such wave, another such shattering impact, and it would have been the end for the defender. The finest ships, the stoutest, most powerful vessels, are made only of thin, incredibly thin sheets of metal. And metal, twisted and tortured as was the defender's, could never have withstood another such impact. But there were no more such waves, no more such impacts. It had been a freak wave, one of these massive, inexplicable contortions of the sea, which have occurred, with blessed infrequency, from time immemorial, in all the great seas of the world, whenever nature wanted to show mankind, an irreverent, over-venturesome mankind, just how puny and pitifully helpless a thing mankind really is. There were no more such waves, and by 5 o'clock, although land was still some 8 to 10 miles away, the squadron had moved into comparative shelter behind the tip of the Langanis Peninsula. From time to time, the captain of the Defender, who seemed to be enjoying himself hugely, sent reassuring messages to the Admiral. He was making a good deal of water, but he was managing nicely, thank you. He thought the latest shape in flight decks very fashionable, and a vast improvement on the old type. Straight flight decks lacked imagination, he thought. And didn't the Admiral think so too? The vertical type, he stated, provided excellent protection against wind and weather, and would make a splendid sail with the wind in the right quarter. With his last message, to the effect that he thought it would be rather difficult to fly off planes, a badly worried Tyndall lost his temper and sent back such a blistering signal that all communications abruptly ceased. Shortly before 6 o'clock, the squadron hove to under the shelter of Langanis, less than 2 miles offshore. Langanis is low-lying, and the wind, still climbing the scale, swept over it and into the bay beyond without a break. But the sea, compared to an hour ago, was mercifully calm, although the ship still rolled heavily. At once, the cruisers and the screen vessels, except the Port Patrick and the Gannet, moved alongside the carriers, took oil hoses aboard. Tyndall reluctantly and after much heart-searching had decided that the Port Patrick and Gannet were suspect, a potential liability. They were to escort the crippled carrier back to Scapa. Exhaustion, an exhaustion almost physical, almost tangible, lay heavily over the mess decks and the wardroom of the Ulysses. Behind lay another sleepless night, another 24 hours with peace unknown and rest impossible. With dull, tired minds, men heard the broadcast that the Defender, the Port Patrick and the Gannet were to return to Scapa when the weather moderated. 6 gone now, only 8 left. Half the carrier force gone. Little wonder that men felt sick at heart, felt as if they were being deserted, as if, in Riley's phrase, they were being thrown to the wolves. But there was remarkably little bitterness, a puzzling lack of resentment which perhaps sprung only from the sheer passive acceptance. Brooks was aware of it, this inaction of feeling, this unnatural extinction of response, and was lost for a reason to account for it. Perhaps he thought this was the nadir, the last extremity when sick men and sick minds cease altogether to function, the last slowdown of all vital processes, both human and animal. Perhaps this was just the final apathy. His intellect told him that was reasonable. More, it was inevitable. And all the time some fugitive intuition, some evanescent insight, was thrusting upon him an awareness, a dim, shadowy awareness of something altogether different. But his mind was too tired to grasp it. Whatever it wasn't apathy. For a brief moment that evening, a white-hot anger ran through the ship like a flame. Then resentment of the injustice which had provoked it. That there had been cause for anger, even Valerie admitted. But his hand had been forced. It had all happened simply enough. During routine evening tests, it had been discovered that the fighting lights on the lower yardarm were not working. Ice was at once suspected as being the cause. The lower yardarm, on this evening dazzling white and heavily coated with snow and ice, paralleled the deck, 60 feet above it, 80 feet above the waterline. The fighting lights were suspended below the outer tip. To work on these, a man had either to sit on the yardarm, a most uncomfortable position, as the heavy steel WT transmission aerial was bolted to its upper length, or in a boatswain's chair, suspended from the yardarm. It was a difficult enough task at any time. Tonight, it had to be done with the maximum speed, because the repairs would interrupt radio transmission. The 3,000-volt steel safe-to-transmit boards, which broke the electrical circuits, had to be withdrawn and left in the keeping of the officer of the watch during the repair. It had to be done. Very precise, finicky work had to be done in that sub-zero temperature. It had to be done on that slippery, glass-smooth yardarm, with the Ulysses rolling regularly through a 30-degree arc. The job was more than ordinarily difficult. It was highly dangerous. Marshall did not feel justified in detailing the duty LTO for the job, especially as that rating was a middle-aged and very much overweight reservist, long past his climbing prime. He asked for volunteers. It was inevitable that he should have picked Ralston, for that was the kind of man Ralston was. The task took half an hour. 20 minutes to climb the mast, edge out to the yardarm tip, fit the boatswain's chair and lifeline, and 10 minutes for the actual repair. Long before he was finished, 100, 200 tired men, robbing themselves of sleep and supper, had come on deck and huddled there in the bitter wind, watching in fascination. Ralston swung in a great arc across the darkening sky, the gale plucking viciously at his duffel and hood. Twice, wind and wave flung him out, still in his chair, parallel to the yardarm, forcing him to wrap both arms around the yardarm and hang on for his life. On the second occasion, he seemed to strike his face against the aerial, for he held his head for a few seconds afterwards, as if he were dazed. It was then that he lost his gauntlets. He must have had them in his lap, while making some delicate adjustment. They dropped down together, disappeared over the side. A few minutes later, while Valerie and Turner were standing amidships, examining the damage the motorboat had suffered in Scapa Flow, a short, stocky figure came hurriedly out of the after-screen door, made for the forecastle at an awkward, stumbling run. He pulled up abruptly at the sight of the captain and the commander. They saw it was Hastings, the master-at-arms. "What's the matter, Hastings?" Valerie asked curtly. He always found it difficult to conceal his dislike for the master-at-arms, his dislike for his harshness, his uncalled-for severity. "Trouble on the bridge, sir," Hastings jerked out breathlessly. Valerie could have sworn to a gleam of satisfaction in his eye. "Don't know exactly what. Could hardly hear a thing but the wind on the phone. I think you'd better come, sir." They found only 3 people on the bridge. Etherton, the gunnery officer, one hand still clutching a phone, worried, unhappy. Ralston, his hands hanging loosely by his sides, the palms raw and torn, the face ghastly, the chin with the dead pallor of frostbite, the forehead masked in furrowed, frozen blood. And, lying in a corner, Sub-Lieutenant Karslake, moaning in agony, only the whites of his eyes showing, stupidly fingering his smashed mouth, the torn, bleeding gaps in his prominent upper teeth. "Good God!" Valerie ejaculated. "Good God above!" He stood there, his hand on the gate, trying to grasp the significance of the scene before him. Then his mouth clamped shut, and he swung round on the gunnery officer. "What the devil's happened here, Atherton?" he demanded harshly. "What is all this? Has Karslake—" "Ralston hit him, sir," Atherton broke in. "Don't be so bloody silly, Guns," Turner grunted. "Exactly." Valerie's voice was impatient. "We can see that. Why?" "A WT messenger came up for the safe-to-transmit boards. Karslake gave them to him about 10 minutes ago, I think." "You think? Where were you, Atherton, and why did you permit it? You know very well—" Valerie broke off short, remembering the presence of Ralston and the MAA. Atherton muttered something. His words were inaudible in the gale. Valerie bent forward. "What did you say, Atherton?" I was down below, sir." Atherton was looking at the deck. Just for a moment, sir." "I see. You were down below." Valerie's voice was controlled now, quiet and even. His eyes held an expression that promised ill for Atherton. He looked round at Turner. "Is he badly hurt, Commander?" "He'll survive," said Turner briefly. He had Karslake on his feet now, still moaning, his hand covering his smashed mouth. For the first time the captain seemed to notice Ralston. He looked at him for a few seconds, an eternity on that bitter, storm-lashed bridge, then spoke, monosyllabic, ominous, 30 years of command behind the word. "Well?" Ralston's face was frozen, expressionless. His eyes never left Karslake. "Yes, sir, I did it. I hit him. The treacherous, murdering bastard." "Ralston!" The MAA's voice was whiplash. Suddenly Ralston's shoulders sagged. With an effort he looked away from Karslake, looked wearily at Valerie. "I'm sorry, I forgot." "He's got a stripe on his arm. Only ratings are bastards." Valerie winced at the bitterness. "But he—" "You've got frostbite." "Rub your chin, man," Turner interrupted sharply. Slowly, mechanically, Ralston did as he was told. He used the back of his hand. Valerie winced again as he saw the palm of the hand raw and mutilated, skin and flesh hanging in strips. The agony of that bare-handed descent from the yardarm. "He tried to murder me, sir. It was deliberate." Ralston sounded tired. "Do you realize what you are saying?" Valerie's voice was as icy as the wind that swept over Langanis, but he felt the first faint chill of fear. "He tried to murder me, sir," Ralston repeated tonelessly. "He returned the boards 5 minutes before I left the yardarm. WT must have started transmitting just as soon as I reached the mast, coming down." "Nonsense, Ralston! How dare you—" "He's right, sir." It was Atherton speaking. He was replacing the receiver carefully, his voice unhappy. I've just checked." The chill of fear settled deeper on Valerie's mind. Almost desperately he said, "Anyone can make a mistake. Ignorance may be culpable, but—" "Ignorance?" The weariness had vanished from Ralston as if it had never been. He took 2 quick steps forward. "Ignorance? I gave him these boards, sir, when I came to the bridge. I asked for the officer of the watch, and he said he was. I didn't know the gunnery officer was on duty, sir. When I told him that the boards were to be returned only to me, he said, 'I don't want any of your damned insolence, Ralston. I know my job. You stick to yours. Just you get up there and perform your heroics.' He knew, sir." Karslake burst from the commander's supporting arm, turned and appealed wildly to the captain. The eyes were white and staring, the whole face working. "That's a lie, sir! It's a damn filthy lie!" He mouthed the words, slurred them through smashed lips. "I never said—" The words crescendoed into a coughing, choking scream, as Ralston's fist smashed viciously, terribly into the torn, bubbling mouth. He staggered drunkenly through the port gate, crashed into the chart house, slid down to lie on the deck, huddled and white and still. Both Turner and the MAA had at once leapt forward to pinion the LTO's arms, but he made no attempt to move. Above and beyond the howl of the wind, the bridge seemed strangely silent. When Valerie spoke, his voice was quite expressionless. "Commander, you might phone for a couple of our Marines. Have Karslake taken down to his cabin and ask Brooks to have a look at him. Master-at-Arms?" "Sir." "Take this rating to the sick bay. Let him have any necessary treatment. Then put him in cells, with an armed guard. Understand?" "I understand, sir." There was no mistaking the satisfaction in Hastings' voice. Valerie, Turner and the gunnery officer stood in silence as Ralston and the MAA left. In silence as two burly Marines carried Karslake, still senseless, off the bridge and below. Valerie moved after them, broke step at Etherton's voice behind him. "Sir?" Valerie did not even turn round. "I'll see you later, Etherton." "No, sir, please. This is important." Something in the gunnery officer's voice held Valerie. He turned back impatiently. "I'm not concerned with excusing myself, sir. There's no excuse." The eyes were fixed steadily on Valerie. "I was standing at the Aztec door when Ralston handed the boards to Karslake. I overheard them, every word they said." Valerie's face became very still. He glanced at Turner, saw that he too was waiting intently. "And Ralston's version of the conversation?" In spite of himself, Valerie's voice was rough, edged with suspense. "Completely accurate, sir." The words were hardly audible. "In every detail. Ralston told the exact truth." Valerie closed his eyes for a moment, turned slowly, heavily away. He made no protest as he felt Turner's hand under his arm, helping him down the steep ladder. Old Socrates had told him 100 times that he carried the ship on his back. He could feel the weight of it now, the crushing burden of every last ounce of it. Valerie was at dinner with Tyndall in the Admiral's day cabin when the message arrived. Sunk in private thought, he gazed down at his untouched food as Tyndall smoothed out the signal. The Admiral cleared his throat. "On course, on time, sea moderate, wind freshening. Expect rendezvous as planned. Commodore 77. He laid the signal down. "Good God, seas moderate, fresh wind. Do you reckon he's in the same damned ocean as us?" Valerie smiled faintly. "This is it, sir." "This is it," Tyndall echoed. He turned to the messenger. "Make a signal. You are running into severe storm. Rendezvous unchanged. You may be delayed. Will remain at rendezvous until your arrival." "That clear enough, Captain?" "Should be, sir. Radio silence?" "Oh, yes, add radio silence. Admiral, 14th ACS. Get it off at once, will you? Then tell WT to shut down themselves." The door shut softly. Tyndall poured himself some coffee, looked across at Valerie. "That boy still on your mind, Dick?" Valerie smiled noncommittally, lit a cigarette. At once he began to cough harshly. "Sorry, sir," he apologized. There was silence for some time. Then he looked up quizzically. "What mad ambition drove me to become a cruiser captain?" he asked sadly. Tyndall grinned. "I don't envy you. I seem to have heard this conversation before. What are you going to do about Ralston, Dick?"
"What would you do, sir?"
Valerie countered. "Keep him locked up until we return from Russia, on a bread-and-water diet, in irons if you like."
Valerie smiled. "You never were a very good liar, John."
Tyndall laughed. "Touché." He was warmed, secretly pleased. Rarely did Richard Valerie break through his self-imposed code of formality. "A heinous offence, we all know, to clout one of H.M. commissioned officers, but if Etherton's story is true, my only regret is that Ralston didn't give Brooks a really large-scale job of replanning that young swine's face."
"It's true, all right, I'm afraid," said Valerie soberly. "What it amounts to is that naval discipline— oh, how old Star would love this— compels me to punish a would-be murderer's victim." He broke off in a fresh paroxysm of coughing, and Tyndall looked away. He hoped the distress wasn't showing in his face. The pity and anger he felt that Valerie, that very perfect, gentle knight, the finest gentleman and friend he had ever known, should be coughing his heart out, visibly dying on his feet, because of the blind inhumanity of an SNO in London 2,000 miles away. "A victim," Valerie went on at last, "who has already lost his mother, brother, and 3 sisters. I believe he has a father at sea somewhere."
"And Carslake?"
"I shall see him tomorrow. I should like you to be there, sir. I will tell him that he will remain an officer of this ship till we return to Scapa, then resign his commission. I don't think he'd care to appear to court-martial, even as a witness," he finished dryly.
"Not if he's sane, which I doubt," Tyndall agreed.
A sudden thought struck him.
"Do you think he is sane?"
He frowned. "Carslake?" Valerie hesitated. "Yes, I think so, sir."
"At least he was."
"Brooks isn't so sure. Says he didn't like the look of him tonight. Something queer about him, he thinks. And in these abnormal conditions, small provocations are magnified out of all proportion." Valerie smiled briefly. Not that Carslake is liable to regard the twin assaults on pride and person as a small provocation.
Tyndall nodded agreement. "He'll bear watching. Oh, damn, I wish the ship would stay still. Half my coffee on the tablecloth. Young Spicer," he looked towards the pantry, "will be as mad as hell. 19 years old and a regular tyrant. I thought these would be sheltered waters, Dick."
"So they are, compared to what's waiting for us. Listen." He cocked his head to the howling of the wind outside. "Let's see what the weatherman has to say about it." He reached for the desk phone, asked for the transmitting station. After a brief conversation, he replaced the receiver. "TS says the anemometer is going crazy. Gusting up to 80 knots, still northwest. Temperature steady at 10 below. He shivered. 10 below. Then looked consideringly at Tyndall. Barometer almost steady at 27.8. What? 27.8, that's what they say. It's impossible, but that's what they say. He glanced at his wristwatch. 45 minutes, sir. This is a very complicated way of committing suicide. They were silent for a minute. Then Tyndall spoke for both of them, answering the question in both their minds.
"We must go, Dick. We must. And by the way, our fire-eating young captain, (D), the doughty Orr, wants to accompany us in the Cirrus. We'll let him tag along a while. He has things to learn, that young man."
At 2020, all ships had completed oiling. Hove to, they had had the utmost difficulty in keeping position in that great wind, but they were infinitely safer than in the open sea. They were given orders to proceed when the weather moderated. The Defender and escorts to Scapa,
the squadron to a position 100 miles east-northeast of rendezvous. Radio silence was to be strictly observed. At 20:30, the Ulysses and Cirrus got under way to the east. Lights winked after them, messengers of good luck. Fluently, Tyndall cursed the squadron for the breach of darkened ship regulations, realised that, barring themselves, there was no one on God's earth to see the signals anyway, and ordered a courteous acknowledgment. At 20:45, still 2 miles short of Langanis Point, the Cirrus was plunging desperately in mountainous seas, shipping great masses of water over her entire forecastle and main deck, and in the darkness looking far less like a destroyer than a porpoising submarine. At 20:50, at reduced speed, she was observed to be moving in close to such slight shelter as the land afforded there. At the same time, her 6-inch Aldous flashed her signal. Screen doors stove in. A turret, not tracking. Flooding port boiler room intake fans. And on the Cirrus's bridge, Commander Orr swore in chagrin as he received the Ulysses' final message. Lesson, without words. Number 1, rejoin squadron at once. You can't come out to play with the big boys. But he swallowed his disappointment, signalled, Wilco, just you wait till I grow up, pulled the Cirrus round in a madly swinging half-circle, and headed thankfully back for shelter. Aboard the flagship, it was lost to sight almost immediately. At 2100, the Ulysses moved out into the Denmark Strait. Chapter 6. Tuesday night. It was the worst storm of the war. Beyond all doubt, had the records been preserved for Admiralty inspection, that would have proved to be incomparably the greatest storm, the most tremendous convulsion of nature since these recordings began. Living memory aboard the Ulysses that night, a vast accumulation of experience in every corner of the globe, could certainly recall nothing even remotely like it, nothing that would even begin to bear comparison as a parallel or precedent. At 10 o'clock, with all doors and hatches battened shut, with all traffic prohibited on the upper deck, with all crews withdrawn from gun turrets and magazines, and all normal deck watch-keeping stopped for the first time since her commissioning, even the taciturn Carrington admitted that the Caribbean hurricanes of the autumns of 34 and 37, when he'd run out of sea room, been forced to heave to in the dangerous right-hand quadrant of both these murderous cyclones, had been no worse than this. But the 2 ships he had taken through these, a 3,000-ton tramp and a superannuated tanker on the New York Asphalt run, had not been in the same class for seaworthiness as the Ulysses. He had little doubt as to her ability to survive. But what the first lieutenant did not know, what nobody had any means of guessing, was that this howling gale was still only the deadly overture. Like some mindless and dreadful beast from an ancient another world, the polar monster crouched on its own doorstep, waiting. At 22:30, the Ulysses crossed the Arctic Circle. The monster struck. It struck with a feral ferocity, with an appalling savagery that smashed minds and bodies into a stunned unknowingness. Its claws were hurtling rapiers of ice that slashed across a man's face and left it welling red. Its teeth were that sub-zero wind, gusting over 120 knots, that ripped and tore through the tissue paper of Arctic clothing and sank home to the bone. Its voice was the devil's orchestra, the roar of a great wind mingled with the banshee shrieking of tortured rigging, a requiem for fiends. Its weight was the crushing power of the hurricane wind that pinned a man helplessly to a bulkhead, fighting for breath, or flung him off his feet to crash in some distant corner, broken-limbed and senseless. Balked of prey in its 500-mile sweep across the frozen wastes of the Greenland ice cap, it goaded the cruel sea into homicidal alliance, and flung itself, titanic in its energy, ravenous in its howling, upon the cockleshell that was the Ulysses. The Ulysses should have died then. Nothing built by man could ever have hoped to survive. She should just have been pressed under to destruction, or turned turtle, or had her back broken, or disintegrated under these mighty hammer blows of wind and sea. But she did none of these things. How she ever survived the insensate fury of that first attack, God only knew. The great wind caught her on the bow and flung her round in a 45-degree arc, and pressed her far over on her side as she fell, literally fell, 40 heart-stopping feet over and down the precipitous walls of a giant trough. She crashed into the valley with a tremendous concussion that jarred every plate, every Clyde-built rivet in her hull. The vibration lasted an eternity, as overstressed metal fought to readjust itself, as steel compressed and stretched far beyond specified braking loads. Miraculously she held, but the sands were running out. She lay far over on her starboard side, the gunwales dipping. Half a mile away, towering high above the mast-top, a great wall of water was roaring down on the helpless ship. The Dude saved the day. The Dude, alternatively known as Purcell, but officially as Engineer Commander Dodson, immaculately clad as usual in overalls of the most dazzling white, had been at his control position in the engine room when that tremendous gust had struck. He had no means of knowing what had happened. He had no means of knowing that the ship was not under command, that no one on the bridge had as yet recovered from that first shattering impact. He had no means of knowing that the quartermaster had been thrown unconscious into a corner of the wheelhouse, that his mate, almost a child in years, was too panic-stricken to dive for the madly spinning wheel. But he did know that the Ulysses was listing crazily, almost broadside on, and he suspected the cause. His shouts on the bridge tube brought no reply. He pointed to the port controls, roared slow in the ear of the engineer W.O., then leapt quickly for the starboard wheel. 15 seconds later, and it would have been too late. As it was, the accelerating starboard screw brought her round just far enough to take that roaring mountain of water under her bows, to dig her stern into the level of the depth-charge rails, till 40 feet of her airborne keel lay poised above the abyss below. When she plunged down, again that same shuddering vibration enveloped the entire hull. The forecastle disappeared far below the surface, the sea flowing over and past the armoured side of A turret. But she was bows on again. At once the Dude signalled his WO for more revolutions, cut back the starboard engine. Below decks, everything was an unspeakable shambles. On the mess decks, steel lockers in their scores had broken adrift, been thrown in a dozen different directions, bursting hasps and locks, spilling their contents everywhere. Hammocks had been catapulted from their racks. Smashed crockery littered the decks. Tables were twisted and smashed, broken stools stuck up at crazy angles. Books, papers, teapots, kettles and crockery were scattered in insane profusion. And amidst this jumbled, sliding wreckage, hundreds of shouting, cursing, frightened and exhausted men struggled to their feet, or knelt, or sat, or just lay still. Surgeon Commander Brooks and Lieutenant Nichols, with an inspired, untiring padre as good as a third doctor, were worked off their feet. The veteran leading SBA Johnson, oddly enough, was almost useless. He was violently sick much of the time, seemed to have lost all heart. No one knew why. It was just one of these things, and he had taken all he could. Men were brought into the sick bay in their dozens, in their scores, a constant trek that continued all night long as the Ulysses fought for her life. A trek that soon overcrowded the meagre space available and turned the wardroom into an emergency hospital. Bruises, cuts, dislocations, concussions, fractures. The exhausted doctors experienced everything that night. Serious injuries were fortunately rare, and inside 3 hours there were only 9 bed patients in the sick bay, including A.B. Ferry, his already mangled arm smashed in 2 places. A bitterly protesting Riley and his fellow mutineers had been unceremoniously turfed out to make room for the more seriously injured. About 23:30, Nichols was called to treat the Kapok Kid. Lurching, falling and staggering in the wildly gyrating ship, he finally found the navigator in his cabin. He looked very unhappy. Nichols eyed him speculatively, saw the deep, ugly gash on his forehead, the swollen ankle peeping out below the Kapok Kid's Martian survival suit. Bad enough, but hardly a borderline case, although one wouldn't have thought so from the miserable, worried expression. Nichols grinned inwardly. "Well, Horatio," he said unkindly, "what's supposed to be the matter with you? Been drinking again?" "It's my back, Johnny," he muttered. He turned face down on the bunk. "Have a look at it, will you?" Nichols' expression changed. He moved forward, then stopped short. "How the hell can I?" he demanded irritably, "when you're wearing that damned ugly suit of yours?" "That's what I mean," said the Kapok Kid anxiously. "I was thrown against the searchlight controls, all knobs and nasty sharp projections. Is it torn? Is it ripped? Cut in any way? Are the seams— Well, for God's sake! Do you mean to tell me—" Nichols sank back incredulously on a locker. The Kapok Kid looked at him hopefully. "Does that mean it's all right?" "Of course it's all right. If it's a blasted tailor you want, why the hell— Enough!" The Kapok Kid swung briskly onto the side of his bunk, lifting an admonitory hand. "There is work for you, Sawbones." He touched his bleeding forehead. "Stitch this up, and waste no time about it. A man of my calibre is urgently needed on the bridge. I am the only man on the ship who has the faintest idea where we are." Busy with a swab, Nichols grinned. "And where are we?" "I don't know," said the Kapok Kid frankly. "That's what's so urgent about it. But I do know where I was. Back in Henley. Did I ever tell you?" The Ulysses did not die. Time and again that night, hove to with the wind fine of her starboard bow, as her bows crashed into and under the far shoulder of a trough, it seemed that she could never shake free from the great press of water. But time and again she did just that, shuddering, quivering under the fantastic strain. 1,000 times before dawn, officers and men blessed the genius at the Clyde shipyard that had made her. 1,000 times they cursed the blind malevolence of that great storm that put the Ulysses on the rack. Perhaps blind was not the right word. The storm wielded its wild hate with an almost human cunning. Shortly after the first onslaught, the wind had veered quickly, incredibly so, and in defiance of all the laws, back almost to the north again. The Ulysses was on a lee shore, forced to keep pounding into gigantic seas. Gigantic and cunning also. Roaring by the Ulysses, a huge comber would suddenly whip round and crash on deck, smashing a boat to smithereens. Inside an hour, the barge, motorboat, and 2 whalers were gone, their shattered timbers swept away in the boiling cauldron. Carly rafts were broken off by the sudden hammer blows of the same cunning waves, swept over the side and gone forever. 4 of the balsa floats went the same way. But the most cunning attack of all was made right aft on the poop deck. At the height of the storm, a series of heavy explosions, 6 in as many seconds, almost lifted the stern out of the water. Panic spread like wildfire in the after mess decks. Practically every light abaft the after engine room smashed or failed. In the darkness of the mess decks, above the clamour, high-pitched cries of "Torpedoed! Mind! She's breaking up!" Galvanised, exhausted, injured men, even those, more than half, in various degrees of prostration from seasickness, into frantic stampeding towards doors and hatches, only to find doors and hatches jammed solidly by the intense cold. Here and there the automatic battery lamps had clicked on when the lighting circuits failed. Glowing little pinpoints, they played on isolated groups of white, contorted faces, sunken-eyed and straining, as they struggled through the yellow pools of light. Conditions were ripe for disaster when a voice, harsh, mocking, cut cleanly through the bedlam. The voice was Ralston's. He had been released before 9 o'clock on the captain's orders. The cells were in the very forepeak of the ship, and conditions there were impossible in a head sea. Even so, Hastings had freed him only with the worst possible grace. "It's our own depth charges! Do you hear me, you bloody fools? It's our own depth charges!" It was not so much the words as the biting mockery that stopped short the panic, halted dazed, unthinking men in their tracks. "They're our depth charges, I tell you. They must have been washed over the side." He was right. The entire contents of Iraq had broken adrift, lifted from their cradles by some freak wave, and tumbled over the side. Through some oversight, they had been left set at their shallow setting, those put on for the midget submarine in Scapa, and had gone off almost directly under the ship. The damage, it seemed, was only minor. Up in A mess deck, right forward, conditions were even worse. There was more wreckage on the decks and far more seasickness. Not the green-faced, slightly ludicrous malaise of the cross-channel steamer, but tearing, rendering conversions, dark and heavy with blood. For the bows had been rearing and lunging, rearing and plunging, 30, 40, 50 feet at a time, for endless, hopeless hours. But there was an even more sinister agent at work, rapidly making the mess deck untenable. At the forward end of the capstan flat, which adjoined the mess deck, was the battery room. In here were stored, or on charge, 101 different batteries, ranging from the heavy lead-acid batteries weighing over 100 pounds to the tiny nickel-cadmium cells for the emergency lighting. Here, too, were stored earthenware jars of prepared acid and big glass carboys of undiluted sulphuric. These last were permanently stored. In heavy weather, the big batteries were lashed down. No one knew what had happened. It seemed likely, certain indeed, that acid spilt from the batteries by the tremendous pitching had eaten through the lashings. Then a battery must have broken loose and smashed another, and another, and another, and then the jars and carboys, until the entire floor, fortunately of acid-resisting material, was awash to a depth of 5 or 6 inches in sulphuric acid. A young torpedo man, on a routine check, had opened the door and seen the splashing sea of acid inside. Panicking, and recalling vaguely that caustic soda, stored in quantities just outside, was a neutralizer for sulphuric, he had emptied a 40-pound carton of it into the battery room. He was in the sick bay now, blinded. The acid fumes saturated the capstan flat, making entry impossible without breathing equipment, and was seeping back slowly, insidiously into the mess deck. More deadly still, hundreds of gallons of salt water from sprung deck plates and broken capstan speaking tubes were surging crazily around the flat. Already the air was tainted with the first traces of chlorine gas. On the deck immediately above, Hartley and 2 seamen, belayed with ropes, had made a brief, hopelessly gallant attempt to plug the gaping holes. All 3, battered into near senselessness by the great waves pounding the forecastle, were dragged off within a minute. For the men below, it was discomfort, danger, and desperate physical illness. For the bare handful of men above, the officers and ratings on the bridge, it was pure, undiluted hell. But a hell not of our latter-day imagining, a strictly Eastern and biblical conception, but the hell of our ancient North European ancestors, of the Vikings, the Danes, the Jutes, of Beowulf and the monster-haunted Meres, the hell of eternal cold. True, the temperature registered a mere 10 degrees below zero, minus 42 degrees of frost. Men have been known to live, even to work in the open at far lower temperatures. What is not so well known, what is barely realized at all, is that when freezing point has been passed, every extra mile per hour of wind is equivalent, in terms of pure cold as it reacts on a human being, to a 1 degree drop in temperature. Not once, but several times that night, before it had finally raced itself to destruction, the anemometer had recorded gusts of over 125 miles per hour. Wave-flattening gusts that sundered stays and all but tore the funnels off. For minutes on end, the shrieking, screaming wind held steady at 100 miles per hour and above. The total equivalent, for these numbed, paralysed creatures on the bridge, of something well below 100 degrees below zero. 5 minutes at a time was enough for any man on the bridge. Then he had to retire to the captain's shelter. Not that manning the bridge was more than a gesture anyway. It was impossible to look into that terrible wind. The cold would have seared the eyeballs blind. The ice would have gouged them out. And it was impossible even to see through the Kent Clearview windscreens. They still spun at high speed, but uselessly. The ice-laden storm, a gigantic sandblaster, had starred and abraded the plate glass until it was completely opaque. It was not a dark night. It was possible to see above, abeam and astern. Above, patches of night blue sky and handfuls of stars could be seen at fleeting intervals, obscured as soon as seen by the scudding, shredded cloud rack. Abeam and astern, the sea was an inky black, laced with boiling white. Gone now were the serried ranks of yesterday. Gone, too, the decorative whitecaps. Here now were only massive mountains of water, broken and confused, breaking this way and that, but always tending south. Some of these moving ranges of water, by no stretch of the imagination, only by proxy could they be called waves, were small, insignificant, in size of a suburban house. Others held 1,000,000 tons of water, towered 70 to 80 feet, looming terrifyingly against the horizon, big enough to drown a cathedral. As the Kapok Kid remarked, the best thing to do with these waves was to look the other way. More often than not, they passed harmlessly by, plunging the Ulysses into the depths. Rarely they curled over and broke their tops into the bridge, soaking the unfortunate officer of the watch. He had then to be removed at once, or he would literally have frozen solid within a minute. So far they had survived, far beyond the expectation of any man. But as they were blind ahead, there was always the worry of what would come next. Would the next sea be normal? For that storm, that was. Or some nameless juggernaut that would push them under forever. The suspense never lifted. A suspense doubled by the fact that when the Ulysses reared and crashed down, it did so soundlessly, sightlessly. They could judge its intensity only by movement and vibration. The sound of the sea, everything, was drowned in the satanic cacophony of that howling wind in the upper works and rigging. About 2 a.m, it was just after the depth charge explosions, some of the senior officers had staged their own private mutiny. The captain, who had been persuaded to go below less than an hour previously, exhausted and shaking uncontrollably with cold, had been wakened by the depth charging, and had returned to the bridge. He found his way barred by the commander and Commander Westcliff, who bundled him quietly but firmly into the shelter. Turner heaved the door to, switched on the light. Valerie was more puzzled than angry. What in the world does this mean?" he demanded. "Mutiny!" boomed Turner happily. His face was covered in blood from flying splinters of ice. "On the high seas is the technical term, I believe. Isn't that so, Admiral?" "Exactly," the Admiral agreed. Valerie swung round, startled. Tyndall was lying in state on the bunk. "Mind you, I've no jurisdiction over a captain in his own ship. but I can't see a thing." He lay back on the bunk, eyes elaborately closed in seeming exhaustion. Only Tyndall knew that he wasn't pretending. Valerie said nothing. He stood there, clutching a handrail, his face grey and haggard, his eyes blood-red and drugged with sleep. Turner felt a knife twist inside him as he looked at him. When he spoke, his voice was low and earnest, so unusual for him that he caught and held Valerie's attention. "Sir, this is no night for a naval captain. Danger from any quarter except the sea itself just doesn't exist. Agreed?" Valerie nodded silently. "It's a night for a seaman, sir. With all respect, I suggest that neither of us is in the class of Carrington. He's just a different breed of man."
"Nice of you to include yourself, Commander," Valerie murmured, "and quite unnecessary."
"The first lieutenant will remain on the bridge all night. So will Westcliff here. So will I." "Me too," grunted Tyndall, "but I'm going to sleep." He looked almost as tired, as haggard as Valerie. Turner grinned. "Thank you, sir. Well, Captain, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit overcrowded here tonight. We'll see you after breakfast."
But me no buts," Westcliff murmured.
"Please," Turner insisted, "you will do us a favour." Valerie looked at him. "As captain of the Ulysses—" His voice tailed off. "I don't know what to say." "I do," said Turner briskly, his hand on Valerie's elbow. "Let's go below."
"Don't think I can manage by myself, eh?"
Valerie smiled faintly. "I do, but I'm taking no chances. Come along, sir." All right. He sighed tiredly. "Anything for a quiet life and a night's sleep." Reluctantly, with a great effort, Lieutenant Nichols dragged himself up from the mist-fogged depths of exhausted sleep. Slowly, reluctantly, he opened his eyes. The Ulysses, he realized, was still rolling as heavily, plunging as sickeningly as ever. The Kapok Kid, forehead swathed in bandages, the rest of his face pocked with blood, was bending over him. He looked disgustingly cheerful. "Hark, hark, the lark, etc." The Kapok Kid grinned. "And how are we this morning?" he mimicked unctuously. The Honourable Carpenter held the medical profession in low esteem. Nichols focused blurred eyes on him. "What's the matter, Andy? Anything wrong?" "With Monsieur Carrington and Carpenter in charge," said the Kapok Kid loftily, "nothing could be wrong. Want to come up top? See Carrington do his stuff. He's going to turn the ship round. In this little lot it should be worth seeing." "What? Damn it to hell, have you woken me just—" "Brother, when this ship turns you would wake up anyway, probably on the deck with a broken neck. But as it so happens, Jimmy requires your assistance. At least, he requires one of these heavy plate-glass squares, which I happen to know you have in great numbers in the dispensary. But the dispenser is locked. I tried it," he added shamelessly. "But what? I mean, plate glass." "Come and see for yourself," the Kapok Kid invited. It was dawn now, a wild and terrible dawn, fit epilogue for a nightmare. Strange trailing bands of misty white vapour swept by barely at mast-top level, but high above the sky was clear. The seas, still gigantic, were shorter now, much shorter, and even steeper. The Ulysses was slowed right down, with barely enough steerage way to keep her head up, and even then taking severe punishment in the precipitous head seas. The wind had dropped to a steady 50 knots. Gale force. Even at that it seared like fire in Nichols' lungs as he stepped out on the flap deck, blinded him with ice and cold. Hastily he wrapped scarves over his entire face, clambered up to the bridge by touch and instinct. The Kapok Kid followed with the glass. As they climbed, they heard the loudspeakers crackling some unintelligible message. Turner and Carrington were alone on the twilit bridge, swathed like mummies. Not even their eyes were visible. They wore goggles. "Morning, Nichols!" boomed the commander. "It is Nichols, isn't it?" He pulled off his goggles, his back turned to the bitter wind, threw them away in disgust. "Can't see damn all through these bloody things. Ah, number one, he's got the glass." Nichols crouched in the forward lee of the compass platform. In a corner, the duckboards were littered with goggles, eye shields and gas masks. He jerked his head towards them. "What's this? A clearance sail?" "We're turning round, Doc." It was Carrington who answered, his voice calm and precise as ever, without a trace of exhaustion. "But we've got to see where we're going, and as the commander says, all these damn things there are useless. Missed up immediately they're put on. It's too cold. If you'll just hold it, so, and if you would wipe it, Andy." Nichols looked at the great seas. He shuddered. "Excuse my ignorance, but why turn round at all?" "Because it'll be impossible very shortly," Carrington answered briefly. Then he chuckled. "This is going to make me the most unpopular man in the ship. We've just broadcast a warning. Ready, sir. Stand by, engine room. Stand by, wheelhouse. Ready, number one." For 30 seconds, 45, a whole minute, Carrington stared steadily, unblinkingly through the glass. Nichols' hands froze. The Kapok Kid rubbed industriously. Then, "Half ahead port." "Half ahead port," Turner echoed. "Starboard 20. Starboard 20. Nichols risked a glance over his shoulder. In the split second before his eyes blinded, filled with tears, he saw a huge wave bearing down on them. The bows already swinging diagonally away from it. Well, good God! Why hadn't Carrington waited until that was past? The great wave flung the bows up, pushed the Ulysses far over to starboard, then passed under. The Ulysses staggered over the top, corkscrewed wickedly down the other side, her masts, great gleaming tree trunks thick and heavy with ice, swinging in a great arc as she rolled over, burying her port rails in the rising shoulder of the next sea. "Full ahead port! Full ahead port! Starboard 30! Starboard 30! The next sea, passing beneath, merely straightened the Ulysses up. And then, at last, Nichols understood. Incredibly, because it had been impossible to see so far ahead, Carrington had known that two opposing wave systems were due to interlock in an area of comparative calm. How he had sensed it, no one knew, would ever know, not even Carrington himself. But he was a great seaman, and he had known. For 15, 20 seconds, the sea was a seething white mass of violently disturbed, conflicting waves, of the type usually found, on a small scale, in tidal races and overfalls. And the Ulysses curved gracefully through. And then another great sea, towering almost to bridge height, caught her on the far turn of the quarter circle. It struck the entire length of the Ulysses, for the first time that night, with tremendous weight. It threw her far over on her side, the lee rails vanishing. Nichols was flung off his feet, crashed heavily into the side of the bridge, the glass shattering. He could have sworn he heard Carrington laughing. He clawed his way back to the middle of the compass platform. And still the great wave had not passed. It towered high above the trough into which the Ulysses, now heeled far over to 40 degrees, had been so contemptuously flung, bore down remorselessly from above, and sought, in a lethal silence, and with an almost animistic savagery, to press her under. The inclinometer swung relentlessly over, 45 degrees, 50 degrees, 53 degrees, and hung there an eternity, while men stood on the side of the ship, braced with their hands on the deck, numbed minds barely grasping the inevitable. This was the end. The Ulysses could never come back. A lifetime ticked agonizingly by. Nichols and Carpenter looked at each other, blank-faced, expressionless. Tilted at that crazy angle, the bridge was sheltered from the wind. Carrington's voice, calm, conversational, carried with amazing clarity. "She'd go to 65 degrees and still come back," he said matter-of-factly. "Hang on to your hats, gentlemen. This is going to be interesting." Just as he finished, the Ulysses shuddered, then imperceptibly, then slowly, then with vicious speed lurched back and whipped through an arc of 90 degrees, then back again. Once more Nichols found himself in the corner of the bridge, but the Ulysses was almost round. The Kapok Kid, grinning with relief, picked himself up and tapped Carrington on the shoulder. "Don't look now, sir, but we have lost our mainmast." It was a slight exaggeration, but the top 15 feet, which had carried the after radar scanner, were undoubtedly gone. That wicked double whiplash, with the weight of the ice, had been too much. "Slow ahead, both! Midships! Slow ahead, both! Midships! Steady as she goes!" The Ulysses was round. The Kapok Kid caught Nichols' eye, nodded at the first lieutenant. "See what I mean, Johnny?" "Yes." Nichols was very quiet. "Yes, I see what you mean." Then he grinned suddenly. "Next time you make a statement, I'll just take your word for it if you don't mind. These demonstrations of proof take too damn much out of a person." Running straight before the heavy stern sea, the Ulysses was amazingly steady. The wind, too, was dead astern now, the bridge in magical shelter. The scudding mist overhead had thinned out, was almost gone. Far away to the southeast, a dazzling white sun climbed up above a cloudless horizon. The long night was over. An hour later, with the wind down to 30 knots, radar reported contacts to the west. After another hour, with the wind almost gone and only a heavy swell running, smoke plumes tufted above the horizon. At 10:30, in position, on time, the Ulysses rendezvoused with the convoy from Halifax. Chapter 7. Wednesday night. The convoy came steadily up from the west, rolling heavily in crossed seas. A rich argosy, a magnificent prize for any German wolf pack. 18 ships in this argosy, 15 big modern cargo ships, 3 16,000-ton tankers, carrying a freight far more valuable, infinitely more vital, than any fleet of quinqueremes or galleons had ever known. Tanks, planes, and petrol. What were gold and jewels, silks and the rarest of spices compared to these? £10 million. £20 million. The total worth of that convoy was difficult to estimate. In any event, its real value was not to be measured in terms of money. Aboard the merchant ships, crews lined the decks as the Ulysses steamed up between the port and centre lines. Lined the decks and looked and wondered, and thanked their maker they had been wide of the path of that great storm. The Ulysses, seen from another deck, was a strange sight. Broken-masted, stripped of her rafts, with her boatfalls hauled taut over empty cradles. She glistened like crystal in the morning light. The great wind had blown away all snow, had abraded and rubbed and polished the ice to a stain-smooth, transparent gloss. But on either side of the bows and before the bridge were huge patches of crimson, where the hurricane sandblaster of that long night had stripped off camouflage and base coats, exposing the red lead below. The American escort was small, a heavy cruiser with a seaplane for spotting, 2 destroyers and 2 near frigates of the Coast Guard type. Small, but sufficient. There was no need of escort carriers, although these frequently sailed with the Atlantic convoys, because the Luftwaffe could not operate so far west, and the wolf packs, in recent months, had moved north and east of Iceland. There they were not only near a base, they could more easily lie astride the converging convoy routes to Murmansk. East-northeast they sailed in company, freighters, American warships and the Ulysses, until late in the afternoon the box-like silhouette of an escort carrier bulked high against the horizon. Half an hour later, at 1600, the American escort slowed, dropped astern and turned, winking farewell messages of good luck. Aboard the Ulysses, men watched them depart with mixed feelings. They knew these ships had to go, that another convoy would already be mustering off the St. Lawrence. There was none of the envy, the bitterness one might expect, and had indeed been common enough only a few weeks ago, among these exhausted men who carried the brunt of the war. There was instead a careless acceptance of things as they were, a quasi-cynical bravado, often a queer, high, nameless pride that hid itself beneath twisted jests and endless grumbling. The 14th Aircraft Carrier Squadron, or what was left of it, was only 2 miles away now. Tyndall, coming to the bridge, swore fluently as he saw that a carrier and minesweeper were missing. An angry signal went out to Captain Jeffreys of the Sterling, asking why orders had been disobeyed, where the missing ships were. And Aldous flickered back its reply. Tyndall sat grim-faced and silent as Bentley read out the signal to him. The Wrestler's steering gear had broken down during the night. Even behind Langanes, the weather position had been severe, had worsened about midnight when the wind had veered to the north. The Wrestler, even with 2 screws, had lost almost all steering command, and in zero visibility and an effort to maintain position, had gone too far ahead and grounded on the Velia bank. She had grounded on the top of the tide. She had still been there, with the minesweeper eager in attendance, when the squadron had sailed shortly after dawn. Tyndall sat in silence for some minutes. He dictated a WT signal to the Wrestler, hesitated about breaking radio silence, countermanded the signal, and decided to go to sea for himself. After all, it was only 3 hours steaming distance. He signalled the Sterling, "Take over squadron command. We'll rejoin in the morning," and ordered Valerie to take the Ulysses back to Langanes. Valerie nodded unhappily, gave the necessary orders. He was worried, badly so, was trying hard not to show it. The least of his worries was himself, although he knew, but never admitted to anyone, that he was a very sick man. He thought, wryly, that he didn't have to admit it anyway. He was amused and touched by the elaborate casualness with which his officers sought to lighten his load, to show their concern for him. He was worried, too, about his crew. They were in no fit state to do the lightest work, to survive that killing cold, far less sail the ship and fight her through to Russia. He was depressed, also, over the series of misfortunes that had befallen the squadron since leaving Scapa. It augured ill for the future, and he had no illusions as to what lay ahead for the crippled squadron. And always, a gnawing torment at the back of his mind, he worried about Ralston. Ralston, that tall throwback to his Scandinavian ancestors, with his flaxen hair and still blue eyes. Ralston, whom nobody understood, with whom nobody on the ship had an intimate friendship, who went his own unsmiling, self-possessed way. Ralston, who had nothing left to fight for, except memories, who was one of the most reliable men in the Ulysses, extraordinarily decisive, competent and resourceful in any emergency, and who again found himself under lock and key, and for nothing that any reasonable and just man could call fault of his own. Under lock and key, that was what hurt. Last night Valerie had gladly seized the excuse of bad weather to release him, had intended to forget the matter, to let sleeping dogs lie, but Hastings, the master-at-arms, had exceeded his duty and returned him to cells during the forenoon watch. Masters-at-arms, disciplinary warrant officers in effect, had never been particularly noted for a humane, tolerant and ultra-kindly attitude to life in general, or the lower deck in particular. They couldn't afford to be. But even amongst such men, Hastings was an exception. A machine-like, seemingly emotionless creature, expressionless, unbending, strict, fair according to his lights, but utterly devoid of heart and sympathy. If Hastings were not careful, Valerie mused, he might very well go the same way as Lister, until recently the highly unpopular master-at-arms of the Blue Ranger. Not, when he came to think of it, that anyone knew what had happened to Lister, except that he had been so misguided as to take a walk on the flight deck on a dark and starless night. Valerie sighed. As he had explained to Foster, his hands were tied. Foster, the captain of Marines, with an aggrieved and incensed Colour Sergeant Evans standing behind him, had complained bitterly at having his Marines withdrawn for guard duty, men who needed every minute of sleep they could snatch. Privately, Valerie had sympathised with Foster, but he couldn't afford to countermand his original order, not at least until he had held a captain's defaulters and placed Ralston under open arrest. He sighed again, sent for Turner, and asked him to break out grass lines, a manila, and a 5-inch wire on the poop. He suspected that they would be needed shortly, and, as it turned out, his preparations were justified. Darkness had fallen when they moved up to the Velia bank, but locating the wrestler was easy. Her identification challenge 10 minutes ago had given her approximate position, and now her squat bulk loomed high before them, a knife-edged silhouette against the pale afterglow of sunset. Ominously, her flight deck raked perceptibly towards the stern, where the Eager lay, apparently at anchor. The sea was almost calm here. There was only a gentle swell running. Aboard the Ulysses, a hooded pinhole Aldous started to chatter. "Congratulations! How are you fast?" From the wrestler, a tiny light flickered in answer. Bentley read aloud as the message came. "Bows aft, 100 feet. "Wonderful," said Tyndall bitterly. "Just wonderful. Ask him, how is steering gear?" Back came the answer. "Diver down, transverse fracture of post, dockyard job." "My God," Tyndall groaned. "A dockyard job. That's handy. Ask him, what steps have you taken?" "All fuel and water pumped aft. Kedge anchor, Eager towing. Full astern, 1200 to 1230. The turn of the high tide, Tyndall knew. Very successful indeed," he growled. "No, you bloody fool, don't send that. Tell him to prepare to receive towing wire. Bring own towing chain aft." "Message understood," Bentley read. "Ask him, how much excess squadron fuel have you?" 800 tons. "Get rid of it." Bentley read, "Please confirm." "Tell him to empty the bloody stuff over the side," Tyndall roared. The light on the wrestler flickered and died in hurt silence. At midnight, the Eager steamed slowly ahead of the Ulysses, taking up the wire that led back to the cruiser's forecastle capstan. 2 minutes later, the Ulysses began to shudder as the 4 great engines boiled up the shallow water into a seething, mud-stained cauldron. The chain from the poop deck to the wrestler's stern was a bare 15 fathoms in length, angling up at 30 degrees. This would force the carrier's stern down, only a fraction, but in this situation every ounce counted, and give more positive buoyancy to the grounded bows. And, much more important, for the racing screws were now aerating the water, developing only a fraction of their potential thrust, the proximity of the 2 ships helped the Ulysses screws reinforce the action of the wrestlers in scouring out a channel in the sand and mud beneath the carrier's keel. 20 minutes before high tide, easily, steadily, the wrestler slid off. At once, the blacksmith on the Ulysses' bows knocked off the shackles securing the Eager's towing wire, and the Ulysses pulled the carrier, her engines shut down, in a big half-circle to the east. By 1 o'clock, the wrestler was gone. the eager in attendance and ready to pass a head rope for bad weather steering. On the bridge of the Ulysses, Tyndall watched the carrier vanish into the night, zigzagging as the captain tried to balance the steering on the two screws. "No doubt they'll get the hang of it before they get to Scapa," he growled. He felt cold, exhausted, and only the way an admiral can feel when he has lost 3/4 of his carrier force. He sighed wearily and turned to Valerie. "When do you reckon we'll overtake the convoy?" Valerie hesitated. Not so the Kapok Kid. 0805, he answered readily and precisely. At 27 knots on the intersection course I've just penciled out. "Oh, my God," Tyndall groaned. "That stripling again! What did I ever do to deserve him?" "As it happens, young man, it's imperative that we overtake before dawn." "Yes, sir." The Kapok Kid was imperturbable. "I thought so myself. On my alternative course, 33 knots, 30 minutes before dawn." "I thought so myself. Take him away!" Tyndall raved. "Take him away, or I'll wrap his damned dividers round—" He broke off, climbed stiffly out of his chair, took Valerie by the arm. "Come on, Captain, let's go below. What the hell's the use of a couple of ancient has-beens like us getting in the way of youth?" He passed out the gate behind the captain, grinning tiredly to himself. The Ulysses was at dawn action stations as the shadowy shapes of the convoy, a bare mile ahead, lifted out of the greying gloom. The great bulk of the Blue Ranger, on the starboard quarter of the convoy, was unmistakable. There was a moderate swell running, but not enough to be uncomfortable. The breeze was light, from the west, the temperature just below 0, the sky chill and cloudless. The time was exactly 0700. At 0702, the Blue Ranger was torpedoed. The Ulysses was 2 cable lengths away on her starboard quarter. Those on the bridge felt the physical shock of the twin explosions, heard them shattering the stillness of the dawn as they saw 2 searing columns of flame fingering skywards, high above the Blue Ranger's bridge and well aft of it. A second later, they heard a signalman shouting something unintelligible, saw him pointing forwards and downwards. It was another torpedo, running astern of the carrier, trailing its evil phosphorescent wake across the heels of the convoy, before spending itself in the darkness of the Arctic. Valerie was shouting down the voice pipe, pulling round the Ulysses, still doing upwards of 20 knots, in a madly heeling, skidding turn to avoid collision with the slewing carrier. 3 sets of Aldis lamps and the fighting lights were already stuttering out the maintain position code signal to ships in the convoy. Marshall, on the phone, was giving the standby order to the depth charge LTO. Gun barrels were already depressing, peering hungrily into the treacherous sea. The signal to the Cirrus stopped short, unneeded. The destroyer, a half-seen blue in the darkness, was already knifing its way through the convoy, white water piled high at its bows, headed for the estimated position of the U-boat. The Ulysses sheared by parallel to the burning carrier, less than 150 feet away. Travelling so fast, heeling so heavily, and at such close range, it was impossible to gather more than a blurred impression. A tangled, confused memory of heavy black smoke laced with roaring columns of flame. Appalling in that near darkness. Of a drunkenly listing flight deck. Of Grummons and Corsairs cartwheeling grotesquely over the edge to splash icy clouds of spray in shocked faces, as the cruiser slewed away. And then the Ulysses was round, heading back south for the kill. Within a minute, the signal lamp of the Vectra, up front with the convoy, started winking. "Contact, green 70, closing. Contact, green 70, closing." "Acknowledge," Tyndall ordered briefly. The Aldis had barely begun to clack when the Vectra cut through the signal. "Contacts! Repeat contacts! Green 90, closing, very close. Repeat contacts, contacts." Tyndall cursed softly. "Acknowledge. Investigate." He turned to Valerie. "Let's join him, Captain. This is it. Wolf-pack number 1, and in force. No bloody right to be here," he added bitterly. "So much for Admiralty intelligence." The Ulysses was round again, heading for the Vectra. It should have been growing lighter now, but the Blue Ranger, her squadron fuel tanks on fire, a gigantic torch against the eastern horizon, had the curious effect of throwing the surrounding sea into heavy darkness. She lay almost athwart of the flagship's course for the Vectra, looming larger every minute. Tyndall had his night glasses to his eyes, kept on muttering, "The poor bastards, the poor bastards." The Blue Ranger was almost gone. She lay dead in the water, heeled far over to starboard, ammunition and petrol tanks going up in a constant series of crackling reports. Suddenly, a succession of dull, heavy explosions rumbled over the sea. The entire bridge island structure lurched crazily sideways, held, then slowly, ponderously, deliberately, the whole massive body of it toppled majestically into the glacial darkness of the sea. God only knew how many men perished with it, deep down in the Arctic, trapped in its iron walls. They were the lucky ones. The Vectra, barely 2 miles ahead now, was pulling round south in a tight circle. Valerie saw her, altered course to intercept. He heard Bentley shouting something unintelligible from the fore corner of the compass platform. Valerie shook his head, heard him shouting again, his voice desperate with some nameless urgency. His arm pointing frantically over the windscreen, and leapt up beside him. The sea was on fire. Flat, calm, burdened with hundreds of tons of fuel oil, it was a vast carpet of licking, twisting flames. That much, for a second, and that only, Valerie saw. Then, with heart-stopping shock, with physically sickening abruptness, he saw something else again. The burning sea was alive with swimming, struggling men. Not a handful, not even dozens, but literally hundreds, soundlessly screaming, agonizingly dying in the barbarous contrariety of drowning and cremation. "Signal from Vectra, sir." It was Bentley speaking, his voice abnormally matter-of-fact. "Depth charging. 3 contacts. Request immediate assistance." Tyndall was at Valerie's side now. He heard Bentley, looked a long second at Valerie, following his sick, fascinated gaze into the sea ahead. For a man in the sea, oil is an evil thing. It clogs his movements, burns his eyes, sears his lungs, and tears away his stomach in uncontrollable paroxysms of retching. But oil on fire is a hellish thing. Death by torture, a slow, shrieking death by drowning, by burning, by asphyxiation. For the flames devour all the life-giving oxygen on the surface of the sea. And not even in the bitter Arctic is there the merciful extinction by cold. For the insulation of an oil-soaked body stretches a dying man on the rack for eternity, carefully preserves him for the last excruciating refinement of agony. All this Valerie knew. He knew, too, that for the Ulysses to stop, starkly outlined against the burning carrier, would have been suicide. And to come sharply round to starboard, even had there been time and room to clear the struggling, dying men in the sea ahead, would have wasted invaluable minutes, time and to spare for the U-boats ahead to line up firing tracks on the convoy. And the Ulysses' first responsibility was to the convoy. Again, all this Valerie knew. But at that moment, what weighed most heavily with him was common humanity. Fine off the port bow, close in to the Blue Ranger, the oil was heaviest, the flames fiercest, the swimmers thickest. Valerie looked back over his shoulder at the officer of the watch. "Port 10. "Port 10, sir." "Midships?" "Midship, sir." "Steady as she goes." For 10, 15 seconds, the Ulysses held her course, arrowing through the burning sea to the spot where some gregariously atavistic instinct for self-preservation held 200 men knotted together in a writhing, seething mass, gasping out their lives in hideous agony. For a second, a great gout of flame leapt up in the centre of the group, like a giant incandescent magnesium flare, a flame that burnt the picture into the hearts and minds of the men on the bridge with a permanence and searing clarity that no photographic plate could ever have reproduced. Men on fire, human torches beating insanely at the flames that licked, scorched, and then incinerated clothes, hair, and skin. Men flinging themselves almost out of the water, backs arched like tautened bows, grotesque in convulsive crucifixion. Men lying dead in the water, insignificant, featureless little oil-stained mounds in an oil-soaked plain. And a handful of fear-maddened men, faces inhumanly contorted, who saw the Ulysses and knew what was coming, as they frantically thrashed their way to a safety that offered only a few more brief seconds of unspeakable agony before they gladly died. "Starboard 30. Valerie's voice was low, barely a murmur, but it carried clearly through the shocked silence on the bridge. "Starboard 30, sir." For the third time in 10 minutes, the Ulysses slewed crazily round in a racing turn. Turning thus, a ship does not follow through the line of the bows cutting the water. There is a pronounced sideways or lateral motion, and the faster and sharper the turn, the more violent the broadside skidding motion like a car on ice. The side of the Ulysses, still at an acute angle, caught the edge of the group on the port bow. Almost on the instant, the entire length of the swinging hull smashed into the heart of the fire, into the thickest press of dying men. For most of them, it was just extinction, swift and glad and merciful. The tremendous concussion and pressure waves crushed the life out of them, thrust them deep down into the blessed oblivion of drowning, thrust them down and sucked them back into the thrashing vortex of the 4 great screws. On board the Ulysses, men for whom death and destruction had become the stuff of existence, to be accepted with the callousness and jesting indifference that alone kept them sane. These men clenched impotent fists, mouthed meaningless, useless curses over and over again, and wept heedlessly like little children. They wept as pitiful, charred faces turned up towards the Ulysses and alight with joy and hope, petrified into incredulous staring horror as realization dawned and the water closed over them. As hate-filled men screamed insane invective, both arms raised aloft, shaking fists white-knuckled through the dripping oil, as the Ulysses trampled them under. As a couple of young boys were sucked into the maelstrom of the propellers, still giving the thumbs-up sign. As a particularly shocking case, who looked as if he'd been barbecued on a spit and had no right to be alive, lifted a scorified hand to the blackened hole that had been his mouth, flung to the bridge a kiss in token of endless gratitude, and wept, oddly, most of all, at the inevitable humorist who lifted his fur cap high above his head and bowed gravely and deeply, his face into the water as he died. Suddenly, mercifully, the sea was empty. The air was strangely still and quiet, heavy with the sickening stench of charred flesh and burning diesel, and the Ulysses' stern was swinging wildly almost under the black pall overhanging the Blue Ranger amidships, when the shells struck her. The shells, 3 3.7s, came from the Blue Ranger. Certainly no living gun crews manned these 3.7s. The heat must have ignited the bridge fuses in the cartridge cases. The first shell exploded harmlessly against the armour plating. The second wrecked the bosun's store, fortunately empty. The third penetrated number 3 low power room via the deck. There were 9 men in there, an officer, 7 ratings, and chief torpedo gunner's mate noise. In that confined space, death was instantaneous. Only seconds later, a heavy rumbling explosion blew out a great hole along the waterline of the Blue Ranger, and she fell slowly, wearily right over on her starboard side, her flight deck vertical to the water, as if content to die now that, dying, she had lashed out at the ship that had destroyed her crew. On the bridge, Valerie still stood on the yeoman's platform, leaning over the starred, opaque windscreen. His head hung down. His eyes were shut, and he was retching desperately. The gushing blood, arterial blood, ominously bright and scarlet in the iridescent glare of the sinking carrier. Tyndall stood there helplessly beside him, not knowing what to do, his mind numbed and sick. Suddenly he was brushed unceremoniously aside by the surgeon commander, who pushed a white towel to Valerie's mouth and led him gently below. Old Brooks, everyone knew, should have been at his action station's position in the sick bay. No one dared say anything. Carrington straightened the Ulysses out on course, while he waited for Turner to move up from the after director tower to take over the bridge. In 3 minutes, the cruiser was up with the Vectra, methodically quartering for a lost contact. Twice the ships regained contact. Twice they dropped heavy patterns. A heavy oil slick rose to the surface, possibly a kill, probably a ruse. But in any event, neither ship could remain to investigate further. The convoy was 2 miles ahead now, and only the Sterling and Viking were there for its protection. A wholly inadequate cover, and powerless to save the convoy from any determined attack. It was the Blue Ranger that saved FR-77. In these high latitudes, dawn comes slowly, interminably. Even so, it was more than half light, and the merchant ships, lying ahead through that very gentle swell, lifted clear and sharp against a cloudless horizon. A U-boat commander's dream. Or would have been, had he been able to see them. But by this time, the convoy was completely obscured from the wolf pack lying to the south. The light westerly wind carried the heavy black smoke from the blazing carrier along the southern flank of the convoy at sea level. The perfect smokescreen. Dense, impenetrable. Why the U-boats had departed from their almost invariable practice of launching dawn attacks from the north, so as to have their targets between themselves and the sunrise, could only be guessed. Tactical surprise, probably. But whatever the reason, it was the saving of the convoy. Within an hour, the thrashing screws of the convoy had left the wolf pack far behind. And FR-77, having slipped the pack, was far too fast to be overtaken again. Aboard the flagship, the WT transmitter was chattering out a coded signal to London. There was little point, Tyndall had decided, in maintaining radio silence now. The enemy knew their position to a mile. Tyndall smiled grimly as he thought of the rejoicing in the German Naval High Command at the news that FR-77 was without any air cover whatsoever. As a starter, they could expect Charlie within the hour. The signal read, Admiral 14 ACS, to DNC London. Rendezvous FR-77 10:30 yesterday. Weather conditions extreme. Severe damage to carriers. Defender, Wrestler, unserviceable. Returning base under escort. Blue Ranger torpedoed 0702. Sunk 0730 today. Convoy escorts now Ulysses, Sterling, Cirrus, Vectra, Viking. No minesweepers. Eager to base. Minesweeper from Hvalfjord failed rendezvous. Urgently require air support. Can you detach carrier battle squadron? Alternatively, permission return base. Please advise immediately. The wording of the message, Tyndall pondered, could have been improved, especially the bit at the end. Probably sounded sufficiently like a threat to infuriate old Star, who would only see in it pusillanimous confirmation of his conviction of the Ulysses and Tyndall's unfitness for the job. Besides, for almost 2 years now, Since long before the sinking of the Hood by the Bismarck, it had been Admiralty policy not to break up the home fleet squadrons by detaching capital ships or carriers. Old battleships, too slow for modern internaval surface action, vessels such as the Ramillies and the Malaya, were used for selected Arctic convoys. With that exception, the official strategy was based on keeping the home fleet intact, containing the German Grand Fleet, and risking the convoys. Tyndall took a last look round the convoy, sighed warily, and eased himself down to the duckboards. What the hell, he thought. Let it go. If it wasted his time sending it, it would also waste old Star's time reading it. He clumped his way heavily down the bridge ladders, eased his bulk through the door of the captain's cabin, hard by the FDR. Valerie, partly undressed, was lying in his bunk, between very clean, very white sheets. Their knife-edged ironing crease marks contrasted oddly with the spreading crimson stain. Valerie himself, gaunt-cheeked and cadaverous beneath dark stubble of beard, red eyes sunk deep in great hollow sockets, looked corpse-like, already dead. From one corner of his mouth, blood trickled down a parchment cheek. As Tyndall shut the door, Valerie lifted a wasted hand, all ivory knuckles and blue veins, in feeble greeting. Tyndall closed the door carefully, quietly. He took his time and to spare to allow the shock to drain out of his face. When he turned round, his face was composed, but he made no attempt to disguise his concern. "Thank God for old Socrates," he said feelingly. "Only man in the ship who can make you see even a modicum of sense." He parked himself on the edge of the bed. "How do you feel, Dick?" Valerie grinned crookedly. There was no humour in his smile. "All depends what you mean, sir. Physically or mentally. I feel a bit worn out. Not really ill, you know. Doc says he can fix me up, temporarily anyway. He's going to give me a plasma transfusion. Says I've lost too much blood." "Plasma?" "Plasma. Whole blood would be a better coagulant, but he thinks it may prevent or minimize future attacks." He paused, wiped some froth off his lips, and smiled again, as mirthlessly as before. "It's not really a doctor and medicine I need, John. It's a padre and forgiveness." His voice trailed off into silence. The cabin was very quiet. Tyndall shifted uncomfortably and cleared his throat noisily. Rarely had he been so conscious that he was, first and last, a man of action. "Forgiveness? What on earth do you mean, Dick?" He hadn't meant to speak so loudly, so harshly. "You know damn well what I mean," Valerie said mildly. He was a man who was rarely heard to swear, to use the most innocuous oath. "You were with me on the bridge this morning." For perhaps 2 minutes, neither man said a word. Then Valerie broke into a fresh paroxysm of coughing. The towel in his hand grew dark, sodden, and when he leaned back on his pillow, Tyndall felt a quick stab of fear. He bent quickly over the sick man, sighed in soundless relief as he heard the quick, shallow breathing. Valerie spoke again, his eyes still closed. "It's not so much the men who were killed in the low-power room." He seemed to be talking to himself, his voice a drifting murmur. "My fault, I suppose. I took the Ulysses too near the Ranger. Foolish to go near a sinking ship, especially if she's burning. But just one of these things, just one of the risks. They happen." The rest was a blurred, dying whisper. Tyndall couldn't catch it. He rose abruptly to his feet, pulling his gloves on. "Sorry, Dick," he apologized. "Shouldn't have come. Shouldn't have stayed so long. Old Socrates will give me hell."
It's the others. The boys in the water.
Valerie might never have heard him.
I hadn't the right. I mean, perhaps some of them would...
Again his voice was lost for a moment. Then he went on strongly. Captain Richard Valerie, DSO, judge, jury, and executioner. Tell me, John, what am I going to say when my turn comes? Tyndall hesitated, heard the authoritative rap on the door, and jerked round, his breath escaping in a long, inaudible sigh of thankfulness. "Come in," he called. The door opened and Brooks walked in. He stopped short at the sight of the Admiral, turned to the white-coated assistant behind him, a figure weighed down with stands, bottles, tubing, and various paraphernalia. "Remain outside, Johnson, will you?" he asked. "I'll call you when I want you." He closed the door, crossed the cabin, and pulled a chair up to the captain's bunk. Valerie's wrist between his fingers, he looked coldly across at Tyndall. Nichols, Brooks remembered, was insistent that the Admiral was far from well. He looked tired, certainly, but more unhappy than tired. The pulse was very fast, irregular. "You've been upsetting him," Brooks accused. "Me? Good God, no." Tyndall was injured. "So help me, Doc. I never said—"
"Not guilty, Doc."
It was Valerie who spoke, his voice stronger now.
"He never said a word. I'm the guilty man. Guilty as hell."
Brooks looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled in understanding and compassion. "Forgiveness, sir. That's it, isn't it?" Tyndall started in surprise, looked at him in wonder. Valerie opened his eyes.
"Socrates," he murmured, "you would know."
"Forgiveness," Brooks mused.
"Forgiveness.
From whom? The living? The dead? Or the judge?" Again Tyndall started. Have you been listening outside? How can you—"
"From all three, Doc. A tall order, I'm afraid."
"From the dead, sir, you're quite right. There will be no forgiveness. Only their blessing, for there is nothing to forgive. I'm a doctor, don't forget. I saw those boys in the water. You sent them home the easy way. As for the judge, you know, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The Old Testament conception of the Lord who takes away in his own time and his own way, and to hell with mercy and charity." He smiled at Tyndall. "Don't look so shocked, sir. I'm not being blasphemous. If that were the judge, Captain, neither you nor I, nor the Admiral, would ever want any part of him. But you know it isn't so." Valerie smiled faintly, propped himself up on his pillow. "You make good medicine, Doctor. It's a pity you can't speak for the living also." "Oh, can't I?" Brooks smacked his hand on his thigh, guffawed in sudden recollection. "Oh, my word! It was magnificent." He laughed again in genuine amusement. Tyndall looked at Valerie in mock despair. "Sorry," Brooks apologized. "Just 15 minutes ago, a bunch of sympathetic stokers deposited on the deck of the sick bay the prone and extremely unconscious form of one of their own shipmates. Guess who? None other than our resident nihilist, our old friend Riley. Slight concussion and assorted facial injuries, but he should be restored to the bosom of his mess deck by nightfall. Anyway, he insists on it. Claims his kittens need him." Valerie looked up, amused, curious. "Fallen down the stokehold again, I presume?" "Exactly the question I put, sir, although it looked more as if he'd fallen into a concrete mixer. No, sir, says one of the stretcher-bearers. He tripped over the ship's cat. Ship's cat, I says. What ship's cat? So he turns to his oppo and says, Ain't we got a ship's cat, Nobby? Whereupon the stoker looks at him pityingly and says, He's got it all wrong, sir. Poor old Riley just came over all queer. Took a weak turn, he did. I hope he ain't hurt himself. He sounded quite anxious. What had happened? Tyndall queried. I let it go at that. Young Nichols took two of them aside, promised no action, and had it out of them in a minute flat. Seems that Riley saw in this morning's affair a magnificent opportunity for provoking trouble. Cursed you for an inhuman, cold-blooded murderer, and, I regret to say, cast serious aspersions on your immediate ancestors. And all of this, mind you, where he thought he was safe, among his own friends. His friends half killed him. You know, sir, I envy you. He broke off, rose abruptly to his feet. Now, sir, if you'll just lie down and roll up your sleeve. Oh, damn! Come in. It was Tyndall who answered the knock. Ah, for me, young Chrysler, thank you. He looked up at Valerie. From London, in reply to my signal. He turned it over in his hand 2 or 3 times. I suppose I have to open it some time, he said reluctantly. The surgeon commander half rose to his feet. Shall I? No, Brooks, why should you? Besides, it's from our mutual friend, Admiral Star. I'm sure you'd like to hear what he's got to say, wouldn't you? No, I wouldn't. Brooks was very blunt. I can't imagine it'll be anything good. Tyndall opened the signal, smoothed it out. DNO to Admiral Commanding 14 ACS, he read slowly. Tirpitz reported preparing to move out. Impossible detach fleet carrier. FR-77 vital. Proceed Murmansk all speed. Good luck. Star. Tyndall paused. His mouth twisted. Good luck. He might have spared us that. For a long time the 3 men looked at each other silently, without expression. Characteristically, it was Brooks who broke the silence. Speaking of forgiveness, he murmured quietly, what I want to know is, who on God's earth, above or below it, is ever going to forgive that vindictive old bastard? Chapter 8. Thursday night. It was still only afternoon, but the grey Arctic twilight was already thickening over the sea as the Ulysses dropped slowly astern. The wind had died away completely. Again the snow was falling, steadily, heavily, and visibility was down to a bare cable length. It was bitterly cold. In little groups of 3 and 4, officers and men made their way aft to the starboard side of the poop deck. Exhausted, bone-chilled men, mostly sunk in private and bitter thought, they shuffled wordlessly aft, dragging feet kicking up little puffs of powdery snow. On the poop, they arranged themselves soundlessly behind the captain, or in a line inboard and aft of the long symmetrical row of snow-covered hummocks that heaved up roundly from the unbroken whiteness of the poop. The captain was flanked by 3 of his officers, Carslake, Etherton, and the surgeon commander. Carslake was by the guardrail, the lower half of his face swathed in bandages to the eyes. For the second time in 24 hours, he had waylaid Valerie, begged him to reconsider the decision to deprive him of his commission. On the first occasion, Valerie had been adamant, almost contemptuous. 10 minutes ago, he had been icy and abrupt, had threatened Carslake with close arrest if he annoyed him again. And now Carslake just stared unseeingly into the snow and gloom, pale blue eyes darkened and heavy with hate. Etherton stood just behind Valerie's left shoulder, shivering uncontrollably. Above the white, jerking line of compressed mouth, Cheek and jaw muscles were working incessantly. Only his eyes were steady, dulled in sick fascination at the curious mound at his feet. Brooks, too, was tight-lipped, but there the resemblance ended. Red of face and wrathful blue of eye, he fumed and seethed, as can only a doctor whose orders have been openly flouted by the critically ill. Valerie, as Brooks had told him, forcibly and insubordinately, had no bloody right to be there, was all sorts of a damned fool for leaving his bunk. But, as Valerie had mildly pointed out, somebody had to conduct a funeral service, and that was the captain's duty if the padre couldn't do it. And this day the padre couldn't do it, for it was the padre who lay dead at his feet. At his feet, and at the feet of Etherton, the man who had surely killed him. The padre had died 4 hours ago, just after Charlie had gone. Tyndall had been far out in his estimate. Charlie had not appeared within the hour. Charlie had not appeared until mid-morning. But when he did come, he had the company of 3 of his kind. A long haul indeed from the Norwegian coast to this, the 10th degree west of longitude. But nothing for these giant condors, Focke-Wulf 200s, who regularly flew the great dawn-to-dusk half-circle from Trondheim to occupied France, round the west coast of the British Isles. Condors in company always meant trouble, and these were no exception. They flew directly over the convoy, approaching from astern. The barrage from merchant ships and escorts was intense, and the bombing attack was pressed home with a marked lack of enthusiasm. The Condors bombed from a height of 7,000 feet. In that clear, cold morning air, the bombs were in view almost from the moment they cleared the bomb bays. There was time to spare to take avoiding action. Almost at once, the Condors had broken off the attack and disappeared to the east, impressed, but apparently unharmed, by the warmth of their reception. In the circumstances, the attack was highly suspicious. Circumspect Charlie might normally be on reconnaissance, but on the rare occasions that he chose to attack, he generally did so with courage and determination. The recent sally was just too timorous, the tactics too obviously hopeless. Possibly, of course, recent entrants to the Luftwaffe were given to a discretion so signally lacking in their predecessors, or perhaps they were under strict orders not to risk their valuable craft. But probably, almost certainly, it was thought, that futile attack was only diversionary, and the main danger lay elsewhere. The watch over and under the sea was intensified. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed, and nothing had happened. Radar and ASDIC screens remained obstinately clear. Tyndall finally decided that there was no justification for keeping the entire ship's company, so desperately in need of rest, at action stations for a moment longer, and ordered the stand-down to be sounded. Normal defence stations were resumed. All forenoon work had been cancelled, and officers and ratings off watch, almost to a man, went to snatch what brief sleep they could. But not all. Brooks and Nichols had their patients to attend to. The navigator returned to the chart-house. Marshall and his commissioned gunner, Mr. Peters, resumed their interrupted routine rounds. And Etherton, nervous, anxious, oversensitive, and desperately eager to redeem himself for his share in the Karslake Ralston episode, remained huddled and watchful in the cold, lonely eyrie of the Director Tower. The sharp, urgent call from the deck outside came to Marshall and Peters as they were talking to the leading wireman in charge of No. 2 electrical shop. The shop was on the port side of the forecastle deck cross passage, which ran athwartships forward of the wardroom, curving aft round the trunking of B turret. 4 quick steps had them out of the shop, through the screen door and peering over the side through the freshly falling snow, following the gesticulating finger of an excited marine. Marshall glanced at the man, recognised him immediately. It was Charteris, the only ranker known personally to every officer in the ship. In port he doubled as wardroom barman. "What is it, Charteris?" he demanded. "What are you seeing? Quickly, man!" There, sir, look! Out there! No, a bit more to your right. It's a sub, sir. A U-boat. What? What's that? A U-boat? Marshall half turned as the Rev Winthrop, the padre, squeezed to the rail between himself and Charteris. Where? Where is it? Show me! Show me! Straight ahead, padre. I can see it now, but it's a damn funny shape for a U-boat, if you'll excuse the language, Marshall added hastily. He caught the warlike, unchristian gleam in Winthrop's eye, smothered a laugh, and peered through the snow at the strange, squat shape which had now drifted almost abreast of them. High up in the tower, Etherton's restless hunting eyes had already seen it, even before Charteris. Like Charteris, he immediately thought it was a U-boat caught surfacing in a snowstorm, the payoff of the attack by the Condors. The thought that ASDIC or radar would certainly have picked it up never occurred to him. Time, speed, that was the essence, before it vanished. Unthinkingly, he grabbed the phone to the forward multiple pom-pom. "Director! Pom-pom!" he barked urgently. "U-boat, port 60. Range 100 yards, moving aft. Repeat, port 60. Can you see it?" No, port 60. It's 70 now," he shouted desperately. "Oh, good. Commence tracking." "On target, sir," the receiver crackled in his ear. "Open fire. Continuous. Sir, but Sir Kingston's not here. He went—" "Never mind Kingston," Etherton shouted furiously. Kingston, he knew, was captain of the gun. "Open fire, you fools, now! I'll take full responsibility." He thrust the phone back on the rest, moved across to the observation panel. Then, realization, sickening, shocking, fear seared through his mind, and he lunged desperately for the phone. "Belay the last order!" he shouted wildly. "Cease fire! Cease fire! Oh, my God! My God! My God!" Through the receiver came the staccato, angry bark of the 2-pounder. The receiver dropped from his hand, crashed against the bulkhead. It was too late. It was too late, because he had committed the cardinal sin. He had forgotten to order the removal of the muzzle covers, the metal plates that sealed off the flash covers of the guns when not in use, and the shells were fused to explode on contact. The first shell exploded inside its barrel, killing the trainer and seriously wounding the communication number. The other 3 smashed through their flimsy covers and exploded within a second of each other, a few feet from the faces of the 4 watchers on the forecastle deck. All 4 were untouched, miraculously untouched by the flying, screaming metal. It flew outwards and downwards, a red-hot iron hail sizzling into the sea. But the blast of the explosion was backwards, and the power of even a few pounds of high explosive detonating at arm's length is lethal. The padre died instantly. Peters and Charteris within seconds, and all from the same cause, telescoped occiputs. The blast hurled them backwards off their feet, as if flung by a giant hand, the backs of their heads smashing to an eggshell pulp against the bulkhead. The blood seeped darkly into the snow, was obliterated in a moment. Marshall was lucky, fantastically so. The explosion, he said afterwards that it was like getting in the way of the driving piston of the Coronation Scot, flung him through the open door behind him, ripped off the heels of both shoes as they caught on the storm sill. He braked violently in mid-air, described a complete somersault, slithered along the passage, and smashed squarely into the trunking of B turret, his back framed by the 4 big spikes of the butterfly nut securing an inspection hatch. Had he been standing a foot to the right or the left? Had his heels been 2 inches higher as he catapulted through the doorway? Had he hit the turret a hair's breadth to the left or right? Lieutenant Marshall had no right to be alive. The laws of chance said so, overwhelmingly. As it was, Marshall was now sitting up in the sick bay, strapped broken ribs making breathing painful, but otherwise unharmed. The upturned lifeboat, mute token of some earlier tragedy on the Russian convoys, had long since vanished into the white twilight. Captain Valerie's voice, low and husky, died softly away. He stepped back, closing the prayer book, and the forlorn notes of the bugle echoed briefly over the poop and died in the blanketing snow. Men stood silently, unmovingly, as, one by one, the 13 figures, shrouded in weighted canvas, slid down the tipped plank, down from under the Union flag, splashed heavily into the Arctic, and were gone. For long seconds no one moved. The unreal, hypnotic effect of that ghostly ritual of burial held tired, sluggish minds in unwilling thrall, held men oblivious to cold and discomfort. Even when Etherton half stepped forward, sighed, crumpled down quietly, unspectacularly in the snow, the trance-like hiatus continued. Some ignored him. Others glanced his way incuriously. It seemed absurd, but it struck Nichols, standing in the background, that they might have stayed there indefinitely. The minds and the blood of men slowing up, coagulating, freezing, while they turned to pillars of ice. Then, suddenly, with exacerbating abruptness, the spell was shattered. The strident scream of the emergency station's whistle seared through the gathering gloom. It took Valerie about 3 minutes to reach the bridge. He rested often, pausing on every second or third step of the 4 ladders that reached up to the bridge. Even so, the climb drained the last reserves of his frail strength. Brooks had to half-carry him through the gate. Valerie clung to the binnacle, fighting for breath through foam-flecked lips. But his eyes were alive, alert as always, probing through the swirling snow. "Contact closing, steady on course, interception course, speed unchanged." The radar loudspeaker was muffled, impersonal, but the calm, precise tones of Lieutenant Bowden were unmistakable. Good, we'll fox him yet." Tyndall, his tired, sagging face lit up in almost beaming anticipation, turned to the captain. The prospect of action always delighted Tyndall. "Something coming up from the south-southwest, Captain." "Good God above, man, what are you doing here?" He was shocked at Valerie's appearance. "Brooks! Why, in heaven's name—" "Suppose you try talking to him," Brooks growled wrathfully. He slammed the gate shut behind him, stalked stiffly off the bridge. "What's the matter with him?" Tyndall asked of no one in particular. "What the hell am I supposed to have done?" "Nothing, sir," Valerie pacified him. "It's all my fault. Disobeying doctor's orders and what have you. You were saying?" "Ah, yes. Trouble, I'm afraid, Captain." Valerie smiled secretly as he saw the satisfaction, the pleased anticipation creep back into the Admiral's face. "Radar reports a surface vessel approaching, big, fast, more or less on interception course for us." "And not ours, of course," Valerie murmured. He looked up suddenly. "By Jove, sir, it couldn't be—" "The Tirpitz?" Tyndall finished for him. He shook his head in decision. "My first thought too, but no. Admiralty and Air Force are watching her like a broody hen over her eggs. If she moves a foot, we'll know. Probably some heavy cruiser." Closing. Course unaltered." Bowden's voice, clipped, easy, was vaguely reminiscent of a cricket commentator's. "Estimate speed 24, repeat 24 knots." His voice crackled into silence as the WT speaker came to life. WT bridge. Signal from convoy. Sterling, Admiral. Understood. Wilco, out." Excellent. From Jeffries," Tyndall explained. "I sent him a signal ordering the convoy to alter course to north-northwest. That should take him well clear of our approaching friend." Valerie nodded. "How far ahead is the convoy, sir?" "Pilot?" Tyndall called, and leaned back expectantly. 6.5 miles. The Kapok kid's face was expressionless. "He's slipping," Tyndall said mournfully. The strain's telling. A couple of days ago he'd have given us the distance to the nearest yard. 6 miles. Far enough, Captain. He'll never pick 'em up. Bowden says he hasn't even picked us up yet, though the intersection of courses must be pure coincidence. I gather Lieutenant Bowden has a poor opinion of German radar.
I know. I hope he's right. For the first time, the question is of rather more than academic interest.
Valerie gazed to the south, his binoculars to his eyes. There was only the sea, the thinning snow.
Anyway, this came at a good time.
Tyndall arched a bushy eyebrow.
It was strange, down there on the poop.
Valerie was hesitant.
There was something weird, uncanny in the air. I didn't like it, sir. It was desperately, almost frightening. Snow, the silence, the dead men. 13 dead men. I can only guess how the men felt, about Etherton, about anything. But it wasn't good. Don't know how it would have ended. 5 miles, the loudspeaker cut in. Repeat, 5 miles. Course, speed, constant.
5 miles, Tyndall repeated in relief.
Intangibles bothered him.
Time to trail our coats a little, Captain. We'll soon be in what Bowden reckons is his radar range. Due east, I think. It'll look as if we're covering the tail of the convoy and heading for the North Cape.
Starboard 10,
Valerie ordered. The cruiser came gradually round, met, settled on her new course. Engine revolutions were cut down till the Ulysses was cruising along at 26 knots. 1 minute. 5 passed. Then the loudspeaker blared again. Radar, bridge. Constant distance, altering on interception course. Excellent, really excellent. The Admiral was almost purring. We have him, gentlemen. He's missed the convoy. Commence firing by radar. Valerie reached for the director handset.
Director?
Ah, it's you, Courtney. Good. Good. You just do that. Valerie replaced the set, looked across at Tyndall.
Smart as a whip, that boy. He's had X and Y lined up, tracking for the past 10 minutes. Just a matter of pressing a button, he says.
Sounds uncommon like our friends here. Tyndall jerked his head in the direction of the Kapok Kid, then looked up in surprise. Courtney? Did you say Courtney? Where's Guns?
In his cabin, as far as I know.
Collapsed on the poop. Anyway, he's in no fit state to do his job.
Thank God I'm not in that boy's shoes. I can imagine...
The Ulysses shuddered, and the whip-like crash of X turret drowned Valerie's voice as the 5.25 shells screamed away into the twilight. Seconds later, the ship shook again as the guns of Y turret joined in. Thereafter, the guns fired alternately, 1 shell at a time every half-minute. There was no point in wasting ammunition when the fall of shot could not be observed. But it was probably the bare minimum necessary to infuriate the enemy and distract his attention from everything except the ship ahead. The snow had thinned away now to a filmy curtain of gauze that blurred rather than obscured the horizon. To the west, the clouds were lifting, the sky lightening in sunset. Valerie ordered X-turret to cease fire, to load with Star shell. Abruptly, the snow was gone, and the enemy was there, big and menacing, a black, featureless silhouette, with a sudden flush of sunset striking incongruous golden gleams from the water creaming high at her bows. "Starboard 30, Valerie snapped. "Full ahead. Smoke screen." Tyndall nodded compliance. It was no part of his plan to become embroiled with a German heavy cruiser or pocket battleship, especially at an almost point-blank range of 4 miles. On the bridge, 6 pairs of binoculars peered aft, trying to identify the enemy. But the fore and aft silhouette against the reddening sky was difficult to analyse, exasperatingly vague and ambiguous. Suddenly, as they watched, white gouts of flame lanced out from the heart of the silhouette. Simultaneously, the Star shell burst high up in the air, directly above the enemy, bathing him in an intense, merciless white glare, so that he appeared strangely naked and defenceless. An illusory appearance. Everyone ducked low in reflex instinct as the shells whistled just over their heads and plunged into the sea ahead. Everyone, that is, except the Kapok Kid. He bent an impassive eye on the Admiral as the latter slowly straightened up. "Hipper class, sir," he announced. 10,000 tons, 8-inch guns, carries aircraft." Tyndall looked at his unsmiling face in long suspicion. He cast around in his mind for a suitably crushing reply, caught sight of the German cruiser's turrets belching smoke in the sinking glare of the star shell. "My oath," he exclaimed, "not wasting much time, are they? And damn good shooting," he added in professional admiration, as the shells hissed into the sea through the Ulysses' boiling wake about 150 feet astern. "Bracketed in the first 2 salvos. They'll straddle us next time." The Ulysses was still heeling round, the black smoke beginning to pour from the after funnel, when Valerie straightened, clapped his binoculars to his eyes. Heavy clouds of smoke were mushrooming from the enemy's starboard deck, just forward of the bridge. "Oh, well done, young Courtney!" he burst out. "Well done indeed!" "Well done indeed," Tyndall echoed. "A beauty! Still, I don't think we'll stop to argue the point with me— Ah! Just in time, gentlemen. Gad, that was close." The stern of the Ulysses, swinging round now almost to the north, disappeared from sight as a salvo crashed into the sea dead astern, one of the shells exploding in a great eruption of water. The next salvo, obviously the hit on the enemy cruiser hadn't affected her firepower, fell a cable's length astern. The German was now firing blind. Engineer Commander Dodson was making smoke with a vengeance, the oily black smoke flattening down on the surface of the sea, rolling, thick, impenetrable. Valerie doubled back on course, then headed east at high speed. For the next 2 hours, in the dusk and darkness, they played cat and mouse with the Hipper-class cruiser, firing occasionally, appearing briefly, tantalizingly, then disappearing behind a smokescreen. Hardly needed now in the coming night. All the time, radar was their eyes and their ears, and never played them false. Finally, satisfied that all danger to the convoy was gone, Tyndall laid a double screen in a great curving U and vanished to the southwest, firing a few final shells, not so much in token of farewell as to indicate direction of departure. 90 minutes later, at the end of a giant half-circle to port, the Ulysses was sitting far to the north, while Bowden and his men tracked the progress of the enemy. He was reported as moving steadily east, then, just before contact was lost, as altering course to the southeast. Tyndall climbed down from his chair, numbed and stiff. He stretched himself luxuriantly. "Not a bad night's work, Captain. Not bad at all. What do you bet our friend spends the night circling to the south and east at high speed, hoping to come up ahead of the convoy in the morning?" Tyndall felt almost jubilant, in spite of his exhaustion. "And by that time, FR-77 should be 200 miles to the north of him. I suppose, pilot, you've worked out intersection courses for rejoining the convoy at all speeds up to 100 knots?" "I think we should be able to regain contact without much difficulty," said the Kapok Kid politely. "It's when he's at his most modest," Tyndall announced, "that he sickens me most. Heavens above, I'm froze to death. Oh, damn, not more trouble, I hope." The communication rating behind the compass platform picked up the jangling phone, listened briefly. "For you, sir," he said to Valerie, "the surgeon lieutenant." "Just take the message, Chrysler." "Sorry, sir. Insists on speaking to yourself." Chrysler handed the receiver into the bridge. Valerie smothered an exclamation of annoyance, lifted the receiver to his ear. "Captain here, yes? What is it?" "What? What? Oh, God, no. Why wasn't I told? Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you. Valerie handed the receiver back, turned heavily to Tyndall. In the darkness, the Admiral felt rather than saw the sudden weariness, the hunched defeat of the shoulders. That was Nichols. Valerie's voice was flat, colourless. Lieutenant Etherton shot himself in his cabin 5 minutes ago. At 4 o'clock in the morning, in heavy snow but in a calm sea, the Ulysses rejoined the convoy. By mid-morning of that next day, a bare 6 hours later, Admiral Tyndall had become an old, weary man, haggard, haunted by remorse and bitter self-criticism, close, very close to despair. Miraculously, in a matter of hours, the chubby cheeks had collapsed in shrunken flaccidity. Draining blood had left the florid cheeks a parchment grey. The sunken eyes had dulled in blood and exhaustion. The extent and speed of the change wrought in that tough and jovial sailor. A sailor seemingly impervious to the most deadly vicissitudes of war was incredible. Incredible and disturbing in itself, but infinitely more so in its wholly demoralizing effect on the men. To every arch there is but one keystone, or so any man must inevitably think. Any impartial court of judgment would have cleared Tyndall of all guilt, would have acquitted him without a trial. He had done what he thought right, what any commander would have done in his place. But Tyndall sat before the merciless court of his own conscience. He could not forget that it was he who had rerouted the convoy so far to the north, that it was he who had ignored official orders to break straight for the North Cape, that it was exactly on latitude 70 degrees north, where their lordships had told him they would be, that FR 77 had, on that cold, clear, windless dawn, blundered straight into the heart of the heaviest concentration of U-boats encountered in the Arctic during the entire course of the war. The wolf-pack had struck at its favourite hour, the dawn, and from its favourite position, the northeast, with the dawn in its eyes. It struck cruelly, skilfully, and with a calculated ferocity. Admittedly, the era of Captain-Lieutenant Plian, his U-boat long ago sent to the bottom with all hands by the destroyer Wolverine, and his illustrious contemporaries, the heyday of the great U-boat commanders, the high noon of individual brilliance and great personal gallantry, was gone. But in its place, and generally acknowledged to be even more dangerous, more deadly, were the concerted, highly integrated mass attacks of the wolf-packs, methodical, machine-like, almost reduced to a formula under a single directing command. The Coachella, third vessel in the port line, was the first to go. Sister ship to the Vitura and the Varela, also accompanying her in FR 77, the Coachella carried over 3 million gallons of 100-octane petrol. She was hit by at least 3 torpedoes. The first 2 broke her almost in half. The third triggered off a stupendous detonation that literally blew her out of existence. One moment she was there, sailing serenely through the limpid twilight of sunrise. The next moment she was gone. Gone completely, utterly gone, with only a seething ocean, convulsed in boiling white, to show where she had been. Gone, while stunned eardrums and stupefied minds struggled vainly to grasp the significance of what had happened. Gone, while blind reflex instinct hurled men into whatever shelter offered, as a storm of lethal metal swept over the fleet. 2 ships took the full force of the explosion. A huge mass of metal, it might have been a winch, passed clear through the superstructure of the Cirrus, a cable length away on the starboard. It completely wrecked the radar office. What happened to the other ship immediately astern, the impossibly named Tennessee Adventurer, was not clear, but almost certainly her wheelhouse and bridge had been severely damaged. She had lost steering control, was not under command. Tragically, this was not at first understood, simply because it was not apparent. Tyndall, recovering fast from the sheer physical shock of the explosion, broke out the signal for an emergency turn to port. The wolf pack obviously lay on the port hand, and the only action to take to minimize further losses, to counter the enemy strategy, was to head straight towards them. He was reasonably sure that the U-boats would be bunched. Generally they strung out only for the slow convoys. Besides, he had adopted this tactic several times in the past, with a high degree of success. Finally, it cut the U-boat's target to an impossible 10th, forcing on them the alternative of diving or the risk of being trampled under. With an immaculate precision and coordination of Olympic equestrians, the convoy heeled steadily over to starboard, slewed majestically round, trailing curved white wakes phosphorescently alive in the near darkness that still clung to the surface of the sea. Too late, it was seen that the Tennessee adventurer was not under command. Slowly, then with dismaying speed, she came round to the east, angling directly for another merchantman, the tobacco planter. There was barely time to think, to appreciate the inevitable. Frantically, the planter's helm went hard over in an attempt to clear the other astern. But the wildly swinging adventurer, obviously completely out of control, matched the planter's tightening circle, foot by inexorable foot, blind malice at the helm. She struck the planter with sickening violence just forward of the bridge. The adventurer's bows, crumpling as they went, bit deeply into her side. 15, 20 feet, in a chaos of tearing, rending metal. The stopping power of 10,000 tons dead weight, travelling at 15 knots, is fantastic. The wound was mortal, and the planter's own momentum, carrying her past, wrenched her free from the lethal bows, opening the wound to the hungry sea, and hastened her own end. Almost at once she began to fill, to list heavily to starboard. Aboard the adventurer, someone must have taken over command. Her engines stopped. She lay almost motionless alongside the sinking ship, slightly down by the head. The rest of the convoy cleared the drifting vessels, steadied west by north. Far out on the starboard hand, Commander Orr, in the Cirrus, clawed his damaged destroyer round in a violent turn, headed back towards the crippled freighters. He had gone less than half a mile when he was recalled by a vicious signal from the flagship. Tyndall was under no illusions. The adventurer, he knew, might remain there all day, unharmed. It was obvious that the planter would be gone in a matter of minutes. But that would be a guarantee neither of the absence of U-boats nor of the sudden access of misguided enemy chivalry. The enemy would be there, would wait to the last possible second before dark, in the hope that some rescue destroyer would heave to alongside the adventurer. In that respect, Tyndall was right. The adventurer was torpedoed just before sunset. 3/4 of the ship's company escaped in lifeboats, along with 20 survivors picked up from the planter. A month later, the frigate Escher found them, in 3 lifeboats tied line ahead, off the bitter iron coast of Bear Island, heading steadily north. The captain, alert and upright, was still sitting in the stern sheets, empty eye sockets, searching for some lost horizon, a withered claw locked to the tiller. The rest were sitting or lying about the boats, one actually standing, his arm cradled around the mast, and all with shrunken, sun-blackened lips drawn back in hideous mirth. The logbook lay beside the captain, empty. All had frozen to death on that first night. The young frigate commander had cast them adrift, watched them disappear over the northern rim of the world, steering for the barrier. And the barrier is the region of the great silence, the seas of incredible peace, so peaceful, so calm, so cold that they may be there yet, the dead who cannot rest. A mean and shabby end for the temple of the spirit. It is not known whether the Admiralty approved the action of the captain of the frigate. But in the major respect, that of anticipating enemy disposition, the Admiral was utterly wrong. The Wolf-Pack commander had outguessed him, and it was arguable that Tyndall should have foreseen this. His tactic of swinging an entire convoy into the face of a torpedo attack was well known to the enemy. It was also well known that his ship was the Ulysses, and the Ulysses, the only one of her kind, was familiar, by sight or picture silhouette, to every U-boat commander in the German Navy. And it had been reported, of course, that it was the Ulysses that was leading FR-77 through to Murmansk. Tyndall should have expected and forestalled the long overdue counter. For the submarine that had torpedoed the Coachella had been the last, not the first, of the pack. The others had lain to the south of the U-boat that had sprung the trap, and well to the west of the track of FR-77, clear beyond the reach of Azdik. And when the convoy wheeled to the west, the U-boats lined up leisurely firing tracks as the ships steamed up to cross their bows at right angles. The sea was calm as a mill pond, an extraordinary deep Mediterranean blue. The snow squalls of the night had passed away. Far to the southeast, a brilliant sun was shouldering itself clear of the horizon, its level rays striking a great band of silver across the Arctic, highlighting the ships, shrouded white in snow, against the darker sea and sky beyond. The conditions were ideal, if one may use the word ideal to describe the prologue to a massacre. Massacre, an almost total destruction there must inevitably have been, but for the warning that came almost too late. A warning given neither by radar nor Azdik, nor by any of the magically efficient instruments of modern detection, but simply by the keen eyes of an 18-year-old ordinary seaman, and the God-sent rays of the rising sun. "Captain, sir! Captain, sir!" It was young Chrysler who shouted. His voice broke in wild excitement. His eyes were glued to the powerful binoculars clamped on the port searchlight control position. "There's something flashing to the south, sir! It flashed twice! There it goes again!" "Where, boy?" Tyndall shouted. "Come on! Where? Where?" In his agitation, Chrysler had forgotten the golden rule of the reporting lookout. Bearing must come first. "Port 50, sir! No, port 60! I've lost sight of it now, sir." Every pair of glasses on the bridge swung round on the given bearing. There was nothing to be seen. Just nothing at all. Tyndall shut his telescope slowly, shrugged his shoulders, eloquent in disbelief. "Maybe there is something," said the Kapok kid doubtfully. "How about the sea catching a periscope, making a quick circle sweep?" Tyndall looked at him, silent, expressionless. Looked away, stared straight ahead. To the Kapok kid he seemed strange, different. His face was set, stonily impassive, the face of a man with 20 ships and 5,000 lives in his keeping. The face of a man who has already made one wrong decision too many. "There they go again!" Chrysler screamed. "2 flashes! No! 3 flashes!" He was almost beside himself with excitement, literally dancing in an agony of frustration. "I did see them, sir! I did! Oh, please, sir, please!" Tyndall had swung round again. 10 long seconds he gazed at Chrysler, who had left his binoculars, and was gripping the gate in gauntleted hands, shaking it in anguished appeal. Abruptly, Tyndall made up his mind. "Hard a port, Captain! Bentley, the signal!" Slowly, on the unsupported word of an 18-year-old, FR-77 came round to the south. Slowly, just too slowly. Suddenly the sea was alive with running torpedoes. 3, 5, 10. Valerie counted 30 in as many seconds. They were running shallow, and their bubbling trails, evil, ever lengthening, rose swiftly to the surface and lay there milkily on the glassy sea, delicately evanescent shafts for arrowheads so lethal. Parallel in the centre, they fanned out to the east and west to embrace the entire convoy. It was a fantastic sight. No man in that convoy had ever seen anything remotely like it. In a moment, the confusion was complete. There was no time for signals. It was every ship for itself, in an attempt to avoid wholesale destruction. And confusion was worse confounded by the ships in the centre and outer lines that had not yet seen the wakes of the streaking torpedoes. Escape for all was impossible. The torpedoes were far too closely bunched. The cruiser Sterling was the first casualty. Just when she seemed to have cleared all danger, she was far ahead where the torpedoes were thickest, she lurched under some unseen hammer blow, slewed round crazily, and steamed away back to the east, smoke hanging heavily over her poop. The Ulysses, brilliantly handled, heeled over on maximum rudder, and under the counter-thrusting of her great screws, slid down an impossibly narrow lane between 4 torpedoes, 2 of them racing by a bare boat's length from either side. She was still a lucky ship. The destroyers, fast, highly manoeuvrable, impeccably handled, bobbed and weaved their way to safety with almost contemptuous ease, straightened up, and headed south under maximum power. The merchant ships, big, clumsy, relatively slow, were less fortunate. 2 ships in the port line, a tanker and a freighter, were struck. Miraculously, both just staggered under the numbing shock, then kept on coming. Not so the big freighter immediately behind them, her holds crammed with tanks, her decks lined with them. She was torpedoed 3 times in 3 seconds. There was no smoke, no fire, no spectacular after-explosion. Sieved and ripped from stern to stem, she sank quickly, quietly, still on an even keel, dragged down by the sheer weight of metal. No one below decks had even the slightest chance of escaping. A merchantman in the centre line, the Belle-Isle, was torpedoed amidships. There were 2 separate explosions. Probably she had been struck twice, and she was instantly on fire. Within seconds, the list to port was pronounced, increasing momentarily. Gradually, her rails dipped under, the outslung lifeboats almost touching the surface of the sea. 12, 15 men were seen to be slipping, sliding down the shearing decks and hatch covers, already half submerged, towards the nearest lifeboat. Desperately they hacked at belly-band securing ropes, piled into the lifeboat in grotesquely comical haste, pushed it clear of the dipping davits, seized the oars, and pulled frantically away. From beginning to end, hardly a minute had elapsed. 6 powerful strokes had them clear beyond their ship's counter. 2 more took them straight under the swinging bows of the Walter A. Badley, her companion tank carrier in the starboard line. The consummate seamanship that had saved the Badley could do nothing to save the lifeboat. The little boat crumpled and splintered like a matchwood toy, catapulting screaming men into the icy sea. As the big grey hull of the Badley slid swiftly by them, they struck out with insane strength that made nothing of their heavy Arctic clothing. At such times, reason vanishes. The thought that if, by some God-given miracle, they were to escape the guillotine of the Badley's single great screw, they would do so only to die minutes later in the glacial cold of the Arctic, never occurred to them. But as it happened, death came by neither metal nor cold. They were still struggling, almost abreast the poop, vainly trying to clear the rushing, sucking vortex of water, when the torpedoes struck the Badley, close together and simultaneously, just forward of the rudder. For swimming men who have been in the close vicinity of an underwater high explosion, there can be no shadow of hope. The effect is inhuman. revolting, shocking beyond conception. In such cases, experienced doctors, pathologists even, can with difficulty bring themselves to look upon what were once human beings. But for these men, as so often in the Arctic, death was kind, for they died unknowing. The Walter A. Baddeley's stern had been almost completely blown off. Hundreds of tons of water were already rushing in the gaping hole below the counter, racing through cross bulkheads fractured by the explosion, smashing open engine boiler room watertight doors buckled by the blast, pulling her down by the stern, steadily, relentlessly, till her taffrail dipped salute to the waiting Arctic. For a moment she hung there. Then, in quick succession, from deep inside the hull, came a muffled explosion, the ear-shattering, frightening roar of escaping high-pressure steam, and the thunderous crash of massive boilers rending away from their stools as the ship upended. Almost immediately, the shattered stern lurched heavily, sank lower and lower till the poop was completely gone, till the dripping forefoot was tilted high above the sea. Foot by foot, the angle of tilt increased. The stern plunged 100, 200 feet under the surface of the sea, the bows rearing almost as high against the blue of the sky, buoyed up by 500,000 cubic feet of trapped air. The ship was exactly 4 degrees off the vertical when the end came. It was possible to establish this angle precisely, for it was just at that second, half a mile away aboard the Ulysses, that the shutter clicked. The shutter of the camera in Lieutenant Nichols' gauntleted hands. A camera that captured an unforgettable picture. A stark, simple picture of a sinking ship almost vertically upright against a pale blue sky. A picture with a strange lack of detail, with the exception only of 2 squat shapes, improbably suspended in mid-air. These were 30-ton tanks, broken loose from their foredeck lashings, caught in mid-flight, as they smashed down on the bridge structure, awash in the sea. In the background was the stern of the Belle-Isle, the screw out of the water, the red duster trailing idly in the peaceful sea. Bare seconds after the camera had clicked, the camera was blown from Nichols' hands, the case crumpling against a bulkhead, the lens shattering, but the film still intact. Panic-stricken the seaman in the lifeboat may have been, but it wasn't unreasoning panic. In number 2 hold, just forward of the fire, the Belle-Isle had been carrying over 1,000 tons of tank ammunition. Broken cleanly in 2, she was gone inside a minute. The Baddeley's bows, riddled by the explosion, slid gently down behind her. The echoes of the explosion were still rolling out over the sea in ululating diminuendo when they were caught up and flung back by a series of muffled reports from the south. Less than 2 miles away, the Cirrus, Vectra, and Viking, dazzling white in the morning sun, were weaving a crazily intricate pattern over the sea, depth charges cascading from either side of their poop decks. From time to time, one or other almost disappeared behind towering mushrooms of erupting water and spray, reappearing magically as the white columns fell back into the sea. To join in the hunt, to satisfy the flaming primitive lust for revenge, that was Tyndall's first impulse. The Kapok kid looked at him furtively and wondered at the hunched rigidity, the compressed, lipless mouth, the face contorted in white and bitter rage, a bitterness directed not least against himself. Tyndall twisted suddenly in his seat. "Bentley! Signal the Sterling! Ascertain damage!" The Sterling was more than a mile astern now, but coming round fast, her speed at least 20 knots. "Making water after engine room," Bentley read eventually. "Storerooms flooded, but hull damage slight. Under control. Steering gear jammed. On emergency steering, am all right." "Thank God for that. Signal, take over. Proceed east." "Come on, Captain. Let's give Orr a hand to deal with these murdering hounds." The Kapok Kid looked at him in sudden dismay. "Sir?" "Yes. Yes, pilot, what is it?" Tyndall was curt, impatient. "How about that first U-boat?" Carpenter ventured. "Can't be much more than a mile to the south, sir. Shouldn't we—" "God almighty!" Tyndall swore. His face was suffused with anger. "Are you trying to tell me—" He broke off abruptly, stared at Carpenter for a long moment. "What did you say, pilot?" "The boat that sunk the tanker, sir," the Kapok Kid said carefully. "She could have reloaded by now, and she's in a perfect position." Of course, Tyndall muttered. He passed a hand across his eyes, flickered a glance at Valerie. The captain had his head averted. Again the hand passed across the tired eyes. "You're quite right, pilot. Quite right." He paused, then smiled. "As usual, damn you." The Ulysses found nothing to the north. The U-boat that had sunk the Coachella and sprung the trap had wisely decamped. While they were quartering the area, they heard the sound of gunfire, saw the smoke erupting from the Sirius's 4.7s. "Ask him what all the bloody fuss is about," Tyndall demanded irritably. The Kapok Kid smiled secretly. The old man had life in him yet. "Vectra and Viking damage probably destroyed U-boat," the message read. "Vectra and self sunk surface boat. How about you?" "How about you?" Tyndall exploded. "Damn his confounded insolence! How about you? He'll have the oldest bloody minesweeper in Scapa for his next command. This is all your fault, pilot." Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Maybe he's only asking in the spirit of our anxious concern." "How would you like to be his navigator in his next command?" said Tyndall dangerously. The Kapok Kid retired to his chart house. "Carrington!" "Sir?" The first lieutenant was his invariable self, clear-eyed, freshly shaven, competent, alert. The sallow skin, hallmark of all men who have spent too many years under tropical suns, was unshadowed by fatigue. He hadn't slept for 3 days. "What do you make of that?" He pointed to the northwest. Curiously woolly grey clouds were blotting out the horizon. Before them the sea dusked to indigo, under wandering cat's paws from the north. "Hard to say, sir," Carrington said slowly. "Not heavy weather, that's certain. I've seen this before, sir. Low, twisting cloud blowing up on a fine morning with the temperature rise. Very common in the Aleutians and the Bering Sea, sir. And there it means fog. Heavy mist." "And you, Captain?" "No idea, sir." Valerie shook his head decisively. The plasma transfusion seemed to have helped him. "New to me. Never seen it before." "Thought not," Tyndall grunted. "Neither have I. That's why I asked number one first. If you think it's fog that's coming up, number one, let me know, will you? Can't afford to have convoy and escorts scattered over half the Arctic if the weather closes down. Although, mind you," he added bitterly, "I think they'd be a damn sight safer without us." "I can tell you now, sir." Carrington had that rare gift, the ability to make a confident, quietly unarguable assertion without giving the slightest offence. "It's fog." "Fair enough." Tyndall never doubted him. "Let's get the hell out of it. Bentley, signal the destroyers. Break off engagement, rejoin convoy. And Bentley, add the word immediate." He turned to Valerie. "For Commander Orr's benefit." Within the hour, merchant ships and escorts were on station again, on a northeast course at first to clear any further packs on latitude 70. To the southeast, the sun was still bright, but the first thick writhing tendrils of the mist, chill and dank, were already swirling round the convoy. Speed had been reduced to 6 knots. All ships were streaming fog buoys. Tyndall shivered, climbed stiffly from his chair as the stand-down sounded. He passed through the gate, stopped in the passage outside. He laid a glove on Chrysler's shoulder, kept it there as the boy turned round in surprise. "Just wanted to squint at these eyes of yours, laddie," he smiled. "We owe them a lot. Thank you very much. We will not forget." He looked a long time into the young face, forgot his own exhaustion, and swore softly in sudden compassion as he saw the red-rimmed eyes, the white maculated cheeks stained with embarrassed pleasure. "How old are you, Chrysler?" he asked abruptly.
18, sir. In 2 days' time."
The soft West Country voice was almost defiant. "He'll be 18 in 2 days' time," Tyndall repeated slowly to himself. Good God. Good God above." He dropped his hand, walked wearily aft to the shelter, entered, closed the door behind him. "He'll be 18 in 2 days' time," he repeated, like a man in a daze. Valerie propped himself up on the settee. "Who? Young Chrysler?" Tyndall nodded unhappily. "I know." Valerie was very quiet. "I know how it is. He did a fine job today." Tyndall sagged down in a chair, his mouth twisted in bitterness. "The only one? Dear God, what a mess." He drew heavily on a cigarette, stared down at the floor. 10 green bottles hanging on a wall, he murmured absently. "I beg your pardon, sir." 14 ships left Scapa, 18 St. John. The 2 components of FR-77, Tyndall said softly. 32 ships in all. And now, he paused, now there are 17, and 3 of these damaged. I'm counting the Tennessee Adventurer as a dead duck. He swore savagely. Hell's teeth! How I hate leaving ships like that, silling targets for any murdering... He stopped short, drew on his cigarette again, deeply. Doing wonderfully, ain't I? Ah, nonsense, sir, Valerie interrupted, impatient, almost angry. It wasn't any fault of yours that the carriers had to return. Meaning that the rest was my fault? Tyndall smiled faintly, lifted a hand to silence the automatic protest. Sorry, Dick, I know you didn't mean that, but it's true. It's true. 6 merchant boys gone in 10 minutes. 6! And we shouldn't have lost one of them. Head bent, elbows on knees, he screwed the heels of his palms into exhausted eyes. Rear Admiral Tyndall, master strategist, he went on softly, alters convoy course to run smack into the biggest wolf pack I've ever known, and just where the Admiralty said they would be. No matter what old Star does to me when I get back, I've no kick coming. Not now. Not after this. He rose heavily to his feet. The light of the single lamp caught his face. Valerie was shocked at the change. Where to now, sir? He asked. The bridge. No, stay where you are, Dick. He tried to smile, but the smile was a grimace that flickered only to die. Leave me in peace while I ponder my next miscalculation. He opened the door, stopped dead as he heard the unmistakable whistling of shells close above, heard the EAS signal screaming urgently through the fog. Tyndall turned his head slowly, looked back into the shelter. It looks, he said bitterly, as if I've already made it.
Chapter 9. Friday morning.
The fog Tyndall saw was all around them now. Since that last heavy snowfall during the night, the temperature had risen steadily, quickly. But it had beguiled only to deceive. The clammy ice feathers of the swirling mist now struck doubly chill. He hurried through the gate, Valerie close behind him. Turner, steel helmet trailing, was just leaving for the after tower. Tyndall stretched out his hand, stopped him. "What is it, Commander?" he demanded. "Who fired? Where? Where'd it come from?" "I don't know, sir. Shells came from astern, more or less, but I've a damn good idea who it is." His eyes rested on the Admiral a long, speculative moment. "Our friend of last night is back again." He turned abruptly, hurried off the bridge. Tyndall looked after him, perplexed, uncomprehending. Then he swore, softly, savagely, and jumped for the radar handset. "Bridge! Admiral speaking! Lieutenant Bowden at once!" The loudspeaker crackled into immediate life. "Bowden speaking, sir." "What the devil are you doing down there?" Tyndall's voice was low, vicious. "Asleep, or what?" "We are being attacked, Lieutenant Bowden, by a surface craft. This may be news to you." He broke off, ducked low as another salvo screamed overhead and crashed into the water less than half a mile ahead. The spray cascaded over the decks of a merchantman, glimpsed momentarily in a clear lane between two rolling fog banks. Tyndall straightened up quickly, snarled into the mouthpiece. "He's got our range and got it accurately. In God's name, Bowden, where is he?"
"Sorry, sir."
Bowden was cool, unruffled. "We can't seem to pick him up. We still have the Adventurer on our screens, and there appears to be a very slight distortion on his bearing, sir, approximately 300. I suggest the enemy ship is still screened by the Adventurer, or, if she's closer, is on the Adventurer's direct bearing." "How near?" Tyndall barked. "Not near, sir, very close to the Adventurer. We can't distinguish either by size or distance." Tyndall dangled the transmitter from his hand. He turned to Valerie. "Does Bowden really expect me to believe that yarn?" he asked angrily. "A 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence like that? An enemy ship accidentally chose and holds the only possible course to screen her from our radar? Fantastic!" Valerie looked at him, his face without expression. "Well?" Tyndall was impatient. "Isn't it?"
"No, sir," Valerie answered quietly. "It's not. Not really. And it wasn't accidental. The U-Pack would have radioed her, given our bearing and course. The rest was easy."
Tyndall gazed at him through a long moment of comprehension, screwed his eyes shut and shook his head in short, fierce jerks. It was a gesture compounded of self-criticism, the death of disbelief, the attempt to clear a woolly, exhausted mind. Hell, a 6-year-old could have seen that. A shell whistled into the sea a bare 50 yards to port. Tyndall didn't flinch, might never have seen or heard it. "Bowden?" He had the transmitter to his mouth again. "Sir." "Any change in the screen?"
"No, sir, none."
"And are you still of the same opinion?"
"Yes, sir, can't be anything else."
"And close to the Adventurer, you say?"
"Very close, I would say."
"But good God, man, the Adventurer must be 10 miles astern by now."
"Yes, sir, I know. So is the Bandit."
"What? 10 miles? But...
He's firing by radar, sir,"
Bowden interrupted. Suddenly the metallic voice sounded tired. "He must be. He's also tracking by radar, which is why he's keeping himself in line with our bearing on the Adventurer. And he's extremely accurate. I'm afraid, Admiral, that his radar is at least as good as ours." The speaker clicked off. In the sudden, strained silence on the bridge, the crash of breaking ebonite sounded unnaturally loud as the transmitter slipped from Tyndall's hand, fractured in 100 pieces. The hand groped forward. He clutched at a steam pipe as if to steady himself. Valerie stepped towards him, arms outstretched in concern, but Tyndall brushed by unseeingly. Like an old, spent man, like a man from whose ancient bones and muscles all the pith has long since drained, he shuffled slowly across the bridge. Oblivious of a dozen mystified eyes, dragged himself up onto his high stool. "You fool," he told himself bitterly, savagely. "Oh, you bloody old fool." He would never forgive himself. Never, never, never. All along the line he'd been outthought, outguessed and outmaneuvered by the enemy. They had taken him for a ride, made an even bigger bloody fool out of him than his good maker had ever intended. Radar! Of course, that was it. The blind assumption that German radar had remained the limited, elementary thing that Admiralty and Air Force intelligence had reported it to be last year. Radar, and as good as the British, as good as the Ulysses. And everybody had believed that the Ulysses was incomparably the most efficient, indeed the only efficient radar ship in the world. As good as our own, probably a damn sight better. But had the thought ever occurred to him? Tyndall writhed in sheer chagrin, in agony of spirit, and knew the bitter taste of self-loathing. And so this morning, the payoff. 6 ships, 300 men gone to the bottom. May God forgive you, Tyndall, he thought dully. May God forgive you, you sent them there. Radar! Last night, for instance, when the Ulysses had been laying a false trail to the east, the German cruiser had obligingly tagged behind, the perfect foil to his, Tyndall's, genius. Tyndall groaned in mortification. He tagged behind, firing wildly, erratically, each time the Ulysses had disappeared behind a smokescreen. Had done so to conceal the efficiency of her radar, to conceal the fact that during the first half hour at least, she must have been tracking the escaping convoy as it disappeared to the north-northwest. A process made all the easier by the fact that he, Tyndall, had expressly forbidden the use of the zigzag. And then, when the Ulysses had so brilliantly circled, first to the south and then to the north again, the enemy must have had her on his screen constantly. And later, the biter bit with a vengeance, the faked enemy withdrawal to the southeast. Almost certainly he too had circled to the north again, picked up the disappearing British cruiser on the edge of his screen, worked out her intersection course as a cross-check on the convoys, and radioed ahead to the Wolfpack, positioning them almost to the foot. And now, finally, the last galling blow to whatever shattered remnants of his pride were left him. The enemy had opened fire at extreme range, but with extreme accuracy. A dead giveaway to the fact that the firing was radar-controlled. And the only reason for it must be the enemy's conviction that the Ulysses, by this time, must have come to the inevitable conclusion that the enemy was equipped with a highly sensitive radar transmitter. The inevitable conclusion. Tyndall had never even begun to suspect it. Slowly, oblivious to the pain, he pounded his fist on the edge of the windscreen. God, what a blind, crazily stupid fool he'd been. 6 ships, 300 men, hundreds of tanks and planes, millions of gallons of fuel lost to Russia. How many more thousands of dead Russians, soldiers and civilians did that represent? And the broken, sorrowing families, he thought incoherently, families throughout the breadth of Britain. The telegram boys cycling to the little houses in the Welsh valleys, along the wooded lanes of Surrey, to the lonely reek of the peat fire remote in the Western Isles, to the lime-washed cottages of Donegal and Antrim, the empty homes across the great reaches of the New World, from Newfoundland and Maine to the far slopes of the Pacific. These families would never know that it was he, Tyndall, who had so criminally squandered the lives of husbands, brothers, sons. And that was worse than no consolation at all. "Captain Valerie." Tyndall's voice was only a husky whisper. Valerie crossed over, stood beside him, coughing painfully as the swirling fog caught nose and throat, lacinated inflamed lungs. It was a measure of Tyndall's distressed preoccupation that Valerie's obvious suffering quite failed to register. "Ah, there you are, Captain. This enemy cruiser must be destroyed." Valerie nodded heavily. "Yes, sir." "How?" "How?" Tyndall's face, framed in the moisture-beaded hood of his duffel, was haggard and grey, but he managed to raise a ghost of a smile. "As well hung for a sheep. I propose to detach the escorts, including ourselves, and nail him." He stared out blindly into the fog, his mouth bitter. "A simple tactical exercise, maybe within even my limited compass." He broke off suddenly, stared over the side, then ducked hurriedly. A shell had exploded in the water, a rare thing, only yards away, erupting spray showering down on the bridge. "We, the Sterling and ourselves, will take from the south," he continued, "soak up his fire and radar. Orr and his Death or Glory boys will approach from the north. In this fog, they'll get very close before releasing their torpedoes. Conditions are all against a single ship. He shouldn't have much chance." "All the escorts," Valerie said blankly. "You propose to detach all the escorts?" "That's exactly what I propose to do, Captain." But perhaps that's exactly what he wants," Valerie protested. "Suicide? A glorious death for the fatherland, don't you believe it?" Tyndall scoffed. "That sort of thing went out with Langersdorf and Middleman." "No, sir." Valerie was impatient. "He wants to pull us off, to leave the convoy uncovered." "Well, what of it?" Tyndall demanded. "Who's going to find them in this lot?" He waved an arm at the rolling, twisting fog banks. "Damn it, man! If it weren't for their fog boys, even our ships couldn't see each other. So I'm damn sure no one else could either." "No?" Valerie countered swiftly. "How about another German cruiser fitted with radar? Or even another wolf pack? Either could be in radio contact with our friend astern, and he's got our course to the nearest minute." "In radio contact? Well, surely to God our WT is monitoring all the time." "Yes, sir, they are. But I'm told it's not so easy on the VHF ranges." Tyndall grunted noncommittally, said nothing. He felt desperately tired and confused. He had neither the will nor the ability to pursue the argument further. But Valerie broke in on the silence, the vertical lines between his eyebrows etched deep with worry. "And why is our friend sitting steadily on our tails, pumping the odd shell among us, unless he's concentrating on driving us along a particular course? It reduces his chance of a hit by 90%, and cuts out half his guns." "Maybe he's expecting us to reason like that, to see the obvious." Tyndall was forcing himself to think, to fight his way through a mental fog no less nebulous and confusing than the dank mist that swirled around him. "Perhaps he's hoping to panic us into altering course. To the north, of course, where a U-pack may very well be." Possible, Valerie conceded. "On the other hand, he may have gone a step further. Maybe he wants us to be too clever for our own good. Maybe he expects us to see the obvious, to avoid it, to continue on our present course, and so do exactly what he wants us to do. He's no fool, sir. We know that now. What was it that Brooks had said to Star back in Scapa a lifetime ago? That fine-drawn feeling, that exquisite agony, every cell in the brain stretched taut to breaking point, pushing you over the screaming edge of madness. Tyndall wondered dully how Brooks could have known, could have been so damnably accurate in his description. Anyway, he knew now, knew what it was to stand on the screaming edge. Tyndall appreciated dimly that he was at the limit. That aching, muzzy forehead were to think was to be a blind man wading through a sea of molasses. Vaguely he realized that this must be the first, or was it the last, symptom of a nervous breakdown. God only knew there had been plenty of them aboard the Ulysses during the past months. But he was still the Admiral. He must do something. Say something. "It's no good guessing, Dick," he said heavily. Valerie looked at him sharply. Never before had old Giles called him anything but Captain on the bridge. "And we've got to do something. We'll leave the Vector as a sop to our consciences. No more." He smiled wanly. "We must have at least 2 destroyers for the dirty work. Bentley, take this signal for WT. To all escort vessels, and Commander Fletcher on the Cape Hatteras." Within 10 minutes, the 4 warships, boring southeast through the impenetrable wall of fog, had halved the distance that lay between them and the enemy. The Sterling, Viking, and Cirrus were in constant radio communication with the Ulysses. They had to be, for they travelled as blind men in an invidious world of grey, and she was their eyes and their ears. "Radar, bridge! Radar, bridge!" Automatically, every eye swung round, riveted on the loudspeaker. "Enemy altering course to south. Increasing speed." "Too late!" Tyndall shouted hoarsely. His fists were clenched, his eyes alight with triumph. "He's left it too late!" Valerie said nothing. The seconds ticked by. The Ulysses knifed away through cold fog and icy sea. Suddenly the loudspeaker called again. "Enemy, 180-degree turn, heading southeast. Speed 28 knots. 28 knots! He's on the run!" Tyndall seemed to have gained a fresh lease on life. "Captain, I propose that the Cirrus and Ulysses proceed southeast at maximum speed, engage and slow the enemy. Ask WT to signal or ask radar enemy's course." He broke off, waited impatiently for the answer. "Radar, bridge, course 312, steady on course. Repeat, steady on course." "Steady on course," Tyndall echoed. "Captain, commence firing by radar. We have him. We have him!" he cried exultantly. "He's waited too long. We have him, Captain." Again Valerie said nothing. Tyndall looked at him, half in perplexity, half in anger. "Well, don't you agree?" "I don't know, sir." Valerie shook his head doubtfully. "I don't know at all. Why did he wait so long? Why didn't he turn and run the minute we left the convoy?" "Too damn sure of himself," Tyndall growled. "Or too sure of something else," Valerie said slowly. "Maybe he wanted to make good and sure that we would follow him." Tyndall growled again in exasperation, made to speak, then lapsed into silence as the Ulysses shuddered from the recoil of A turret. For a moment, the billowing fog on the forecastle cleared, atomized by the intense heat and flash generated by the exploding cordite. In seconds, the grey shroud had fallen once more. Then, magically, it was clear again. A heavy fog bank had rolled over them, and through a gap in the next they caught a glimpse of the Cirrus, dead on the beam, a monstrous bone in her teeth, scything to the southeast at something better than 34 knots. The Sterling and the Viking were already lost in the fog astern. "He's too close," Tyndall snapped. "Why didn't Bowden tell us? We can't bracket the enemy this way. Signal the Cirrus. Steam 317, 5 minutes. Captain, same for us. 5 south, then back on course." He had hardly sunk back in his chair, and the Ulysses, mist-shrouded again, was only beginning to answer her helm, when the WT loudspeaker switched on. "WT bridge! WT bridge!" The twin 5.25s of B turret roared in deafening unison, flame and smoke lancing out through the fog. Simultaneously, a tremendous crash and explosion heaved up the duckboards beneath the feet of the men in the bridge, catapulting them always into each other, into flesh-bruising, bone-breaking metal, into the dazed confusion of numbed minds and bodies fighting to reorientate themselves under the crippling handicap of stunning shock, of eardrums rendered by the blast, of throat and nostrils stung by acrid fumes, of eyes blinded by dense black smoke. Throughout it all, the calm, impersonal voice of the WT transmitter repeated its unintelligible message. Gradually the smoke cleared away. Tyndall pulled himself drunkenly to his feet by the rectifying arm of the binnacle. The explosion had blown him clean out of his chair into the centre of the compass platform. He shook his head, dazed, uncomprehending. Must be tougher than he'd imagined. All that way, and he couldn't remember bouncing. And that wrist now that lay over at a damned funny angle. His own wrist, he realised with mild surprise. Funny, it didn't hurt a bit. And Carpenter's face there, rising up before him. The bandages were blown off. The gash received on the night of the great storm, gaping wide again, the face masked with blood. That girl at Henley, the one he was always talking about, Tyndall wondered inconsequently. What would she say if she saw him now? Why doesn't the WT transmitter stop that insane yammering? Suddenly his mind was clear. My God! Oh, God! He stared in disbelief at the twisted duckboards, the fractured asphalt beneath his feet. He released his grip on the binnacle, lurched forward into the windscreen. His sense of balance had confirmed what his eyes had rejected. The whole compass platform tilted forward at an angle of 15 degrees. "What is it, pilot?" His voice was hoarse, strained, foreign even to himself. "In God's name, what's happened? Breach explosion in B turret?" "No, sir." Carpenter drew his forearm across his eyes. The capock sleeve came away covered in blood. "A direct hit, sir. Smack in the superstructure." "He's right, sir." Carrington had hoisted himself far over the windscreen, was peering down intently. Even at that moment, Tyndall marvelled at the man's calmness, his almost inhuman control. "And a heavy one. It's wrecked the forward pom-pom, and there's a hole the size of a door just below us. It must be pretty bad inside, sir." Tyndall scarcely heard the last words. He was kneeling over Valerie, cradling his head in his one good arm. The captain lay crumpled against the gate, barely conscious, his stertorous breathing interrupted by rasping convulsions as he choked on his own blood. His face was deathly white. "Get Brooks up here, Chrysler!" "The Surgeon Commander, I mean!" Tyndall shouted. "At once!" WT Bridge! WT Bridge, please acknowledge! Please acknowledge!" The voice was hurried, less impersonal, anxiety evident even in its metallic anonymity. Chrysler replaced the receiver, looked worriedly at the Admiral. "Well?" Tyndall demanded. "Is he on his way?" "No reply, sir." The boy hesitated. "I think the line's gone." "Hell's teeth!" Tyndall roared. "What are you doing standing there, then? Go and get him. Take over, number one, will you? Bentley, have the commander come to the bridge." "WT Bridge! WT Bridge!" Tyndall glared up at the speaker in exasperation, then froze into immobility as the voice went on. "We have been hit aft. Damage control reports, coding room destroyed. Number 6 and 7 radar officers destroyed. Canteen wrecked. After control tower severely damaged." "The after control tower," Tyndall swore, pulled off his gloves, wincing at the agony of his broken hand. Carefully, he pillowed Valerie's head on the gloves, rose slowly to his feet. "The after tower. And Turner's there. I hope to God." He broke off, made for the after end of the bridge at a stumbling run. Once there, he steadied himself, his hand on the ladder rail, and peered apprehensively aft. At first he could see nothing, not even the after funnel and mainmast. The grey, writhing fog was too dense, too maddeningly opaque. Then, suddenly, for a mere breath of time, an icy cat's paw cleared away the mist, cleared away the dark, convoluted smoke pall above the after superstructure. Tyndall's hand tightened convulsively on the rail, the knuckles whitening to ivory. The after superstructure had disappeared. In its place was a crazy mass of jumbled, twisted steel, with X-turret, normally invisible from the bridge, showing up clearly beyond, apparently unharmed. But the rest was gone. Radar officers, coding room, police office, canteen, probably most of the after galley. Nothing. Nobody could have survived there. Miraculously, the truncated mainmast still stood, but immediately aft of it, perched crazily on top of this devil's scrap heap, the after tower, fractured and grotesquely askew, lay over at an impossible angle of 60 degrees, its rangefinder gone. And Commander Turner had been in there. Tyndall swayed dangerously on top of the steel ladder, shook his head again to fight off the fog clamping down on his mind. There was a heavy, peculiarly dull ache just behind his forehead, and the fog seemed to be spreading from there. A lucky ship, they called the Ulysses. 20 months on the worst run and in the worst waters in the world, and never a scratch. But Tyndall had always known that sometime, someplace, her luck would run out. He heard hurried steps clattering up the steel ladder, forced his blurred eyes to focus themselves. He recognized the dark, lean face at once. He was leading Signalman Davis from the flag deck. His face was white, his breathing short and quick. He opened his mouth to speak, then checked himself, his eyes staring at the handrail. "Your hand, sir!" He switched his startled gaze from the rail to Tyndall's eyes. "Your hand? You've no gloves on, sir!" "No." Tyndall looked down as if faintly astonished he had a hand. "No, I haven't, have I? Thank you, Davis." He pulled his hand off the smooth, frozen steel, glanced incuriously at the raw, bleeding flesh. "It doesn't matter. What is it, boy?" "The fighter direction room, sir." Davis's eyes were dark with remembered horror. "The shell exploded in there. It's just gone, sir. And the plot above." He stopped short, his jerky voice lost in the crash of the guns of A turret. Somehow it seemed strangely unnatural that the main armament still remained effective. "I've just come from the FDR and the plot, sir," Davis continued, more calmly now. They never had a chance." "Including Commander Westcliff?" Dimly, Tyndall realized the futility of clutching at straws. "I don't know, sir. It's just bits and pieces in the FDR, if you follow me. But if he was there—" "He would be," Tyndall interrupted heavily. "He never left it during action stations." He stopped abruptly, broken hands clenched involuntarily as the high-pitched scream and impact explosion of HE shells blurred into shattering cacophony, appalling in its closeness. "My God," Tyndall whispered. "That was close. Davis! What the hell?" His voice choked off in an agonized grunt, arms flailing wildly at the empty air as his back crashed against the deck of the bridge, driving every last ounce of breath from his body. Wordlessly, convulsively, propelled by desperately thrusting feet and launched by the powerful back thrust of arms pivoting on the handrails, Davis had just catapulted himself up the last 3 steps of the ladder, head and shoulders socketing into the Admiral's body with irresistible force. And now Davis, too, was down, stretched his length on the deck, spread-eagled across Tyndall's legs. He lay very still. Slowly, the cruel breath rasping his tortured lungs, Tyndall surfaced from the black depths of unconsciousness. Blindly, instinctively, he struggled to sit up, but his broken hand collapsed under the weight of his body. His legs didn't seem to be much help either. They were quite powerless, as if he were paralyzed from the waist down. The fog was gone now, and blinding flashes of colour, red, green and white, were coruscating brilliantly across the darkening sky. Star shells? Was the enemy using a new type of star shell? Dimly, with a great effort of will, he realized that there must be some connection between these dazzling flashes and the now excruciating pain behind his forehead. He reached up the back of his right hand. His eyes were still screwed tightly shut. Then the realization faded and was gone. "Are you all right, sir? Don't move. We'll soon have you out of this." The voice, deep, authoritative, boomed directly above the Admiral's head. Tyndall shrank back, shook his head in imperceptible despair. It was Turner who was speaking, and Turner, he knew, was gone. Was this, then, what it was like to be dead? He wondered dully. This frightening, confused world of blackness and blinding light at the same time. A dark, bright world of pain and powerlessness and voices from the past. Then, suddenly, of their own volition almost, his eyelids flickered and were open. Barely a foot above him were the lean, piratical features of the commander, who was kneeling anxiously at his side. "Turner? Turner?" A questioning hand reached out in tentative hope, clutched gratefully, oblivious to the pain, at the reassuring solidity of the commander's arm. "Turner! It is you! I thought—" "The after tower, eh?" Turner smiled briefly. "No, sir, I wasn't within a mile of it. I was coming here, just climbing up to the forecastle deck, when that first hit threw me back down to the main deck. How are you, sir?" "Thank God. Thank God. I don't know how I am. My legs. What in the name of heaven is that?" His eyes, focusing normally again, widened in baffled disbelief. Just above Turner's head, angling forward and upward to port, a great white tree trunk stretched as far as he could see in either direction. Reaching up, he could just touch the massive bowl with his hand. "The foremast, sir," Turner explained. "It was sheared clean off by that last shell just above the lower yardarm. The backblast flung it onto the bridge. Took most of the AA tower with it, I'm afraid, and caved in the main tower. I don't think young Courtney could have had much chance. Davis saw it coming. I was just below him at the time. He was very quick." "Davis?" Tyndall's dazed mind had forgotten all about him. "Of course! Davis!" It must be Davis who was pinioning his legs. He craned his neck forward, saw the huddled figure at his feet, the great weight of the mast lying across his back. "For God's sake, Commander, get him out of that!" "Just lie down, sir, till Brooks gets here. Davis is all right." "All right? All right?" Tyndall was almost screaming, oblivious to the silent figures who were gathering around him. "Are you mad, Turner? The poor bastard must be in agony!" He struggled frantically to rise, but several pairs of hands held him down firmly, carefully. "He's all right, sir." Turner's voice was surprisingly gentle. "Really, he is, sir. He's all right. Davis doesn't feel a thing. Not anymore." And all at once the Admiral knew, and he fell back limply to the deck, his eyes closed in shocked understanding. His eyes were still shut when Brooks appeared, doubly welcome in his confidence and competence. Within seconds almost, the Admiral was on his feet, shocked, badly bruised, but otherwise unharmed. Doggedly, and in open defiance of Brooks, Tyndall demanded that he be assisted back to the bridge. His eyes lit up momentarily as he saw Valerie standing shakily on his feet, a white towel to his mouth. But he said nothing. His head bowed, he hoisted himself painfully into his chair. "WT Bridge! WT Bridge, please acknowledge signal." "Is that bloody idiot still there?" Tyndall demanded querulously. "Why doesn't someone—" "You've only been gone a couple of minutes, sir," the K-pop kid ventured. 2 minutes? Tyndall stared at him, lapsed into silence. He glanced down at Brooks, busy bandaging his right hand. "Have you nothing better to do, Brooks?" he asked harshly. "No, I haven't," Brooks replied truculently. "When shells explode inside four walls, there isn't much work left for a doctor. Except signing death certificates," he added brutally. Valerie and Turner exchanged glances. Valerie wondered if Brooks had any idea how far through Tyndall was. "WT Bridge! WT Bridge! Vectra repeats request for instruction. Urgent! Urgent!" The Vectra? Valerie glanced at the Admiral, silent now and motionless, and turned to the bridge messenger. "Chrysler, get through to WT any way you can. Ask them to repeat the first message." He looked again at Turner, following the Admiral's sick gaze over the side. He looked down, recoiled in horror, fighting down the instant nausea. The gunner in the sponson below, just another boy like Chrysler, must have seen the falling mast, must have made a panic-stricken attempt to escape. He had barely cleared his cockpit when the radar screen, 100 square feet of meshed steel carrying the crushing weight of the mast as it had snapped over the edge of the bridge, had caught him fairly and squarely. He lay still now, mangled, broken, something less than human, spread-eagled in outflung crucifixion across the twin barrels of his Oerlikon. Valerie turned away, sick in body and mind. God, the craziness, the futile insanity of war. Damn that German cruiser! Damn those German gunners! Damn them! Damn them! But why should he? They, too, were only doing a job, and doing it terribly well. He gazed sightlessly at the wrecked shambles of his bridge. What damnably accurate gunnery! He wondered vaguely if the Ulysses had registered any hits. Probably not. And now, of course, it was impossible. It was impossible now because the Ulysses, still racing southeast through the fog, was completely blind. Both radar eyes gone, victims to the weather and the German guns. Worse still, all the fire control towers were damaged beyond repair. If this goes on, he thought wryly, all we'll need is a set of grappling irons and a supply of cutlasses. In terms of modern naval gunnery, even although her main armament was intact, the Ulysses was hopelessly crippled. She just didn't have a chance. What was it that Stoker Riley was supposed to have said? Being thrown to the wolves. Yes, that was it. Thrown to the wolves. But only a Nero, he reflected wearily. would have blinded a gladiator before throwing him into the arena. All firing had ceased. The bridge was deadly quiet. Silence. Complete silence, except for the sound of rushing water, the muffled roar of the great engine-room intake fans, the monotonous, nerve-drilling pinging of the Aztec. And these, oddly enough, only served to deepen the great silence. Every eye Valerie saw was on Admiral Tyndall. Old Giles was mumbling something to himself, too faint to catch. His face, shockingly grey, haggard and blotched, still peered over the side. He seemed fascinated by the sight of the dead boy. Or was it the smashed radar screen? Had the full significance of the broken scanner and wrecked director towers dawned on him yet? Valerie looked at him for a long moment, then turned away. He knew that it had. "WT Bridge! WT Bridge!" Everyone on the bridge jumped, swung round in nerve-jangled startlement. Everyone except Tyndall. He had frozen into a graven immobility. "Signal from Vectra. First signal. Received 09:52. Valerie glanced at his watch. Only 6 minutes ago. Impossible. "Signal reads, contacts, 3, repeat, 3. Amend to 5. Heavy concentration of U-boats ahead and abeam. Am engaging." Every eye on the bridge swung back to Tyndall. His, they knew, the responsibility. His, the decision, taken alone, against the advice of his senior officer, to leave the convoy almost unguarded. Impersonally, Valerie admired the baiting, the timing, the springing of the trap. How would old Giles react to this? The culmination of a series of disastrous miscalculations. Miscalculations for which, in all fairness, he could not justly be blamed. But he would be held accountable. The iron voice of the loudspeaker broke in on his thoughts. "Second signal reads, close contact, depth charging. 1 vessel torpedoed, sinking. Tanker torpedoed, damaged, still afloat, under command. Please advise. Please assist. Urgent. The speaker clicked off. Again that hushed silence, strained, unnatural. 5 seconds it lasted. 10. 20. Then everyone stiffened, looked carefully away. Tyndall was climbing down from his chair. His movements were stiff, slow with the careful, faltering shuffle of the very old. He limped heavily. His right hand, startling white in its snowy sheath of bandage, cradled his broken wrist. There was about him a queer, twisted sort of dignity. And if his face held any expression at all, it was the far-off echo of a smile. When he spoke as a man might talk to himself, aloud. "I am not well," he said. "I am going below." Chrysler, not too young to have an inkling of the tragedy, held open the gate, caught Tyndall as he stumbled on the step. He glanced back over his shoulder, a quick, pleading look, caught and understood Valerie's compassionate nod. Side by side, the old and the young, they moved slowly aft. Gradually the shuffling died away, and they were gone. The shattered bridge was curiously empty now. The men felt strangely alone. Giles, the cheerful, buoyant, indestructible Giles, was gone. The speed, the extent of the collapse was not for immediate comprehension. The only sensation at the moment was that of being unprotected and defenceless and alone. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. Inevitably, the first to break the silence was Brooks. Nichols always maintained that—" He stopped short, his head shaking in slow incredulity. "I must see what I can do," he finished abruptly, and hurried off the bridge. Valerie watched him go, then turned to Bentley. The captain's face, haggard, shadowed with grizzled beard, the colour of death in the weird half-light of the fog, was quite expressionless. "3 signals, Chief. First, to Vectra. Steer 360 degrees. Do not disperse. Repeat, do not disperse. Am coming to your assistance." He paused, then went on. "Sign it, Admiral 14 ACS. Got it? Right. No time to code it, plain language. Send one of your men to the WT at once. Second, to Sterling, Cirrus, and Viking, abandon pursuit immediate, course northeast, maximum speed. Plain language also." He turned to the Kapok kid. "How's your forehead, pilot? Can you carry on?" "Of course, sir." "Thank you, boy. You heard me. Convoy rerouted north, say in a few minutes' time at 10:15. 6 knots. Give me an intersection course as soon as possible. Third signal, Bentley. To Sterling, Cirrus, and Viking. Radar out of action. Cannot pick you up on screen. Stream fog boys. Siren at 2-minute intervals. Have that message coded. All acknowledgements to the bridge at once. Commander." "Sir." Turner was at his elbow. "Hands to defence stations. It's my guess the pack will have gone before we get there. Who'll be off watch?" "Lord only knows," said Turner frankly. "Let's call it port." Valerie smiled faintly. "Port it is. Organise 2 parties. First of port to clear away all loose wreckage. Over the side with the lot, keep nothing. You'll need the blacksmith and his mate, and I'm sure Dodson will provide you with an oxyacetylene crew. Take charge yourself. Second of port as burial party. Nichols in charge. All bodies recovered to be laid out in the canteen when it's clear. Perhaps you could give me a full report of casualties and damage inside the hour." "Long before that, sir. Could I have a word with you in private?" They walked aft. As the shelter door shut behind them, Valerie looked at the commander curiously, half humorously. "Another mutiny, perhaps, Commander?" "No, sir." Turner unbuttoned his coat, his hand struggling into the depths of a hip pocket. He dragged out a flat half-bottle, held it up to the light. "Thank the Lord for that," he said piously. "I was afraid it got smashed when I fell. Rum, sir. Neat. I know you hate the stuff, but never mind. Come on. You need this." Valerie's brows came down in a straight line. "Rum? Look here, Commander, do you—" "To hell with KRs and AFOs," Turner interrupted rudely. "Take it. You need it badly. You've been hurt. You've lost a lot more blood, and you're almost frozen to death." He uncorked it, thrust the bottle into Valerie's reluctant hands. "Face facts. We need you more than ever now, and you're almost dead on your feet. And I mean dead on your feet," he added brutally. "This might keep you going a few more hours." "You put things so nicely," Valerie murmured. "Very well. Against my better judgment." He paused, the bottle to his mouth. "And you give me an idea, Commander. Have the boatswain break out the rum. Pipe up spirits. Double ration to each man. They, too, are going to need it." He swallowed, pulled the bottle away, and the grimace was not for the rum. "Especially," he added soberly, "the burial party."